here. It's big, and it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Hello everyone, welcome to Live at the Bike, brought to you by the Bicycle Casino in Los Angeles, California, the first and only webcast of real action cash game poker. My name is Barty and I'm here with Dave Tuckman. Looks like we got a little stronger headshot on here tonight, huh?
Stronger.
Tighter.
Definitely tighter, yeah, we're bigger. We got bigger heads.
Zoomer. Nice tie you got on there.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
We are doing the biggest game we have ever done tonight, 5,100 no limit. We used to do this game last summer, but it had a cap on it.
No, we've never had anything like this. This is 5,100 blinds. No limit hold'em, no cap. Let's take the training wheels off and play some real poker.
Well, let's head right over to the table and let's get into it right now.
Yeah, it's going to be insane. I got to tell you, and I hear news. Aren't we going an extra hour tonight?
We're going an extra hour. We are going to be broadcasting until 11 o'clock Pacific time.
So we've got pretty much the biggest game we've ever had, and we're talking about doing 4 hours.
Yep.
Okay, wow. I tell you, if you are not a subscriber, subscribe. Seat number 1, we've got Chris. We're going to find out more about this gentleman here. Chris actually bought into the minimum. He's only got $5,000 in front of him. Seat number 2, we got Jonas. And Jonas has got about $7K in front of him. Seat 3 is actually empty right now. Seat 4 is Corporation Mike, and he has $10,000 in front of him. Seat number 5 is Ari. And he's new to the show. Plays a lot of no-limit cash games. Obviously, probably one of those internet pros. I do believe he plays at the other casino as well. Big-time player. He has bought in for $10,000. Seat number 7 right now is going
to be LS.
Okay. Seat number 8 is Jeff. And what's this guy's last name?
I have
Jeff Cabanilleras.
Cabanilleras.
Yeah, he actually he's the gentleman who won the World Series of Poker bracelet. Actually, we can see it. You can see it kind of shining there, I think. And he beat Phil Helmuth heads up.
In the $5,000 event on July 4th.
Yeah, and won about $600,000.
I actually played in that event.
How'd you do?
Got blinded off.
Oh. But there's Jeff there, and he's taking a shot here. And we've got Alan there in seat number 9. And we're going to have a lot of players coming and going. A lot of players are going to be coming a little bit later, but since we're going till 11 o'clock tonight, we are going to give you a lot of action all night.
Word is that Kenneth James is going to come in the game at 8:30, so we will see him for 2.5 hours.
You never know who you might see tonight. I mean, Phil Locke could show up. Bobby Hoff could show up. I'm not sure. We put the word out there. It's a big game. You never know.
Yep. Now, Mike needs to show us his cards, so right off the bat here in seat 4, we are on. White chips are hundreds, pinks are 50s, 5,100 no-limit hold'em. Looks like Mike has got an ace rag, and Jeff has got king 9. The flop comes queen jack 4. Jeff is going to bet a straight draw here.
Now, Jeff is actually, by the way, Jeff in seat number 7, he played last night. We saw him take a terrible beat. He was up about $10,000, lost a $16,000 pot when that 4-outer 10 came on the river. Jeff has bought in today for $27,000. And this is going to be the kind of game it is. Once this game starts warming up, now this game just started, by the way, 5 minutes ago. Normally we start these games about 45 minutes earlier.
Yep.
This game just started. Once we get through that kind of like beginning warm-up phase where they kind of feel each other out, I have a feeling there could be $150,000 to $200,000 on the table.
Wow. That's all I can say is wow. Look at Jonas over there, classic over there in seat 2. He's got the big blind this hand. And you wonder if Jonas is going to be moving and grooving like he normally does. Now, again, this game is really big, but as we kind of had a discussion last night, Dave, the bigger the game, the more shallow people tend to play in relation to the blind size.
Well, of course, you talk about a 10-20 game. A 10-20 game, Jonas might have 7,000 in front of him. Well, this is a 5,100 game, and he's got the same 7,000 in front of him. So now he's only got 70 times the big blind. That's not very deep at all.
And it looks like Allen just open-limped on the button here between the blinds, and he's hit top 2 pair here. Checked over to Allen. King 8-7. And Mike actually has cards. He's got 9-10, so he's open-ended. He bets. He bets 200, and Allen is just going to slow play it. Boy, if Mike hits a straight card here, he might bust Allen right away, right in the beginning of the show. Here we go to the turn. Turns an ace. See how Mike is going to... Remember, this was limped around.
Well, you might want to put a little bet in there and kind of see if you can block, a big bet here from Alan. But Alan's going to raise it now. That's usually what Alan does. He waits to the turn. If he thinks it's a safe board, he'll wait till the turn to raise. And generally speaking, when Alan is raising, he's got one pair beat. One pair is rarely good. And Mike knows that, and Mike's probably going to throw this away here. Funny hand last night. I actually played with Alan last night. And it was funny. He actually showed strength on a hand, got me to lay down the best hand because I laid down 2 red aces.
In a limped pot.
No, I had raised. I raised with my aces.
Oh, okay.
He called me, and when I bet and he check raised me and another player, I put him on 2 pair or better, and I threw away 2 red aces. And he said, "Dave, good laydown," and he showed me 2 kings. I almost threw up, knowing how much I should have gotten all of Alan's money.
If you're watching the show, this is a free half-an-hour portion of Live at the Bike. If you want to watch the show in its entirety, click on the on-demand banner in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. $14.95 a month gets you access to every show we've ever done, plus this show, which is a 4-hour show tonight.
Yeah. And this is the kind of stuff we're bringing you all month long, and we will continue to bring you this. I mean, last night was 2040 on a Tuesday. Monday was 1020. Yosh Nakano, one of the best cash game players in the world, is sitting down at the table. He won the heads up, I want to say, what was that? No, the Intercontinental Poker Championship, representing Japan.
Jeff raised it there with King 10 to 300. Now, again, you look at it, this game in relation to the blinds, 300 is only 3 times the big blind.
Right, but in this case, though, these players are not as deep.
Yeah.
They're not 300 times. They don't have 300 times the big blind. So 3 times the big blind is probably okay here. You wouldn't make it 600 or 700.
And there comes Yosh, and we're getting word that Farhad is on his way.
Well, who knows who'll show up. Ed Shanazarian might show up. You never know. I'm telling you, all the names are here, and if they hear there's a 5,100 no-limit game going, you never know who might sit down. I bumped into Amir Vahidi last night.
Barry Greenstein's in the limit tournament as well as Liz Lou. He said he might stop by.
Well, that'd be great.
As always, you can email us at live@thebike.com. Follow a live thread started on the internet by going to 2plus2.com, spelled out. Click on forums, tournament poker, televised poker.
I gotta tell you, I've been looking forward to this all night. You and I actually were playing last night, and we both kind of, we obviously learned that we were going to try to spread this today. And how excited were you about coming into work?
Yeah. Excited enough where we're going to go an extra hour.
Yeah.
Chris,
it's kind of funny. I walked in and you go, "Dave, we're going to go an extra hour today." And I was like, "Oh, okay. I hope I'm free."
Were you free?
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping to go out and play some poker. I've actually been. The games have been really so ridiculously good.
I played a bit with what is his name? Gabe Griffith?
Oh, I played with him last night, too.
Yeah. Did you play with him, or did you move over to the
I moved to the 510, and I played with him.
Did that game break, the 10-20?
Yeah, the 10-20 game broke, and I moved to the 510, but it was probably actually a pretty deep game. And we were playing four-handed. I was playing with four-handed with him, Joe, and a guy who was pretty bad.
5-way action here, limped around.
What'd you think of Mr. Griffin?
I only played with him for a couple hours. He seemed kind of like a little bit of a lag, but I thought he definitely knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
Turned as a 3. Obviously, short-handed changes a lot.
Yeah, I was impressed with this play, but not overly.
Oh, Ari checked the 8 on the flop. Now he's going to come out and bet here on the turn.
And that'll be enough to take it down. Like I said.
No, wait a minute. Mike is going to call here with a pair of 3s. And he's in horrible shape because the board is paired. The river's a queen. Now let's see if Mike can take this one away. Does he really think a 3 is going to win in a showdown? Well, I guess he does. It goes check, check.
Yeah.
And Ari's going to win it.
Well, I think he was hoping maybe his opponent picked up a club draw and was betting the club draw. But now when the club comes in the river, now you can't even beat that. So I think Mike just said, you know what, forget it, I'm shutting down. Once again, we are live at the bike. I'm David Tuckman here with Bart Hansen, and we've got No Limit Hold'em, 5,100 blinds, unrestricted.
Getting word that Yosh is going to buy in for $5,000. Again, that is really not that deep. Remember, we used to do this game last summer, but it was with a $5,000 cap. It was definitely a restricted buy-in game.
Now, and I got to tell you, if you're talking about a bankroll for this game, let's say the buy-in game for this game should be $10,000. I actually think it should be more than that, but let's say it was $10,000. Theoretically, I would say, I would think that you probably should have a $300,000 bankroll for this game. Do you think that's about right? Because I would really think you actually should be buying in this game for $15,000.
Oh, say 20 buy-ins?
Yeah, 15,000, 20 buy-ins.
Limped around here again here, and we got 3-way action. 8-7 deuce.
Well, Jonas is the best hand.
And Jonas is going to come out and bet here with an 8, and Mike is going to call with 9-7 here. Now Jeff over there in seat 8, he's got 5-7, and he is going to raise it up. Now David Kelsey and Gus, who are regular players in the show, are familiar with Jeff. He played a lot of 5-10 no limit 400 max buy-in at the Commerce. And, I've heard different things. Some people said he's live. Some people say he's a really good lag player. We'll make our own judgments.
Well, the thing is, generally speaking, a really good lag player does seem live sometimes.
Yeah.
Some people might think Mike is live sometimes.
And Jonas folds, but Mike is going to call. And this pot is quickly $2,500. The turn is a 3. And how far can Mike go with 7-9?
Now, Jeff's got a club in his hand, and Mike does not.
And it goes check, check. Jeff actually check raised the flop, and the river is the 10 of clubs.
Now, what is Jeff going to do here? Is he going to bet the 5 of clubs? No, he's going to check it here. He probably will call, though. I think is Mike going to bother betting it or not?
Nope, Mike checked, and Jeff is going to win it there with the club.
Running clubs there, and Jeff wins it.
Jeff actually check raised. Jonas bet, Mike called, and Jeff check raised. And Mike, of course, not pleased with that.
I got to tell you, I love it, man. Live at the Bike. We will continue to bring you the biggest names in poker, night in and night out. And all the big names are really rolling in here. Barry Greenstein, Nicarano should be here in a couple of days. Kenneth James. They're all going to be coming in.
And now that you're relatively comfortable with going on that to the third mic on the fly, we can just have people coming in and out of here.
The third mic is great. I absolutely love it. It's great to have 3 of us in there. It was kind of, I thought last year it kind of sucked when somebody would come in and you and I would look at each other like, well, do you want to do the interview or should I? Because the worst thing about it was it was only like 45 minutes, so it wasn't like I could leave and go play in a game.
Right.
Basically, I'd just go out there and just sit around and do nothing, or you would.
Mike is going to raise it up here with ace-4 of diamonds. 1 off the button. Now, Alan's got 8-10 suited. Is he going to defend here against Mike? Jeff's got ace-9, and Jeff just easily folds the ace-9 offsuit out of position.
Jeff obviously, I got to tell you, to win a tournament, a World Series bracelet, obviously you have to be a loose, aggressive player. I think it's pretty much very difficult to win if you are tight and just, squeaky clean.
Right.
Obviously, Jeff knows what he's doing. To get through that many players, obviously you have to get lucky, but at the same time you've got to be able to put yourself in a position to get lucky. He has something that I think a lot of us all want, which is a World Series of Poker bracelet.
How about $700,000?
No, I have $700,000. I don't really care about that. I want the bracelet.
Oh, okay. You're one of those guys who don't play poker for the money, just for the prestige.
No, I do, but I don't want his money. I want his bracelet. That's what I'll push for. The money will come.
And Jeff is going to raise here. Remember, we're dealing with 2 Jeffs. This is the Jeff in seat 7.
Right.
He made it 600 to go with pocket 5s, and Alan is going to call with ace-king. Now, Mike limped in with ace-5 of clubs. He is dominated, and he is going to call. And again, you wonder if the ace comes, how much is Mike going to get involved here?
How about ace-5?
Here we go to the flop.
No.
Queen 6-3, all spades. Well, Jeff still has the best hand. Not a great flop for 2 red 5s.
No, this flop completely missed everybody, and whoever bets this will take it down. I think Jeff's going to put... Remember, this pot already is $2,000, by the way. One little raise, 2 calls, and the pot's $2,000.
Well, he's going to make the continuation bet here.
And it looks like he is going to bet 1,000? 900. He's going to bet half the pot, pretty much.
And obviously, Mike and Alan can't really continue with this hand.
No, that's such an ugly flop for a red ace-king.
Now, is Mike going to set up a play, though?
Well, that's the thing with these pots are so big so quickly that it becomes tempting to go, God, I don't want to give it up. There's so much money in the pot. Maybe I can get him off it.
And Mike is going to check raise here. He has announced raise. Just a stone-cold bluff here.
Yeah, this literally is a stone-cold bluff. I got to tell you, now, Jeff might actually put Mike on nothing. He might actually just put him on a high spade. He might say, this guy's making this move with ace of spades, king of spades.
Mike is going to make it 2,000 more. Again, the pinks are 50s, the whites are 100s.
And I got to tell you, I'm not sure how much more money Mike has.
Well, that is the real issue
here. Does that
here.
commit him, though?
Because the issue, though, is, Dave, is that $900 bet and a check raise to 2,000. So we're talking about a pot that already is over 5,500. Mike only has about 33,000 left. And that's what you might see.
Yeah, the pot's actually 5,800, yeah.
When you're playing this shallow, that's what these guys have to realize, that you make one move and you're almost committed. There isn't a lot of fold equity
Well, that's
sometimes.
the thing. If Jeff were to move in here,
Right.
Mike's got to look at it and go, well, I got $3,000 left. The pot is like $10,000. I'm
Right.
getting 3.5 to 1. Should I call to see if my ace is good?
And Mike showed the bluff, as he often likes to do. Said, I thought I had spades.
I don't believe that.
And Alan had ace king.
Really?
Alan wants to point it out to everybody.
Ace king.
I didn't have a spade at all. Yeah, I know. Straddle?
Straddle here by Yosh, and that's going to also add another element to it, Dave. I mean, Yosh only bought in for 5,000. He is straddling. Remember, that's only 50 big blinds. Everyone that's out there sometimes plays on the internet. Usually the max buy-in is 100 big blinds. He's only in for 50, and he's straddling here. I mean, once somebody makes it 500 and he calls, he's called 10% of his stack off.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, I think 5,000 is just, I mean, I understand these players want to take a shot, but 5,000 to me, I got to tell you, if I'm going to buy in this game, I'm going to buy in for at least 10, probably more like 15. Let me play poker.
Goes check, check here on the flop. Yosh did not bet top pair. The turn's a 7. And now he's going to bet. I think Jonas is just going to give up on it. Well, you know, it's funny when we talk about bankroll considerations now. We've had different discussions on this show. You know, I have a really conservative bankroll discussion might be 6 months of living expenses plus 30 buy-ins. Now, in this game, if you were going to buy in for, say, 15,000, which would be what I buy in for the 5-10 game.
Well, that's the whole point, exactly, yeah.
If you bought in deep, you're talking about 500,000 to play this game day in, day out.
15,000.
15,000, 30 buy-ins.
Yeah, I think you can get away with 20 buy-ins. I really do.
Okay.
But still, I mean, we're talking
hundreds of thousands of dollars.
We're talking, you need a bankroll, discretionary bankroll that you do not need for anything else. I would say of at least $250,000 to $500,000.
And we got somebody coming into seat 6. Is that Farhad? There he is.
I got to tell you, this is a great game, too.
Yeah.
This is not a bad game. It's funny, I would have no problem jumping into a 25-50 game now.
Yeah.
This game would definitely be taking me out of my comfort zone just a little bit.
Just a little
bit. But it's
bit.
a good game.
You would be comfortable putting 10 grand on the table?
Well, no, like I said, if I played the 25-50, I'd put 10 grand on the
Right.
table, and I'd be very comfortable with that. I have no problem whatsoever with that. This would be putting 15 grand on the table. Would I do it? Yeah, the game is good enough that I think, between Jonas making moves, Mike bluffing off some money, Alan calling off too many chips, and Farhad in the game, it's not a bad game at all.
Four-way action here, limped around. Alan's got king-jack. He limped in the cutoff. He's got the best of it right now.
I mean, having said that, obviously, yes, this game is definitely a little bit out of my comfort zone.
And Alan's going to bet 400 here.
Yeah.
That's probably going to do it. Well, Farhad's got middle pair. Sometimes he check calls, and he will call. Pot is quickly over $1,000. Turns a queen. Alan is now open-ended with the pair. Will he take the card now?
Yeah. Farhad still needs a 7 or an 8. I got to tell you, why would you take that card? I have no idea.
Not against Farhad.
No
Yeah.
way.
Now, if you're against a savvy player like a Mike or a Jonas that might just check raise with anything, you might take the card there with King Jack.
You
on
might,
the
which
turn.
right now all you can beat is like Jack 9.
Right.
The problem is with 2 spades out there, I got to tell you, I got to charge my opponent just in case they have a spade draw. It's funny, actually. I was telling you, I play like 10-20. I'm very, very comfortable playing in that game. And obviously, I always feel like to move yourself up and to make yourself a better poker player, I do think you need to take yourself out of the comfort zone. Having to do that, how do you do that? Obviously, is you take a shot up. Anybody familiar with the show is I took a shot up probably, 8-9 months ago in the 25-50 game. It definitely was a little bit uncomfortable, but I think today I would be very comfortable playing in that game.
Again, if you're watching the show, you're watching a free half-an-hour segment of Live at the Bike. If you want to watch this whole 4-hour show, click on the on-demand banner in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. $14.95 a month gets you access to every show we've ever done. And also, you can watch this entire show. Jonas is going to raise it up here. Makes it $450 to go with pocket kings. Mike is in there. We need to see his hand in seat 4. Farhad had limped in with king 6 of diamonds. And Mike's got 10-7 suited, and Farhad's in there as well. Quickly a $1,200 pot to the flop. 4-4-3. Well,
Jonas, great flop for Jonas here. Really is. Jonas
really
is well in
should
command.
Probably be a bet and a fold.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. I mean, these players need, running cards, obviously. They're almost drawing dead. Mike would need a 10 and 2 10s or 2 7s, 2 spades, and nobody's going to call.
Jonas bets 1,200, and he's going to take it down.
Now, some people might say to me, well, wait a second, wouldn't a better flop be 10 high so Mike gets involved? Yeah, against normal players, but sometimes Jonas can actually get action anyway.
Yep. Gavin Griffin we played with last night.
Gavin Griffin, okay, cool.
He has got a World Series of Poker bracelet in a 2004 pot limit event, I believe. I actually watched that on ESPN Classic a couple days ago.
Real nice guy. I mean, really nice guy. We were kind of going at it a little bit. I actually got him on a good bluff. I bet. I had raised, I bet. He check raised me, and then I re-raised him 500 more, and he threw it away immediately. I thought he was making a move on me. I only had 10 high, but it was kind of fun. I showed it to him.
Alan limps in here with Queen Jack of Diamonds. Jonas is going to limp in. Yosh limps in on the button. And this one's going to be limped around. We're going to see 5-way action here. The $500 pot. 9-5-3, couple clubs.
Everybody misses. Now, apparently that is Bodog Ari.
Well, Yosh has got 9-6 here. So he's got the best of it. He's going to bet 300.
Who's Bodog Ari?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that is Bodog Ari either, so.
All right. Wish me luck.
Well, seems like a pretty solid player.
And
He
Mike-
looks like he's like 12, though.
Mike check calls here with an open-ended straight draw. Turns a 9, and Yosh has got trips. Mike checks again, and Yosh is going to bet again.
Now, this is one of those times, obviously, where if Mike were to make his straight, it is good. A 7 or a deuce. would give it to
$800
him.
bet and a call here by Mike. $3,000 pot, and the river's a king, and Mike is totally whiffed here. Mike checks here again, and I assume that Yosh is going to once again value bet.
Well, this is funny here. Sometimes you might not bet this against a good player. You would not bet it because if the guy had a 9, he has you beat.
Right.
But in this case, might you want to bet small and induce a bluff from Mike, possibly?
That's a way to think about it. And again,
Well, think about it. I mean, what is Mike going to call you with? Look at those draws out there. Clearly, he had clubs or 6-4 or something like that.
and again, you have to realize, even though we're playing a big game, that Yosh can't really be worried too much about value betting a hand that's strong on the river because he's not that deep. It doesn't make any difference if he gets check raised.
But by putting $2,000 in there, he gives no room for Mike to make a move. If you bet, say, 800, maybe Mike thinks, wait a second, did you miss something? Can I get you off the hand? A little food for thought.
Button moves over here to seat 4. Wow, look at this. Yosh has got ace-king in the cutoff, and Mike's got pocket 10s on the button. Haven't seen Jeff Cabanellis over there?
Cabanilleras?
Cabanellar. I don't know if we can get confirmation on his last name out there.
Jeff C.
Jeff C. Let's call him that.
There you go. Jeff Cabanillas.
Cabanillas.
Cabanillas? Cabanillas.
Well, Yosh has made it 300, and Mike has
Jeff C.
re-raised. Mike has re-raised here with pocket 10s.
Cabanillas.
And let's see how Yosh is going to play this. Remember, he is not that deep, and he's got ace-king.
Jeff, man, I'm sorry. I mean no disrespect here, buddy.
Out of position. And he calls. So here we go. It's about a $1,600 pot. Mike, the pre-flop re-raiser. Well, pretty good flop here for 2 red 10s. Again, though, if Yosh had kings or aces, I would think he would probably just smooth call Mike anyways.
Well, yeah, there's
Re-raise.
no reason to raise him. And Mike's going to put a big bet in there, kind of find out where he's at. But at the same time, he puts so much money in there, you wonder if Yosh were to make a move here, can Mike get away from it?
It's a $1,500 bet.
Does Yosh think he's good here?
I don't know if Yosh, you might think he's making a move as well. I don't know.
I mean, Yosh might think ace-king's good, though.
Well, the other thing I think you have to realize, though, is with Mike's, I'm not talking about the skill level of him, but with his reputation to call down hands against a player, a good player, you might be able to get a guy off of pocket 10s here representing a higher overpair. I don't think Mike's going anywhere with these stack sizes.
No, and that's the whole point.
Yeah.
Mike knows his reputation. He knows how people see him, and he knows that people will make moves on him.
Yeah.
So he is forced to make tough calls.
Yeah.
While if somebody were to make a move on you, you know they must probably have something a little bit better.
Unless it's a stone cold bluff.
Exactly, which obviously happens as well. I actually got to play with Ron Rose last night a little bit.
Yeah, I saw him over in that 10-20.
Yeah, I played with him for a while, which was a lot of fun. And this is going to be exciting. First chip count of the night. Usually we start off slow. Yeah, this is real slow. 88,000 on the table. Jeff with 25, Jeff C. with 16, Ari with 9,500, Alan bringing up the rear with $4,000. And we will keep track of this throughout the evening. Let's see how they're doing so far. Yeah, and not much movement yet. We'll keep track of this throughout the evening. See who's the big winner tonight. $1,000 in this game is really, that is absolutely nothing, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, Mike has raised it up here. He's got ace-king this time. Jeff and Jeff C have both called. Pocket looks like 6s and 9-6 suited. 8-7-4 here on the flop with a couple diamonds. Looks like Jeff C, World Series champion over there, is in the lead here with pocket 6s in seat 8.
Let's see a turn cards.
And it gets checked around. Mike takes a card here with ace-king. Turns a jack. It's a third diamond, and Jeff C has the only diamond here as well.
Yeah, Jeff well in command here.
Would you lead out with 6s? He's going to check, and
Well,
Mike checks as well.
Probably would have a safe card to come off. A jack is not really a safe card.
Ooh, and the river's a king.
Wow, and Mike really got lucky there. Mike only had 4 outs. He needed an ace or a king that was not a diamond.
And he is going to bet. He's going to bet 600 here. And this is a bet that Mike could make with ace-queen. It's a perfect river card. Sometimes people always are scared of it, aces or a king.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if you check that with ace-queen, it's an easy bet on the river with ace-queen.
No, it definitely is. I like the way Jeff C played the hand, though. If you're going to play it passively, don't get stuck paying the guy off the river. You make a decision basically to be done with it. And I have a feeling if let's say the turn card had come out a black 9 or lower, he probably would have let out with his 6s.
Do you have a living will, or how should we deal with the pin?
The jack, and the fact that it was a jack and the fact that it was a diamond probably scared him off a little bit.
Button moves over here to seat 6. Again, we're expecting Kenna James around 8:30 for the last 2.5 hours. Wow, seat 7 here. Jeff's got pocket aces in the small blind.
And Jeff apparently won over $800,000 in the 5K event.
I think it was kind of an epic battle between him and Phil Hellmuth, and he took Hellmuth out, heads up, a couple hours, I believe.
Real impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something you'll never forget the rest of your life,
Yeah.
Playing heads up for a bracelet against Phil Hellmuth.
Now, Jeff is made at 250 here. It is kind of a smallish raise. Farhad's in there with king 10. Mike's got jack 8. And look at this. Farhad is flopped middle pair. Jeff's got a set of aces. And Mike's got a gut shot.
Yeah, Mike has got it.
And both players call. Bet and a call and a call. The turns of 4. Potty's about $2,500 right now.
And I think this is where Jeff's going to really start pushing now. He doesn't want anybody drawing with 8-9.
Ooh, and he's going to bet 4,000.
Well, he doesn't want anybody in there with 8-9, something like that can snap him off. Remember, if a jack were to fall, in this case, actually, if a 9 were to fall and fill Mike's gut shot, it's going to be really tough to get away from a set of aces.
River's a queen. Let's take a look at Jeff's stack right there, and we'll go through some chips. Remember, the white chips are 100s. The pinks are 50s. Now, those big chips over there, if he moves his right hand, the grayish-green ones are 1000s, and the pink ones are 5,000s.
Yeah, that little purple one's there? Yeah.
Yeah. Those purplish ones there are 5,000s.
And that little purple one on top of that is $25.
Yeah. He bought in for $27,000.
I mean, he's got 3 purple chips there.
Yeah.
That's $15,000 right there. I mean, it's ridiculous when you think about it. That little purple chip, $5,000.
Chris has got pocket jacks. He limped in here onto the gun.
When are we going to play the pop?
Well, we got a full ring game here.
Yeah.
5,100. Normally, this game is not played full. A lot of times, these guys will play 5,100. You'll play 5-handed, 6-handed, 4-handed.
Raise at 400.
Got a raise here on the button by Jeff with ace-7 offsuit. Jeff C has got ace-rag in the small blind.
One thing I love about Jeff's game is he really understands the value of position, always loves to play his button, and he plays it hard and he plays it strong.
Now, Chris is just going to call with the jacks here.
Yeah, Chris has played it real tight. First hand we've seen him play all day.
$1,400 pot to the flop. Well, Chris has got the overpair. Mike's open-ended with 3-4. Farhad's hit middle pair.
And Jeff's completely missed.
And is Jeff going to follow lead with the continuation bet?
Well, Jeff's got the ace of clubs here. Now, would you ever bet this? See if you and if another club comes off, well, then you can buy yourself a card for free if you want to.
Now, what do you do with jacks here? Now, you can't beat 10s, and you can't beat any other overpair.
I got to tell you, if I had jacks there, I might have led into it.
Yeah.
See where I'm at, because now, do I really want to check raise? Because somebody else could be check raising behind me with a really big hand. You never know.
And let's see what he's going to do. Looks like just a call, and that is going to bring Mike in with the straight draw.
Yeah. And that's probably going to bring Farhad in. I got to tell you.
Pair? Pot right now is $5,000. It's $1,200 for Farhad to call.
I mean, he's getting 4-1 on his money. If he hits his hand, he knows he's going to get all the rest of his money in there.
Remember, though, he doesn't have much money
No,
left.
you're 100%
That's
correct.
the issue. You played it really shallow. He only bought in for $5,000.
You and I wouldn't call. He's going to move in here.
I don't think that he will be able to open up another racing round.
Well, we'll
I
find
think
out.
he's all in for less.
Well, let's get word of that. The bet was $900, right?
It was $1,200 bet.
$1,200, so it's got to be at least $2,400 for it to reopen the betting.
Well, they've already taken the $1,200 in. How much
So let's
more
get
is
word.
it?
How much more is it?
Well, it's $1,400.
So let's reopen the betting. I got to tell you, if you have jacks here, well, obviously Jeff's going to fold this. Jeff's
Right.
not going to stay in there with ace-7. If you have jacks now,
Do you have to
do
re-raise
you
Mike?
re-push and get Mike out?
You just hope the hell that Mike doesn't have a big hand like a set.
Or does Mike call this anyway, getting more than 2-1 on his money?
Yeah, but remember, though, if the guy re-pushes, I mean, that's an awful lot for two clubs out there at the bottom end of an open-ended straight draw.
I agree with you. I'm just wondering, Mike's obviously a bit of a gambler. Would he be willing to do that?
Well, the pot is $6,200 plus the 14. It's a $6,600 pot.
It's 76 actually.
Yes,
76.
$7,600 pot.
$1,400
to call.
And Jeff's still thinking about it, but I got to tell you, he's not really thinking here, is he?
16 plus 48.
Yeah, I mean, is he thinking that there's so much money in there he can't throw away an ace of clubs?
Yeah, but what did the other two guys in the middle call?
Well, that's
with,
the
though?
that's the
problem.
thing, right?
What if one of these guys has ace-10?
Yeah. And that's the problem with jacks. That's the inherent problem with jacks, though, with what Chris did there. He check called, and then he brings in Mike, and it almost induces that play from Farhad.
Jeff is out of there. I can't imagine that Chris is not going to at least call here. But if he does call, will Mike come in? And he does call.
I think Mike's got to call
This is a
now.
$9,000 pot. Mike makes the call. $10,400 here. To the turn, we're on the side between Chris and Mike. Here we go. The turn's a 4. Mike picks up a pair now.
Yeah, Mike can catch a 4.
And Chris
3.
checked it, and Mike took the card.
Oh, and
the
there's a 7.
river's the 7. It's a third club, and Mike has the straight.
And Mike's got it here.
Chris-
Mike has won the hand.
And it gets checked down. Mike did not bet the river. Chris let Mike off the hook. He did not raise Farhad to re-raise. Also gave Mike a card on the turn, and Mike took it.
Yeah, that's the problem with playing jacks so passively. Chris gave Mike the card. I got to tell you, if Chris pushes in on the turn, he might get Mike out. And if he gets Mike out, he wins the hand.
Yeah.
Don't you think? I got to tell you, I don't mind Mike checking it down there. Look at his hand there. He's got 4-3.
Yeah.
There's 3 clubs out there. I'm not sure if he gets a call.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, look at that board. 4, 5, 6, 7 with 3 clubs. Real tough spot. And Mike wins a monster pot. And I got to tell you, Chris played that hand so passively. And some people can say, well, jacks are a tough hand to play. They are. You kind of got to choose one way, though. You either got to basically throw them away or play them strong. Because if you kind of play them like half and half, you get squashed. Didn't know that Mr. Miyagi you say that in Karate Kid? Go in the middle, get squashed like grape.
I don't know. I've actually watched Karate Kid a lot. I don't remember that. Got a post here asking, Barton Tuck, what do you think about the whole Jamie Gold lawsuit ordeal? We'll get to that in a second here. Chris he's got ace-king, and it looks like Jeff C. raised it with ace-9.
And Chris is now really short, and I'm not sure how much more Farhad is buying in for. I'm
really
into the 5.
I'm surprised that Chris over there in seat 1 didn't push Jeff's raise here on the button, Dave. He's really short. You know what I mean? It looks like he might only have about 2,500 left.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess you can call this, and if you hit, obviously you're going to play check. You're going to play the check raise.
Well, Farhad makes the call, and here we go. It's a $1,300 pot. Remember, Farhad outflops everybody. And with his stack size, I don't think he's going anywhere.
I have one question for you. You see how much money Chris has left there? I think he has about 3,000 left. Not even. Maybe 2,500. If Chris pushes on the turn, can Mike call with a pair and an open-ended straight draw?
It would have been close.
I'm wondering there. $12,000
No
pot.
implied odds, but just the true odds.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
He would have been getting over 5-1 with one card to come. Does Mike call? That's the question. Did Chris cost himself the pot by not betting the turn? I don't know.
And Farhad here is bet right off here on the 6. He's not going to give these guys a card. And remember, though, Jeff C., what's got to be going through his head is that Farhad he's not that deep. If he has a 6, he's not going to go anywhere.
No, and it's also you got to.
Wow, and Chris is going to check raise here with ace-king, and I don't think Farhad's going anywhere. It's only going to be 1,000 more. Remember, we're not playing that deep. It's a big game, but we're not playing that deep.
Yeah, you wonder. Sometimes when players move up, and I'm not saying that Chris has moved up. I don't know what Chris's normal level is.
Yeah.
But sometimes when players move up, they just play the game a little bit backwards. You see him not pushing with jacks, and now he's pushing with ace-king. Now reverse it a little bit, and it's probably a little better, right?
And I think Farhad had said he calls. And this pot is, again, going to be about $6,000 or $7,000. We know one of the aces is dead.
And Farhad's a 3-1 favorite here.
Yeah, here we go to the turn. Turn is a 7.
Farhad with 3 pair now.
Yeah, Chris still needs an ace or a king to win, and it does not come.
No. And Farhad is going to double through there pretty much, and Chris is broke.
Yeah. I'm just surprised that Chris didn't I mean,
you know, the funny thing is he pushes in there. What must the table think when he can't beat 7s and 5s with a 9 kicker? Remember, he pushed in, which means, okay, that you didn't have a 5 and you didn't have an overpair. Remember, he can't beat 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks. What did you push in with?
He can beat another 6, but that's about it. He's got 7s and 6s.
Okay,
right, but you're right. Any other higher pair because the 5s are paired.
Right, he can beat a6.
Right.
But
and I guess maybe he's going to go reload. Again, though, you know, it's almost like playing the $200 game that we see on the show when you're playing that shallow. Why wouldn't you push to Jeff C's raise on the button?
Yeah.
With ace king?
I think you need to. I definitely think you need to. I mean, I think Chris, and I think he knows it. I think he badly misplayed the jacks and then obviously compounded that error with the ace king.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's really annoying because sometimes as a poker player you kind of go, God, well, if I was going to go broke anyway, I should have just pushed with the jacks in the first place.
So anyways, I didn't get a chance to really read the lawsuit. We got three-way action here. Ari just limped with ace-queen, and we're going to see between Ari and the blinds.
Well, there's an ace.
Ace 8-5 here. Well, Jonas is going to come out and bet on a 5. He's going to bet 300. Ari's played it real tight so far. And Ari's going to call.
2 players.
Again, Ari has ace-queen here. Turn is a 5, and Jonas hits trips, and he's going to continue to bet 8-5 ace with the turn of 5.
Hey, why not keep building yourself a pot? Build yourself a pot.
And is Ari going to go anywhere? Jonas bet the flop. He got real lucky on the turn, and he's going to continue to bet. Looks like he bet 800, and Ari is going to call once again. Pot is quickly $2,500.
I got to tell you, on the river, if a club...
Oh, and the river's a queen!
I got to tell you, on the river, if a club doesn't come off, and obviously it did not come off, I'm betting big here. I am over-betting the pot.
The pot is $2,500, and Ari has made aces and queens here.
I'm going to make it look like I had 6-7. I'm going to make it look like I had clubs, and I missed.
And he is going to bet once again.
And it looks like he's betting 18?
1,800.
And
Ari's going to call, and Jonas is going to take down over a $5,000 pot with
and I got to tell you,
5s.
what happens if Jonas bets 3,000 there? I think Ari calls. I really do. Over-bet the pot there. Make it look like you missed your draw. Because remember, now Ari can beat ace-king. Ari could already beat ace-jack, but he can beat ace-queen. He can also beat ace-8 if somehow you flop 2 pair. He just can't beat a 5 pretty much. That's all.
So anyways, I didn't get a chance to read the lawsuit, but I know that you can sue anybody for anything. So just because somebody filed a lawsuit, it's not necessarily, I mean, it's news, but it means nothing just because someone filed a lawsuit. You know, somebody might be trying to get a quick, easy settlement saying, give me a couple $100,000 and I'll go away. That happens all the time.
Exactly. I've been accused of so many things, sued so many times, but never convicted. Hey, you want to read this email from Michelle Winkelpleck?
Said, I agree that fat guy sucks from Harris.
Thank you, Michelle.
Referring to that guy that's in that Harris commercial.
Their CEO.
I did watch the first couple episodes of the World Series of Poker last night. It was entertaining.
How were Norm Chad and his girlfriend?
I mean, as good as any post-production commentary.
Okay.
You know. Yoshir is going to raise it up with ace-10. Gets limped around.
400.
He's going to make it 400 to go out of the small blind. Remember, pinks are 50s, whites are 100s.
He's going to have the first opportunity to bluff on the flop.
Mike had limped in with 8-4 of clubs. He's out of there. Farhad's out of there. Jonas has got ace-deuce of diamonds here on the button. And he is out of there. Jonas was dominated. So we haven't really seen much of Jeff C. play yet. He seems pretty solid over there.
Well, you know, you got to... I think a lot of the thing is, remember, a lot of these players know each other. Jeff C. doesn't really know anybody at this table. Like any good player, he's going to sit down for 45 minutes to an hour, maybe even an hour and a half, get to know these players. He's not here to entertain. He's here to make money. You know, give him a little bit of time. It's one of the reasons I said wait till 8:30, 8:45, and this show is going to be off the hook.
Especially when Kenneth James comes in, too.
Oh, it's going to be off the hook, I'm telling you.
And Jonas here has raised it to 400 with ace 10 of spades. He's going to take it down. You know, you wonder if Ari, I mean, he's played it so tight. I'm just throwing this out at you.
Go ahead.
Do you ever sometimes look at a player and you think maybe they're getting put in by somebody? And I'm just, general stereotype, I'm just saying first impression, maybe playing a little bit scared. Because the guy's a young guy, and it's obviously, it would be a great feat to actually be able to put yourself into a game this size.
Yeah, I honestly, I can't. I won't even begin to guess that, because young guys now means nothing. This
Right.
guy could have $4 million on internet poker. I have no idea.
Right.
So who knows? I have no idea. And in terms of him playing tight, remember, once again, he doesn't know these players. He doesn't know Mike. He doesn't know Yosh. He doesn't know Jonas. He doesn't know Jeff. He doesn't know Farhad. He's probably sitting there and kind of waiting and feeling it out.
Two players.
Did he play the ace-queen badly? I don't know if he did. I mean, against Jonas, it might be the best play just to keep calling him down, letting him bluff off his money.
Now, Yosh raised it with 6-5 suited. Mike called on the button, and it goes check, check. Turns a queen. Mike took the card. Now he's got a straight.
Yeah, I mean, I do understand. I do see where you're going here. Yosh is going to bluff at it.
500.
Well, there's a couple diamonds out there.
I think it's an easy just call.
Mike just calls. The river's an 8.
Let Yosh bluff again at it. And he's not going to.
1,000.
Yeah.
Mike's going to bet. Yosh can fold.
I think Mike is showing the 7, as always.
And I tell you, anybody that says that Live at the Bike, that the $14.95 a month you pay for the archives is not worth it, you got to be kidding me.
Mike gets a suited king.
Oh, you want the big one?
High stakes, no limit hold'em, live, unedited, unscripted, on a nightly basis. It's ridiculous. It really is.
And you do. That's regardless of what you had in that hand. That, Mike. Regardless of what you actually had in that hand, you cannot argue with the fact that you love suited king.
Button moves here to seat 5.
Farhad quickly, by the way, has $8,000 in front of him now.
And they're going to chop that one up. It's a collection pot game.
Yeah, I'm really surprised there's chopping up in this game.
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure what the collection is in this game. 15 per half hour per player, winner of the collection pot. I assume that the collection pot probably has to be over like 800 or something
Probably,
like
yeah.
that.
$15 there, not bad at all. So the winner of that pot will pay, what, $135? Considering how much money's on the table, that's pretty much nothing, isn't it?
Yeah. Mike's got queen 3 of hearts here. He's going to limp in.
Get a limp in there from Ari with 10-9 in the cutoff seat. He's going to play his position. He's got the button here.
4-way action limped around, $400 pot. Ace 2 7 all diamonds here.
Everybody's missed. Whoever bets is probably going to take it down. And I would not be surprised if Mike took it now. Mike's going to check it.
He would have had more money, and he would have had a smaller play.
Turns an ace.
I believe Mike still's the best hand here with Queen High.
Looks that way. Jeff C has got the 6 of diamonds in his hand, and Ari's not going to bet. River's a 4. And Jeff C actually rivers a pair.
Yeah. Well, he's certainly not going to bet it. Would he call a bet, though? Well, nobody's going to take a shot at it.
And the 4 is good.
Only about 30 minutes into the show right now. These guys are still kind of feeling each other up.
Yeah, you're right.
Or out.
I did see Liz Liu in the tournament, like I said.
Yeah, limit hold'em tournament?
Yep. I asked her to stop by and say hi to us, but she said...
She said no? Did she really say no?
I think she didn't say no, but I think she was a little bit intimidated, like a lot of people when they come in to do the commentary, in terms of there's so many things going on, and you hop in and they feel a little bit out of water.
No, I understand what you're saying. But you didn't ask her to come in and do commentary. You just said come and say hi.
I said come in and stop by, and no, like I said, she just kind of gave me that look like...
Like, stop stalking me?
No, not like that. I just got the impression that she just wasn't 100% comfortable when she was in here because she was kind of getting thrown in. You know?
I got you. Now we got a Queen 9 limp in here from Farhad. Now on the button, we're going to see how Jeff plays it. He's got a 6 of spades and a 3 of spades, and he's going to bump it up. Now, how is Jeff C going to play Ace Queen? Now, normally you don't want to be calling raises out of position with a hand that can be dominated like Ace Queen, but in this case, it's a button raise. I'm not sure if you give this guy credit or not.
Let's see what he's going to do.
He's thinking about raising. Let's see what he does. A lot of different ways to play this hand. Ace Queen can be a tough hand to play out of position. He's going to smooth call it. Allen's not going to call. Farhad is going to call, and we're going to quickly have what is about a $1,300 pot.
Jeff, the pre-flop raiser on the button with 6-3 suited. Here we go to the flop. Well, Jack 4-8 all clubs, a horrible flop for Ace-Queen. No one really has anything. Farhad's got the highest club with Queen 9.
Yeah, and Jeff's going to just give this one up. Jeff C, there it is, I'm sorry. You wonder if Jeff is actually going to make a continuation bet when it gets to him.
We talk about those 3 flush boards. It's really difficult for someone to call who doesn't have a jack or probably a club that's a king or higher, right?
You're 100% correct against normal players, but Farhad is somewhat of a gambler, and you wonder if Farhad is going to stay in there with just a 9 of clubs.
Jeff takes it down.
Nice steal.
Give credit to Jeff. He likes to really play his button aggressively.
Oh, he loves that button play. And you got to tell you, most great poker players, you'll see them always playing. Like I tell you, you look for an excuse to play hands in position. You look for excuses not to play hands out of position.
Button moves over here to seat 8.
Now, after the show, by the way, last night, Corporation Mike, won a huge hand off of Jeff. When Corporation Mike actually had a straight flush with the 3 of spades, and Jeff in seat number 7 had the king high flush. And it ended up being about a $30,000 pot.
Wow.
That Mike took down.
Now they're talking about how Jeff won the event. And you can see his bracelet there, Jeff C in seat 8.
Would you, let me ask you, if you won it, would you wear it all the time?
I don't know. A lot of guys go with, like, they only wear it during the World Series.
Right. I mean, would you wear it would you wear it when you played other poker tournaments? Would you wear it out on dates? I got to tell you.
I think knowing me, you probably think I would wear it out on dates, right?
I would think you'd never take it off.
Live straddle here by Yosh. You know, you might wear it, like, on a televised poker like this, though.
Oh, that's a no-brainer. Of course you're going to wear it then.
Yeah.
2 players.
You know, he only won it like 2 months ago. I mean, probably the novelty isn't over for him yet.
I don't think the novelty will ever be over. He won a World Series of Poker bracelet. I mean, that's phenomenal. And it shouldn't be, and it should never be over. Great. It's a great accomplishment. I am very envious, and obviously I have a lot of respect for the guy.
It's funny, because you were talking to me, and maybe it was off the air yesterday, we'll get to in a second, about how you don't think that the World Series really, you don't even have any desire really to play in the events.
If that has nothing to do with the mystique of a World Series of Poker, of what it was and what it is.
Yosh is going to bet out here on a 9. Jeff has got ace-8 with the ace of clubs.
It has to do with other factors that I don't want to bore our audience with anymore.
Right, no, I understand, but I you know, maybe I'm confusing you with somebody else, or maybe you were telling me a story about how a lot of the top name pros think that the bracelet really doesn't mean that much.
Well, that's
anymore.
what Negreanu said. Negreanu said that in 2004, when he won the World Series of Poker Player of the Year, it was really exciting to him. It's what he really wanted to do. He says now Harris is pretty much giving bracelets out like they're candy, you know, on Halloween night.
Jeff asked Yosh, did you have a pair?
I mean, there's like 50, what are there, like 50 events a year now? I mean, I'm surprised they don't give like little mini bracelets if you win a satellite.
Where is Barry Woods?
I'm surprised. He didn't show up at all, huh? Is he here in the casino?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, right. He is out of town. I remember that.
Oh, he was going out of town?
He did tell me that.
Yeah.
I wonder, I know he would play these stakes, though.
Oh, absolutely. It's always fun to have him in the game because he really likes to mix it up with some of the names that we get in the game sometimes.
Yeah, he loves to go after those guys.
Yeah.
Now, Chris apparently is gone. Yosh is going to move to seat 1, and we'll get a new player in there as soon as we can.
I always find it interesting when guys leave their chips and then they go away and then they never come back. And then they come back and pick their chips up. Like,
you wonder if they're going to see if they can get more money.
From somebody. Yeah.
Right. Hey, can I borrow 10 grand? Can I borrow 7,000? I don't know. I got to tell you, though, if I only had 5,000, I'd probably go play in the 10-20 game and not this game. This game, I really think you need 15K.
Jeff C is going to raise it up here, and he is going to take it down, looks like, with these 3 diamonds. Again, we haven't seen super action here yet tonight.
I gotta know, the way this game is playing right now, I would love to play in this game. I don't think, not to pat you or me on that, I don't think you or I would be overmatched in this game at all. As much as the money might be a little intimidating, it's just chips, and you get over it pretty quickly, believe it or not.
Especially if you have $800,000.
Yes. If you're Jeff C. and you have $800,000...
I was talking about you.
My money's kind of tied up.
Oh,
I own a
okay.
house.
Oh, if that's what you're considering as liquid money. Then. I mean, don't you have a mortgage on the house?
Yeah, I'll put it this way. My net worth might be whatever, but it's not like, my bankroll is not what Jeff sees is. I'll put it that way. I haven't won a World Series of Poker bracelet.
Got a raise here by Jeff C. with King Jack suited. It's 200 more. Mike's got 8-6 offsuit. He's going to call.
And I heard rumors that Boston is going to be getting my job pretty soon.
Oh,
So I'm going to need that money to live off of.
Upstairs. You said upstairs.
Queen Jack deuce here. Oh, Jeff's outflopped him. Horrible flop for Mike. And it goes check, check. Jeff C does not bet. The turn's an 8. And Mike now has an 8. And is that going to be enough where Mike is going to call? And he makes the check call. $400 bet. Would you ever value bet the jack here? Oh, the river's a 6 and Mike Rivers 2-pair.
I mean, Mike was in there with nothing. Makes runner, runner, 2-pair.
And now he bets 1,200. And this hand doesn't make a lot of sense to Jeff C. That's because the hand didn't play it out and make a lot of sense. Because he checked the flop and Mike made running 2-pair.
Well, that's part of the reason why Mike gets paid off so much. The hands that he tries to represent, or the hand that he is representing, just doesn't add up. You go, wait a second, what did the 6 of spades do for you? That doesn't make any sense. What were you in there with? And sure enough, if Jeff calls when Mike turns it over, it won't make any sense. And he could see he's confused. What the hell are you trying to represent here, buddy?
I can't remember the name of the general that said that.
I can't either.
Now, how much is the pot before the $1,200 bet?
And then Jeff is going to make the call. It was about a pot-sized bet, and Mike's going to take down about a $3,500 pot there.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that Mike has been doing is Mike does bet. When he has made it, he bets a nice-sized bet, so make sure he gets paid off big. He doesn't put in that little dinky $400 bet so he gets called.
What
He
a
makes
river.
it look like a real bet.
That's my opinion.
Butt moves over here to C3. That's Yosh.
That is Yosh.
Yosh Nakano.
Once again, Yosh Nakano, winner of the Intercontinental Poker Championship. He also came in, 7th place in San Diego, right?
Rincon.
Rincon?
Circuit event, which I do not think actually got televised. Jeff here's got pocket 8s in seat 7.
That's a raising hand. Jeff's pretty aggressive.
400.
Makes it 400 to go.
And like most good players, Jeff continues to be aggressive here. Yosh is finally going to move to seat 1.
Mike calls with 8-5 of hearts.
If Mike flops 2 pairs, he's in a lot of trouble.
To later be determined.
Oh.
Jack 3-10. Again, not a great flop for 8s, but Jeff is going to make that continuation bet. I guarantee it, and he does.
Jeff is very aggressive. I got to tell you, Jeff almost in some ways reminds me of Barry Woods. The older Barry Woods, like Barry Woods a year ago. You know what I mean? In the sense where he's fearless, he really is very aggressive. He always seems to put the heat on his opponents, even when he doesn't like the flop. You know, he raises in position, stuff like that. Now, the one thing that he obviously has over Barry Woods is his experience. He obviously has a lot more poker experience than a Barry Woods does, and can probably get away from a hand easier than Barry Woods would be able to.
Is that where it goes?
Button moves over here to Mike in seat 4.
I want to say Colonel Prescott.
And we have already had at least one pot over $11,000. And I'm telling you, the night is just getting started. We have over 3 hours left of phenomenal poker action.
Really?
Well, they're going to chop it up there again.
And there it is. More phenomenal poker action.
Button moves here to
Kind of like
C5.
kissing your sister.
No, I said it first. I said you said Civil War, and I said no.
Pink chips are $50 chips. They're kind of the rarest chips that you see. Although I've never really seen $3 chips here because we don't have a 918 game. Those are usually just used for the dealers.
I got to tell you, the $50 chips, they're just kind of, I like the hundreds we have and I like the 50s we have. They're just kind of cool.
What about the 500 chips?
I like them too. I actually like them.
Kenny James likes those.
The only thing with those is they're just so damn big, but they're cool. They are very cool.
Well, they're not any bigger than the regular chips, the 500.
Only chips I hate, I got to tell you.
The 5s?
I hate our 5s and I hate our 25s.
Yeah, because they're like magnets.
Our 25s are like oily.
Yeah.
Like if I handle 25s, I get my hands all oily. I hate
Yeah, look at
it.
this. Jonas is raised here with 10-7 of clubs to 400, gets 3 callers. 6-4-4 here on the flop. Everybody's missed.
Well,
But Jeff
Jonas-
C's got a heart draw with overcards.
Well, Jonas has got position, though. Is Jonas... Well, Jeff is not even going to wait for it. Jeff's going to bet right into it. Like most good players, they bet right into the razor when they have a big hand.
Could have a 4 here, could have hearts and overcards, might even just have a 6.
Could have pocket 8s. Who knows what he has?
Yeah.
But he's going to take it down. Nice play by Jeff C. And I got to tell you, from what I've seen from his game, I like it so far.
About 95.
I'm not sure about his earrings, though. That I'm not sure about. But his game, hey, he's got game.
Button moves here to seat 6.
Did you ever wear earrings? Did you ever, when you were growing up?
No, I've told this story before.
Oh, right, your dad.
Yeah.
Tattoos?
Getting word that is Frank Mariani coming into the game?
Oh, wow.
Mexican poker Frank. Wow, he's coming in the game.
Oh, this could... I don't think he's going to play. I think this game's a little big for him. Did you ever have like a rebellious phase? Dye your hair? Tattoos? Nothing like that?
No. I am at heart just rebellious in general. I don't need to be.
Yeah, you're crazy.
Sort of
You're a crazy man.
I don't,
Watch out for Bart.
I don't need to like.
He'll take you down with him.
I don't need to pierce myself to show that I'm rebellious.
Okay. I'm with you.
6-way action here, limped around. Jonas did not raise with ace king there.
By the way, limped around means $600 pot.
King 5-3. Well, you might have to treat ace king kind of like a big pocket pair here in a limped pot.
Well, that's
he's
what
going to bet 600.
He's going to bet. He's going to see where he's at here. Farhad is going to call him here.
Wow, with bottom pair.
Yeah, well, he's got running. He can catch running clubs as well.
But the beautiful thing about being up against Farhad is, if you bet the turn he raises you, he has better than one pair. Like
Pretty
if he
much.
picks up a club draw, he's not going to raise on the come like maybe a good player.
Right.
And we're heads up. Turns a 9.
And Jonas can continue to bet here.
And it goes check.
Well, Jonas keeps the pot small there.
River's a queen.
And I got to tell you, if Jonas, I'm imagining Jonas is going to put like a nice $1,000 to $1,200 bet
Well,
in
does
there.
that queen scare him though at all?
Yeah, you know what, Joe? I got to tell you though, with Farhad though, he could be
bet.
calling you with a 5. You don't know.
Well, Farhad's also probably going to bet king queen on the turn, I think, if it gets checked to him.
And obviously, you wonder if Jonas could have gotten more money out of Farhad on the turn. But at the same time, Jonas might be trying to keep the pot small as well. Get a little post here from Clayton. Says, "Hey Tuck, the show is worth the price, but I miss the whole free thing. We all do, man. I tell you."
No, Jeff Madsen.
Button moves over here to seat 7. That's
Eric,
Alan.
Eric Ice Cream. He wishes they would stop feeling each other up.
He won too. And 2 of the final 2.
You got to realize, there's a lot of money on this table. We have $100,000 on the table. These decisions are big decisions.
But yeah, 6-4 5.
And more money coming. I got to tell you, I would not be shocked by the time we end the webcast if we had well over 150K on the table.
Jeff is going to raise it to 400 here with queen 9. Is Jeff C going to get involved here with kind of a gappish suited connector, jack 9 of diamonds, in this small blind?
This guy sitting over there on seat 1.
Not going to get involved.
The only time I get cards, they're on the button. It's not even like I'm trying to make button moves.
Every time you're on the button, I'm out. Keep line and I get so.
Is that Barry Greenstein over there in seat 3? Is Barry Greenstein sitting down, or is he still in the tournament? Oh, we can't be this lucky, can we? He is sat down. Queen 6-4, a couple hearts. The bear is sat down. There he is. Wow. Oh, this is going to be quite a treat.
I thought you get Frank and Ed in the same game.
And Jeff here on the button is going to bet. He hits a queen. He hits a queen, and that's going to do it. Farhad is out of there. And look at this. He's going to play. He's got a marker out.
This is
First
insane.
time alive at the bike. Here he
This
is.
is absolutely insane. We have got World Series of Poker bracelet winner in seat number 8, Jeff C. Corporation Mike. You've got Bodog Ari. And now we've got one of the biggest names in all of poker. I want to say, 5-time bracelet winner? 4-time bracelet winner? Confirm?
Something like that.
Something like that. Barry Greenstein. Yeah, he's too big. He doesn't even bother wearing the bracelet anymore.
Right.
Barry Greenstein is going to play. And this is the kind of stuff I said. I didn't know who was going to show up tonight, but I had a feeling if you build it, they will come.
Now, Mike is raised here with pocket 7s. Jeff has got ace-queen. He is going to call.
And I got to tell you, as much as I'd love to have Barry Greenstein in the booth doing guest commentary, we can do that another night.
Absolutely.
I'd much rather see him play.
Ace-king 6 here. Jeff has got the best of it with ace-queen. Yosh call with 10-6. Mike is going to make the continuation bet here. You bet 700. And let's see what Jeff is going to do. Now, he can't beat ace king. He can't beat pocket kings. How do you play this on the button? Couple diamonds.
Can't beat pocket sixes.
It is Mike betting into you.
Right, but does Jeff see no Mike? That's the problem.
He is going to raise it right now.
Well, he's going to find out where he's at. This might be kind of the limit play in the sense of I'm going to raise to almost control pot size and take control of the pot.
He makes it 800 to go.
And Mike's going to throw it away. Mike obviously also is not 100% familiar with Jeff C. and a lot of these other players. Love to see how much money Barry is going to buy in for. Barry Greenstein, the Robin Hood of poker.
Yep.
I got to tell you, the more I talk to him, the more I like him. If you haven't picked up his book, by the way, Ace on the River,
yeah.
It is an absolutely fabulous book. It's really a great book. It's a great read. He gave it to me last year at the World Series. I got like kind of the reviewer's copy. It's really a great read.
Barry Greenstein is buying in here for $10,000.
How was the turnout for that?
Well, last year the buy was 3,000. They're only 1,500 this year, so they expect quite a bit more.
Raise 300.
$300 raise here by Jeff. Alan's got ace-4 suited. He calls.
Attaboy, Alan.
And look at
Yosh pocket
Yosh,
kings.
pocket kings.
That's right.
And I'm sure Yosh is going to bump it up here out of the blind. How much is he going to do it?
He's going to make it 800 more.
And I don't think anybody can call this. Alan is just not deep enough to call this.
Oh, this is really a treat here, Dave.
Like I said, I mean, you never know who's going to show up. Phil
Yeah.
Locke, Amir Vahidi, Kathy Liebert, who knows? They're all here right now, so. And we're kind of at their whim, you know. Whenever they show up, they show up. So we're not going to even bother advertising it, really.
Really would love to see Negrano play on the show as well.
Yeah, we'll see. Obviously, we're going to see if we can spread another big game like this, because that might be a game that Negrano might play in.
Yeah.
Obviously, he normally plays in the 4,000, 8,000 game, but so is Barry Greenstein. So.
Yeah. And here we go. He's going to take the big blind, the bear. In seat 3, Barry Greenstein.
Yeah.
If there are 3 spades on the flop, how can you push it?
I wonder if Jonas has ever played with Barry. Because the thing about Barry is usually on his time he's going to be playing that big mix game, right? As opposed to like a high-level, no-limit cash game.
Yeah, I mean, every time I'm at the Bellagio, I always see him in the big room, obviously playing in the big game. But obviously, he can play anything, and he's going to go where the money's at, you know.
Jeff here has raised it up with 9-10 suited to 400. Barry Greenstein's got Jack 9 offsuit in the big blind. Jonas is going to call. Barry's
Jeff
out
buys
there.
himself the button.
Yeah.
Jonas calling with a hand that, well, you know, the one thing that's about the ace-6 there is you can flop the nuts.
And here we go. 4-way action, $1,200 pot. Queen 4 Jack. Once again, it looks like, well, Mike's got top pair here in seat 4.
He does. Now, Jeff is open-ended, and Jeff is going to bet here. Now, when it comes back to Mike, is Mike going to check raise? That's the question. Farhad in there with a nice blackjack hand, not necessarily a good hold'em hand.
Jeff bets 1,200 here, and Mike is going to call. Again, Jeff is open-ended here.
Now, the problem is, now, if it goes check, if Mike checks the turn, will Jeff take the card? Well, he doesn't have to now.
Turns a king, and Jeff's got it. He's got the straight.
Now, Mike is open-ended. And that might keep him in there.
It's a $3,600 pot, very draw-heavy board.
Oh, it really is. I mean, you wonder if Mike is in there with diamonds.
Yeah.
Can you afford to give him a free card? Remember, Mike also might be in there with King 10. He might have made top pair here with an open-ended straight draw as well.
$3,600 pot. It looks like Jeff is betting $2,200. $4,800, and Mike makes a quick call. Here we go, $7,000 to the river, and Mike can only chop here. And the river's a 10, and Mike makes 2 pair, but is that going to scare Jeff away? Because it's a 1 card straight to the ace now.
Well, would you put him on an ace? I mean, unless Mike had the nut flush draw.
Right. And
he's
going
gonna
to
value
bet
bet here.
again. Now, the funny thing here is sometimes for Mike, it doesn't make sense. Why would a guy bet the river unless he has an ace? But Mike's hand, he might call with 2 pair.
He really will. Well, you've got to realize that in all likelihood, if I was in Mike's spot, Jeff either has the ace or nothing at all, right?
It's a $9,500 pot, $2,500 to Mike to call. And Jeff has made a value bet here with the 9, figuring there's no way Mike is going to check an ace to me.
Right, but how easy would it be for Jeff to have the ace-high flush draw?
Right.
Now, how big is this pot?
$9,500, $2,500 to call.
I thought it was more than that. How much did he bet on the turn?
He bet $2,200.
Oh, 22. I thought he said 42.
22.
Wow. And if he calls this, we're going to have another $10,000 pot. Unbelievable. Well, you know, when Mike checked to him, I think Jeff really thought, okay, this guy's got 2 pair. I'm going to value bet it. Or maybe you put him on King 10. Maybe he was open-ended on the flop, and he's caught runner, 2 pair, and you get him to pay you off.
Mike really, obviously, he only has a bluff catcher here.
No, that's all he has. Absolute bluff catcher. I mean, this guy's got to have, like, 7, 8 of diamonds.
$9,500 pot. $2,500 for Mike to call.
And I don't think Mike's getting away from this. I really don't. I don't see him getting away from this. I think he's going to push him in.
You think he's going to call?
I do.
And he does call, and the straight to the 9 is good. The 9 is good, and he takes down a $12,000 pot. Wow. Unbelievable.
$12,000 pot, and I'm telling you, we're just warming up here. We are just warming up. I tell you, if you're watching the show, obviously you are an archive subscriber. If you have a friend that decided not to subscribe yet, you might want to give him a call.
Yeah.
Let him know what's going on.
Butt moves over here to seat 2 to Jonas. Again, Barry Greenstein in the game here in seat 3 in the small blind. Bought in for $10,000.
And that's fine. $10,000 I think is doable. $5,000 I just think is too small. $10,000 you got 100 times the big blind. That's okay.
Well, you know how Barry is kind of like a perfectionist in the fact that he really likes to know his players as well.
Exactly. Now, he is a little familiar with the play. Remember, he does watch Live at the Bike. He's familiar with the show. He's been on the show a couple times, in the sense of commentating. He does know Corporation Mike. He does know Allen. He does know, maybe he knows Yosh also as well.
Well, I'm sure he knows Yosh.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. 4-way action here, limped around.
This is a collection pot, by the way.
Ace, Queen, 7 here, rainbow board.
And Jeff with the best hand here. Barry's got King 8 there. I'm sorry, actually, Barry's folded already. Did Barry just open fold?
No, Barry didn't complete the small
He did not
blind.
complete the small blind. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Just curious.
Barry says to do it.
I got to tell you, that's also one of the things I always look for, by the way. Yeah, nobody takes this. Jeff's going to steal it. Well, not steal it. He had the ace high. When I'm sitting down at the table, obviously, if I don't know the players I'm playing against, I'm obviously trying to quickly figure out who can play and who can't play. One of the things I will look for is if somebody actually lays down and does not complete the small blinds. I know right away that they realize that there's no value to playing a crap hand out of position. So I give them a little bit of credit. I give them almost a little check mark, like, okay, they're not awful.
No, not really. He's a good player, too.
Obviously, it's not enough to figure out everything, but it does give me a little bit of information about how they play.
And Barry Greenstein's got big slick offsuit on the button here.
And this is Barry. Don't call me Woods Greenstein.
No problem.
Jeff C's got pocket 5s. He's
I
got
had to go there, didn't I?
Yosh limps as well here, and Barry's going to raise. He's going to make it 500 to go here with ace-king. Mike's got 9-10, and here we go. Man, we've waited all year for this. Mike calls. Barry Greenstein with the lead with ace-king. You imagine that the World Series of Poker $5,000 champion is going to call with pocket 5s. He does.
Any way we can avoid saying his name.
Jeff C. 3-way action here. King, Queen, 8, all hearts here. Well, Barry's got top pair. He does not have a heart in his hand.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how Barry Greenstein plays his hand. And he's going to bet about $1,000.
2/3 pot size bet.
And that should get it done here. Jeff's got 2 5s. Neither one's a heart.
Yep. Mike's got the 9 of hearts. He's got a gut shot to the jack. Remember, there's a 3 flush out there, though.
Yeah, I think Jeff's going to throw this away. Actually, I think Mike's going to throw this away also. Out of position. Now, Mike likes to test himself. Mike likes to play against the best. He likes to see how he can do against the best. He's very ego-driven.
And he is going to call. Wow. Oh, this one's going to get fun.
And he's going to need a jack or a heart, huh?
Yeah, but how does he even know if his heart is good? The turn's a nice blank. And is Barry going to once again bet here?
And this pot is what, $3,000 now?
Yep.
Actually, a little more than that, like $3,400, right?
$3,500.
And this is the problem now. Inherently, Barry is somewhat short-stacked. Do you really want to commit all your chips here with this pot?
Could Mike be slow playing, say, a flopped flush, or does Barry correctly put him on just a draw here? Again, it's about a $3,500 pot.
And he's pretty much committing himself here. He's moving all in. thought he bought him for 10,000.
I thought he did too, but it looks like he only had 5 there in front of him. And
He's got a $5,000 chip somewhere in there then.
oh, he's just going to push in. So he's got a $5,000 chip in there.
Yeah.
So that's
well, I think he correctly realizes, he goes, well, I'm pot committing myself anyway.
Yeah.
He goes, I don't want to put in 3,000, let this guy call me, and then I've got to call him on the river anyway.
right.
If he has me beat, he's got me beat. I'm going to commit myself.
So that's about what? About a $7,000 bet. It's about a $10,000 pot, $7,000 to call.
Yeah, and you know what, though? It's such a strong bet that if Mike had a queen, or even an 8, Mike might have thought he was trying to buy the pot and might have called it. In this case, Mike only had 10 high and couldn't call. You know, the funny thing is, you know, obviously you and I, our game has really been elevated by watching the show and analyzing hands over the last year and a half. And I got to tell you, the more I watch, the more I realize I don't know much about poker. Okay, seriously, I've said this before, and obviously my game is only getting better. It's one thing I love about poker is you never stop learning. And it's funny, when we had Phil Locke on the show, I was kind of like, wow, it's an interesting way to play a hand. But obviously you've got to always look at it, different ways to play hands. And one of the reasons I'm loving having Barry Greenstein on the show is, obviously I want to watch a guy who's been playing for a living for the last 25 years and playing at the highest level.
Butt moves over here to seat 4.
Because some plays that he makes might seem unorthodox to you and me and you at home. But hey, you almost have to give it a little bit of respect because of where he's been and where he's going.
I used to live in LA about 4 years ago.
You know, Barry,
Mike's on the button.
About your book is you don't have enough emphasis on that one section.
Kevin Mather. I love how Tuck claims Bodog Ari is there after saying he didn't know who he is. Hey, man, I'm just trying to sell it, okay? Come on. Give a brother some love.
Jeff limps in
I
here.
use that reference.
Alan limps in. Yosh is giving some shit to Barry about his book.
Has it ever helped? That's what I want to know.
I really like the book, I got to tell you. I've read so many books. I thought it was really cool. One of my favorite parts of the book was the part where it said it's really important to have sex before you play in a big poker tournament.
Yeah.
I like that.
I'll play one round and he can take my seat. Okay. So then I can just go in the booth.
The next day I went over to him and I said, listen, I took your advice, okay? Thank you. I appreciate that.
Queen 9 deuce here with a couple diamonds. And Jeff is going to come out and bet here with King Jack with overs and a straight draw.
Of course, I had to ask him if sex with myself was the same thing.
Sounded like Barry said that. Did he say he was just going to play one round and come in the booth? I don't know. We'll just play it by ear.
Now, let's keep him out there. Dougie G on 2+2. I must admit, I'm a bit giddy about having Barry Greenstein in the game. And I'm really hopeful that he'll stay in the game for a little longer. Tell him it's an extremely long show, and he'll have plenty of time to be in the booth.
Alan here has got pocket aces. He limps in.
I'm just telling you that. I'm warning you guys. I'm going to have to leave.
Limped around here.
Someone with more experience. All I know is you get herpes.
And here we go. 7-way action. Alan did not get the limp re-raise. 10-4 deuce rainbow. So Alan's got aces here, and Mike didn't raise with 9s in the cutoff. Well, Alan's going to throw a little feeler bet out here. He bet 600. And Jonas is going to raise. Jonas is going to raise over there in seat 2. We don't have his cards up. He's got ace-10. So Alan has bet and a raise here by Jonas with ace-10. But again, how hard can Alan... And Alan's just going to push it in. Remember, he didn't get the limp re-raise, and he's going to push it in here. And does Jonas feel like he might be committed here with one pair?
You know what?
He's got 5 outs.
You know what? I'm curious here because I asked Jonas about how he would play against Alan, and sometimes Alan thinks he has the nuts without knowing he has the nuts.
Right.
But in this case, man, I mean, would Alan make this move with King 10, Queen 10, Jack 10? I'm not sure. Now, Alan is short, though, and I don't mind the move. Normally, you don't want to go broke in an unraised pot. But at the same time, Alan only had like $3,000.
How much? 2150. What do you got, Alan?
And Jonas is asking him how much he has left here. And Jonas is going to call.
Jonas is calling, and unless Jonas gets really, really lucky, Alan is going to double through here.
Over 10?
And it'll be a nice double up for him.
Hold on, don't do anything. I know. You want to do anything?
And Jonas is asking him if he wants to do anything. He says no, and this pot is about, what,
Yeah.
$8,000-$9,000.
Yeah, there's not much here.
Turn is an ace, and
Yeah, and that's
Allen has got 3 aces. Wow, the case ace, the river's a 5.
And that's going to be
Wins a
it.
huge, huge pot off of Jonas.
I didn't have as many outs as I thought.
Unbelievable. Nice hand there for Allen. Played that hand strong after not...
7-way action pot with aces.
And that's what Mike is saying.
Hands. Look at my position. Every hand somebody's raising. I mean, I'm expecting someone to raise a little bit, and nobody's doing it. How often that happens?
Butt moves here to seat 6.
Mike, how often you see 7
He lifts in
players
first position. He's
in
probably
the
going to
game?
stop a lot of people from raising.
No,
And you just slip behind him with aces.
How often you see 7 players in the game? And
Butt
no
moves here to
fans,
seat
no
6.
nothing?
Wow. That goes into the old.
Yoshi's got ace-king here in seat 1.
Seriously.
Rather be lucky than cheap.
Somebody's going to do something. Do you expect
He's just going to limp with ace-king.
If you had more money on.
Limped around here. 4-way action. Here we go to the flop. Ace-4-9 here. Well, Yoshi's got ace-king. How involved is Jeff C. going to get here? He was in the blind with ace-6 offsuit. And Allen's got ace-queen. Oh, what? Look at this. The case ace here. Allen bets 500. Yoshi's just going to call here. And I assume that means that Jeff C. is easily going to fold here. He's not going to overcall with ace-rag. He does not. And here we go. Ace-queen against ace-king in a limped pot. Turn is a 7. The pot is $1,200. And let's see if Allen is going to once again fire fresh off of a win. He does again. This might be one of the times Dave was talking about when Allen sometimes thinks he has the nuts, but he doesn't. He bets 1,200. And is Yoshi just going to smooth call him the whole way here? Or is he going to pop it up right now? Yoshi's not that deep. And he is going to raise. Looks like 2,000 more. He's going to make it 2,000 more. 600 more. 2,000 to go. And is Allen really going to get involved here with ace-queen? That really is the issue. Is he going to get involved here with ace-queen? Just one pair, inferior kicker. Yoshi's raised on the turn, which is usually indicative of a hand greater than one pair. Remember, this pot was limped around. The pot right now is about 6,000. It's about a $5,500 pot. 2,000 here for Allen to call with ace-queen. And he is going to think about it here. He is still thinking about it here with the ace-queen versus ace-king. Again, it's about a $5,500 pot, 2,000 to call. Yosh has raised him on the turn. There was no pre-flop raise here. And Allen has a pained look on his face over there in seat number 9.
And I am here.
Here you go, Dave.
There we go.
Now, you've seen how this hand is played out.
I have. You know, it's funny there. You know, Yoshi's really put Allen to the test, and I got to tell you, I was surprised. You know, normally, is it worth raising with ace-king there? Now, there are 2 diamonds out there. You don't want to give the free card, obviously. But at the same time, though, against a real sane player, all you're going to do is get him to lay down ace-queen.
I got to tell you, I think what happened is I just don't think that Yoshi's that familiar with Allen.
That
I
could
think
be it,
you
too.
and I just smooth call the whole way there with ace-king. There's
Now,
no way.
we've got a special treat. You know, this night has really been frustrating. We've got Patrick Pools here. How you doing, Patrick?
What's going on?
And I played with Patrick a bunch of times. Patrick actually won Omaha 8 or better bracelet, World Series poker bracelet in 2005. And then he followed that up with a stud high-low bracelet this year in 2006 World Series poker. So you now have 2 bracelets. So that means it's kind of like it wasn't a fluke. You can actually play poker.
I hope that's true.
Yeah.
I hope so.
And I'm just going to put this up a little bit.
Yeah.
There we go. I think that might work better.
I think what we're going to do is going to keep it on the game over here.
Not even a question.
Continue to talk to
Now, Patrick's actually he's a very good Hold'em player as well, and we are playing 5,100 blinds here. We've got Barry Greenstein in the booth. We've got Jeff C, who just won a bracelet this year in seat number 8. And any insight you can give into the game, please feel free.
I played with Jeff yesterday. He won the 5,000 no limit Hold'em, and this year, and he plays very, very well.
Looks like from what we've seen so far, he really hasn't made any mistakes.
No, yeah.
Sometimes we talk about tournament donks. We use that term.
No,
he definitely doesn't seem to be like one of those types.
He played super solid. He raised in one hand with ace-jack against me, and I re-raised him. He was in late position. It was a very short sack, and he laid his hand down and showed it to me, and that tells me already that he's a good player for sure.
Right. Now, what would you say his style is? I mean, obviously an aggressive player, but solid, tight, or more of a loose, aggressive player?
No, I think he's pretty tight. I think he's a very thoughtful player. I watched him play a hand with 2 kings against a gentleman who had a flush draw, and he took his time on every hand. He made really big bets, and I think he knew the other player was going to call him down, until the river. He put in a really big bet on the turn and got the guy to call him with just a flush draw.
Okay.
He had 2 kings on hand, but I think he may look like he might be an aggressive player, but he actually is very thoughtful, very good player, very solid.
Well, that's the best thing, when you can give the appearance that you're kind of a gambler and a crazy man, yet you are actually really solid.
Yeah, his whole look just kind of looks like someone who would be a gambler, but I think he's a very solid player.
Well, he's going to raise it up. This is the first time he's done really anything out of line on the button with 9-3 of hearts. Just using his position. Again, he's played it real tight all night long here.
Well, he's laid low for so long. We've been doing the show for over an hour now. He's laid low for the first hour. He's able to pull off a move like this by kind of creating an image. Now, normally when we get a 2-time bracelet winner in the booth with us, usually we'll just interview, but we don't normally get such a big game that it's so exciting that we want to kind of stick on the game as well.
I'm excited. I want to watch this game. It's fantastic.
So, Barry, are you going to provide color expert commentary? Is that what you're doing?
Now, was it more gratifying the first bracelet or the second bracelet, just out of curiosity?
I think the first was a little more gratifying. It's certainly nice to win a second one, and as you said, kind of validate that the first one wasn't luck. But the first one was more special because I really didn't know for sure that I could do it. The second one I was much more confident and felt the whole way that I was going to win it. But the first one was I had some doubt in my mind up until the end.
Well, it's funny. Once you become a bracelet winner, suddenly everybody looks at you differently. I remember I actually played in a pot limit event with you right after you won your first bracelet in 2005. And I was sitting at the table, and I'm like, oh, there's Marcel Luskin. Oh, wow, there's Patrick Pools. He just won a bracelet. He's good.
Well, thanks. I appreciate it. I think you played great, too, David. The tournament we played together just a couple days ago, the rebuy tournament, it was kind of funny. We're playing together in this thing, and we're both raising a lot. We're playing pretty active during the rebuy period, and the other players at the table were, I think, a little surprised by how many hands we played, but you played fantastic. I thought you played better than anyone at the table.
I appreciate that. Didn't help much, obviously, but hey, sometimes that's the nature of the tournaments, right?
That's right.
And unfortunately, it looks like Barry Greenstein is getting up. Can't we give him some sort of sacrifice like a woman so he stays in the game? That's okay. I don't think he'll mind.
Button moves here to seat 1 to Yosh. So Barry only played there for 1 round.
And won himself about what, $2,000 or so?
Yes, well, yeah, something like that.
That's a good rate.
I know. Is he going to stay in?
$2,000 for every 9 hands.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Well, there's a difference. I got to tell you, if you're sitting in the game, I mean, obviously for us, we'd like to see Barry Greenstein play, but if you're sitting in the game, okay, Barry Greenstein comes out of the game and Frank Mariani comes in the game. Tell me that's not a plus.
Jeff C here has got ace queen, and we're getting worried that Barry was just kind of holding the seat there for Frank anyway. So, and we're going to see a $500 raise here by Jeff with ace queen in late position. Jonas is going to muck that gap suited connector from up front. Farhad's got a suited ace-7 here. He is dominated. And again, Farhad is definitely one of the live ones in the game. Is he going to lose a lot if the case ace comes out here on the flop? You can see that one of the aces was dead. Well, queen 10 deuce. Farhad shouldn't really get into much trouble here.
No, I mean, this is pretty much cut and dry, but you never know. Farhad, he's a gambler. He tends to invent ways to find ways to lose money. This should be pretty much just check fold, though.
Jeff is going to bet 700 here.
Now, I know you really prefer playing mixed games as opposed to just hold'em. You like playing. I know every time I bump into you at the Bellagio, you're always playing in, say, like the 200, 400 mixed games. Any particular reason for that?
There's a couple of reasons. One, I think Hold'em is probably my third best game. And if I'm playing in a table full of a lot of good Hold'em players, I may not have much of an edge in the game, maybe not any edge at all in a high-limit game. In a mixed game, usually there are people in the game who play some game poorly or badly. And poker players, we like to try and find spots where we have an edge, and that's the edge we have, is playing against players who play some games badly.
Right.
Plus, it's more exciting. You play one game all night long, and it can get a little repetitive. When the games are changing often, it just is a lot more fun.
Right.
Got a $300 raise here by seat 7, and seat 8 here is going to call with Queen Jack of Diamonds. That's Jeff C. Jeff open raise here with Jack 9 of Hearts. Jeff C calls. And here we go to the flop. Jeff C's got diamonds here and overs, and Jeff in seat 7 has hit a pair. And he's going to come out and bet here on top pair. He's going to bet 1,000. Now, we do have 2 other people in the hand here. We got 7-8 for Mike and Ari with Jack 8.
Now, normally, obviously, you've got the overcards and diamond drawers. Normally, you got 15 outs and you're a favorite. Now, in this case, though, he shares the Jack with Jeff, and he actually needs a diamond or a queen to win this hand. Obviously, a lot of different ways to play this hand when you've got the overcards and the diamond draw. Let's see how Jeff C plays it.
Again, he does have 2 people here in front who have checked. He's going to call. Mike is out and Ari is out.
You wonder if a Jack falls here, will Jeff C get himself in trouble here?
Here we go to the turn. Well, the turn's a 10. Now he's got an open-ended straight draw. Overs, diamonds, and an open-ended straight draw.
Wow, he can catch a queen, a king, an 8, or a diamond to win this hand. And with 1 card to come, he is actually just about a 3-2 dog. And he does not have a pair.
And Jeff is going to bet here. It looks like 1,700. I want to say that the pot right now is about 5,400. 1,700 to call. Even without implied odds, I think you have to call here.
Now the question, though, is, do you call this or do you push? How do you play this?
He may make a move here.
Is it worth it? I don't know if Jeff can take much heat, right? With just Jack 9.
It's a very hard hand for him to call with. I think a move's going to work if he does it.
Yeah.
And there it is. He announces raise.
And that's the one thing great about Jeff C's game. Obviously, we've been watching him. He's kind of sitting there, waiting for a spot, picks a big spot here, and I can't imagine Jeff calling any raise.
Looks like he's going to make it with 2,500 more here. 2,500 more, and this pot now has ballooned up to about $9,000. 2,500 here to call.
Now, there's always a question. Obviously, Jeff's got to start thinking in his head, though. He's got Jack 9, right? You got to think, what would Jeff C raise me with here? What is he raising with? Is he slow playing a set? Did he turn 2 pair? Did he pick up a big draw?
He's really got to worry about ace 10 of diamonds here. That's a hand that's very realistic and very much.
Well, there you go. Okay, and that's what you got to start thinking. What would Jeff here push with? Would he slow play a set? Are there other hands there you might be worrying about? Ace 10 of diamonds, obviously, definite possibility. Now Jeff is ahead, but hard for him to know that, obviously.
Again, it is about a $9,000 pot, 2,500 here for Jeff C to call. Jeff in seat 7 was the pre-flop raiser. He led with a continuation bet on the flop. Smooth call here by Jeff C. Another bet by Jeff, and a raise here on the come by seat number 8.
Yeah, Obviously, as you start elevating your game, as you watch this at home, start elevating your game. Obviously, there are a lot of reasons to raise, and there are a lot of reasons not to raise. Good players don't just raise just to get more money in the pot. Because that's not always the best way to get more money in the pot. And obviously Jeff there in seat 7 trying to figure out what Jeff C is trying to represent here.
Well, you look at this, if this is the worst of it, if this is the worst hand this guy possibly can have, can you continue on?
Well, he's going to continue on.
Wow.
I think he's going to call. Well, hasn't released it yet.
Whoa, look at that. A little fake out
He's trying to get a look.
Now, I just out of curiosity, could that be enough to... could that be construed as a call right there?
Wow, well, he is going to call because he's releasing it now. And we are at 11,500 here, folks.
And these players are very deep. Now, remember, Jeff C started this hand with about 18,000. Jeff in seat number 7 had 27,000. This is the potential to be huge.
$11,500 to the river. And the river is a 10, and Jeff C does not get there.
And obviously, you still got to be worried about ace 10 of diamonds. Now, there's always a question, though. If somebody bets the river, you always wonder, why is he betting the river? Is he betting it for value? Or is he betting it because he has to win the pot?
Obviously, he's going to bet a full house here for value if he flopped a set. Ace 10. Obviously, his hand is now improved even more.
Well, ace 10 of diamonds is a clear bet. That's just a no-brainer.
And he's going to bet half the pot. He bet 6,000 here, 3 stacks of white. The pot now is about 17.5, 6,000 for Jeff the call. If he called the turn raise, does the 10 change anything?
Well, no, obviously it doesn't change anything. Obviously you couldn't beat ace-10 before the 10 of the spades in the river. It doesn't change anything at all. But obviously you've got to start thinking, what is this guy betting here? Why is he betting? I mean, what are your thoughts about this on Patrick?
I think he's going to fold the hand.
You think he's going to lay it down after calling that turn bet?
I think he's going to fold the hand.
It's funny. I mean, you and I actually locked horns where you bet the turn. I called you, and you kind of knew once I called the turn, I was probably going to call the river. But this really puts a lot of heat on him, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
The funny thing is, though, is if you think your opponent is bluffing, if you think Jack-9 is good, when you check 2 on the river, you have to know that he's going to bluff again, right? You have to know that. I mean, there's one more street. If he doesn't get there, he's going to bluff. So it's almost like if you're prepared to call the 2,500 on the turn, you have to know that you're probably going to be calling 5 or 6 or 7,000 on the river.
Again, he's going to get about 3 to 1 here. It's $6,000 bet. The total pot size is 17,500 here.
Wow, that's a big pot. Big decision here.
And I think he's going to release it here, Dave.
Wow.
And he's going to lay it down. And my only question is did he have a plan after making the turn bet, the turn call?
That's the question. That's really the question there. If you call the turn, you have to know what's going to happen on the river. And obviously you wonder if he had a plan or not.
And that's the big problem people have when they make that big call on the turn. They just,
What's plan
they're going
B?
to see a big bet there, and they're not going to be able to call. They have to think about that ahead on the turn. Just let go of the hand if you're not going to call.
We're going to have you step up for a bet. I hope you can come back later on tonight. And we're going to have Barry Greenstein step in here.
Fantastic.
So hope to see you a little later on in the night. Okay.
Once again, Patrick Pools here, one of the best poker players you've never heard of. 2-time bracelet winner, 2005 Omaha 8, 2006 stud high-low. Really a phenomenal player, phenomenal person. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
And we're going to get Barry Greenstein in the booth.
Here we go. We're going to get the bear in here in a second. Wow, what a hand. And I got to tell you, before even Barry comes on, he was watching the whole hand. And it's probably the most interesting hand we've had here all night. Again, we've got about 2.5 hours left in the show. So this is going to be great.
Interesting hand.
Barry, how you doing? Thank you very much, of course, for stopping by and coming into the booth with us. Here comes Steve.
I always kick someone off. Usually it's Dave.
Yeah, well, we figured that out this year because, I was kind of getting a little upset about leaving the booth every single time. So I said, we got to get a third mic in here.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So this time you just kicked out Patrick.
You guys sounded real smart most of the way through that last hand. And you guys have seen a lot of hands, and you guys are really, frankly, really good, really smooth in calling the action that one. That was a tough call. But I don't agree with your last point that when the guy called on the turn, it definitely meant he was going to call on the river, or that he knew that another bet was coming. Sometimes you call there trying to keep the pot small. You can't always just raise every time you think you might have the best hand. Sometimes you keep the pot small, especially when they have deep stacks, and you hope that you send a message that you're going to call the next bet also.
Right, I see what you mean.
And so here in this situation, when the guy fired another bullet, he made a good bet. And if I'd have been on the losing hand of that, I'd just say, well, the guy played well and he got me. Sometimes that happens.
I mean, I guess your thinking is, if Jeff knows,
they were both named Jeff,
right?
So you got
Jeff's seeing seed 8. Obviously, he's not stupid. Okay,
I think Yosh already gave it to him.
He's pretty much giving a message that I'm going to bet the turn. Now, when Jeff calls the turn, he's pretty much sending a message that I will probably call any river
Right,
bet.
they're both sending messages. That's what you do
But
with
Jeff
your bet.
still bets the river, and that's kind of saying, wow, he already knew I was going to bet the river. He knows I'm probably going to call, and yet he's still betting.
Well, but he knew that the other guy with the Jack-9 wasn't committed, or why wouldn't he have raised? Why wouldn't he try to, just take him off a draw if he was semi-bluffing?
Right.
So there's a lot of double think going on there, and so the guy with the Jack-9 was sending a message that I'm going to probably call you. And the other guy's saying, again, since you're sending me that message, and I know you're sending me that message, I'm going to bet because now that's, in the dialogue of betting, that's saying, I knew you were going to call, so I must really have something. And I think, again, ace-10 of diamonds was a very possible type of hand in that scenario. And it was a tough call.
How about this one here? Now, Farhad's got top pair, and Jonas has got a set, and I'm telling you, Farhad's going nowhere.
And Jonas was the pre-flop raiser. He has the betting lead. He's in position. He's got bottom set, and I agree with you, Dave. I think all the money might go in here between Farhad and Jonas.
Jonas is going to bet it because he was the pre-flop raiser. He's not going to slow play it, not with a flop like that, I don't think. And I'm pretty sure Farhad's going to move all in, knowing these players as well as we do. I mean, that's part of the stuff I love, Barry. I love about poker. All that kind of like, well, you think this, so I'm going to go this way. And it's like, you know, you're thinking, and it's almost like a chess match where if I do this, you're going to do this, and then I'm going to do this. And you're thinking 10 levels ahead almost.
Well, you know, I was listening to you guys intently, actually, on that hand. And really, you both sound real smart. And I think both of you guys have probably improved your poker. Well, I think both of you guys have probably become better poker players. Listen to this. But I also wonder if sometimes it can hurt you that you watch a lot of poker seeing the whole cards. Because poker seeing the whole cards is a very different game than poker not seeing the whole cards. Because, for example, you guys saw the hand where I had ace-king.
King what?
If I'd had a deep stack, you know, now I want to bet enough to price the guy out of the pot. But I know that if he draws out of me, I can fold because I know what he has. It's a very different game. Anyway, I don't mean to cut you off. This hand's in some sense kind of a boring hand.
Wow, the turn turn's a king, and they're going to run it a couple of times. Farhad loses the first one. Wow, another king.
Barry, as far as I'm concerned, please, you are here to cut us off.
Absolutely.
Please.
Well, you know, you try to put people on hands, but when you play poker, obviously you play to all the possible hands. The hand that I had where I had ace-king, if the stacks are deeper, I just need to bet enough to price a guy out. You know, so a typical hand would be a pair and a flush draw against me, which is about a 2-to-1 underdog with 1 to go. And so I want to make sure that I don't give the guy 2-to-1 in the pot. That's why I moved in on the hand.
Right.
Now, it's an easy hand to play as a short stack. But when you have a deep stack, now what do you do? Because you also have taken into consideration, okay, I'm going to try to price him out, but there are implied odds when he calls of the rest of my chips, he's going to get some of those because I'm going to call his bet some of the time.
Right, we were actually commenting on that where, you know, if you didn't move all in, you pretty much are pot committed if a fourth heart comes off.
Right, and so now he pays less to get all my 3,200 or 3,300. So I couldn't give him that because in my mind he had 14 outs against me, and I had to do everything I could if he has 14 outs to price him out.
That was a pretty good guess there. He actually had 12 outs.
Well, no, now I know that he only had 12 outs because he told me he had a gut shot and a flush draw.
Exactly.
Did you start that hand with 10,000 or 5,000? You started it with, okay, that makes a lot more sense because we got word it was 10.
Yeah, no, I bought him for 5,000. Okay. I bought him for the minimum as I often do because it's easier to play a short stack.
I see.
Now Yoshi's have a big flop here. Yoshi's got top pair with a spade draw. We always point out here, obviously it's a big flop, but you got to realize if you take any heat with it, you're probably up against a bigger ace, or maybe even a set.
Well, it gets checked around here, and the turn is a 10. And Barry, I really want to get into some really hardcore theory in a second here about checking the turn to possibly control pot size in deep stack no limit after this hand. Yosh just made a bet here with ace-7 of spades after checking the flop. And Jeff is chasing the second nut spade draw here.
Well, chasing drawing dead.
Yeah.
Because he can't pair anything to beat the ace. So
yeah, talk about reverse implied odds there.
Now, Allen, he is open-ended here with queen-jack. There are 2 spades, and it doesn't look like he's going to get involved. One of the ongoing debates, Barry, that David and I have always in no-limit cash games when you're deep stack is when to check the turn with a one-pair hand to control pot size. Or are you giving up too much by checking the turn, allowing someone to go for a free draw?
Well, I don't check the turn a lot, and sometimes I get taken out of the pot by an aggressive player. But I think part of it also depends on who you're playing against. I think a lot of it is, are you playing against a guy who's going to check raise you on a draw? If you are, you know, that makes it a lot tougher to bet on the turn, and makes it, you know, makes you more want to give a free card. Personally, I don't give many free cards. You know, I bet the turn very often, probably more than I should. You know, I make a lot of mistakes of not keeping the pot small. Playing in a lot of tournaments lately, usually you're short stacked, so you just kind of go with it. But the other factor, you know, that when I do decide to give a free card, is it someone who's going to bluff at me on the river and I'm going to make money that way? So I'll give a free card to that kind of person because I know there's a different way I'll make money. This looks like a boring hand. Only Frank could make it exciting with the 2-6 and
Yeah, far outfield up there.
Well, Frank Mariani, we always talk about, obviously, Frank Mariani, he's in there, co-owner of the Lakers with Jerry Buss. He is in there to gamble, to have a good time. Always welcome in a game, obviously. And he's a great guy, I mean, he wins, he smiles, he loses, he smiles. He's having a good time. He's not here to, play proper poker, I suppose.
So one of the important things to look at when you're playing Frank is if that wine glass is behind him or not. Because Frank actually is a decent player. A lot of people don't realize that. But as he said, when Frank's here to have fun and drink, then he becomes alive when he's a fun guy to play with. But if Frank's playing seriously, which we see him play in the tournaments, Frank's won some tournaments, he's done pretty well. He's certainly not a stupid man. It kind of reminds me of what Doyle Brunson once said when someone made fun of him. He said, these $100 bills didn't jump in my pocket by accident. And the same thing with Frank. He didn't become who he is without having some brains. It's just he's got more money than the rest of us, so he sometimes just likes to have fun.
Well, we always talk about that. We point out, obviously, we get a lot of businessmen on the show. Ed Shanazarian. We get a guy named Dimitri on the show. We get Frank. We get Jerry Buss. And obviously these guys are all really smart. They've amassed a lot of money, whether it be in real estate or whatever business they're in. They're obviously very smart. And they're here to have a good time most of the time.
But some people aren't poker smart. They might be smart in business, but they don't have a lot of card sense. Frank's been playing cards his whole life.
Yeah.
When Frank is playing seriously, like in a tournament, he knows all the plays. He's seen them all. He's done them all. He's played against good players. So he's able to know when people are weak and take them off hands. Frank will outplay people, so he's not the kind of guy you really like to play with. Is a guy who doesn't have the poker smarts and who's real passive also. He's just going to call off his money. Frank's not that way. He's going to play back at you and do things.
Wow, Alan open limped on the button with Jackson. Frank is re-raised with ace-queen here. He made it 400 to go. King 9-4 here. Well, Alan's got the best hand, but it's a horrible flop here for both players, it looks like.
Hey, Barry, I'm just wondering, there's this guy sitting next to you. Who's this guy?
Ever since the World Series, I disowned him, but he's been following me around.
I think this guy's the guy who won the last longer bet today.
No, that's true.
I believe so.
Well, yeah, I didn't even know what was going on today. I actually came in today to sign up for the final event, and Joe somehow got me to go into this limit. It was a limit tournament. I didn't even know. It was kind of boring.
I talked to him.
And since we had no gas in the car, we said whoever gets knocked out first has to put gas in. But I snuck off here instead.
Joe got a lot of play last night on TV with the Cubby outfit and the Spider-Man outfit.
I haven't seen it. I heard about it. I only knew that it happened because my phone exploded for like 2 hours. But I haven't actually seen it yet. So I need to check it out. A lot of people asked me if it was hot. Was the main question I got today, playing in the bear outfit.
Yeah. When you're a real poker player, you want your son to get attention for succeeding at poker, not for wearing a bear outfit.
Yeah, I got to
So
ask
it's not
you,
like I've been bragging about it. I didn't see it either.
I mean, come on, you got to be proud, right?
I'm proud of Joe, but I'm not proud of him losing the bet. That should have been an easy bet for him to win.
And I would like to correct a misconception. I barely lost the bet. Everyone in the poker world right now thinks that Gavin just ran roughshod all over me, but I barely lost the bet.
Well, what happened is they both performed pretty abysmally, and
yeah, it was pretty bad.
Joe was slightly worse.
It basically was a battle of two idiots, and I was slightly stupider, is the way that it broke down. But either way, America got to see me in the bear outfit.
Now, Jeff C. there flopped the nuts, and he bet the turn. Now, the circuit, of course, the show that you host, is going to be coming around here to the bike.
We're starting up again. Right? Thankfully, we had a little break. Gavin and I literally almost killed each other several times. So we got a little bit of a hiatus for a couple weeks. But, yeah, we're going to be starting up again on Saturday. And hopefully we'll be able to, do something with you guys. I know Gavin and I were talking about coming on and playing.
Absolutely.
During one of the telecasts. Hopefully we can finagle that and make it work.
That would be, absolutely. We'd love to have you guys on the show. One of the other things I wanted to ask you, too, Barry, is with the high stakes now into their third season, and I believe, did you play both seasons, right, on GSM?
I did. I didn't play every day like Daniel did, but I did play in each of the seasons, yeah.
Now, do you go back and say, I know that No Limit Hold'em is sometimes a part of your mix that you guys play with a cap, am I correct?
Yeah, what we play is a totally different game than real No Limit Hold'em. It's kind of a joke. It should have smaller antes than we have, but we're all lazy to play with smaller chips. And some of the players who, the more desirable opponent players, didn't want as much play in the game, and that's why it's structured the way it is. We play 1 in 2,000 with $1,000 ante with 100 cap. So it's really one person raises, and if you have ace queen or a pair of
it's a restricted buy-in game. Basically, was what
you
it
just
is,
put
right?
it in. It's a crapshoot. It's kind of a joke. So it doesn't give you much practice for real no limit hold'em. But on the other hand, it does give you practice for tournament no limit hold'em, which at times, after a few levels, often gets to be a crapshoot also.
Well, I'm sorry, I was interrupt you there. I'm only curious though. You grind it out playing the other games, whether you're playing deuce to 7 or you're playing stud high low or Omaha or something like that. And then you just one hand, you got ace king, okay, lose 100,000.
Well, in our game, 100,000.
It's nothing, right?
It's not nothing. It's real money, but it's we're in a game where you can win or lose $1 million in a night.
12 big bets, right?
So
In that game.
It's 100,000, 6 figures for all the big players. That's when it becomes real money. When it gets to 6 figures, that's real money.
And the question I wanted to follow up with you on that was the players that play in your 4,000, 8,000 game that we see now on that show in the big no limit cash game in that type of form, do they have a lot of experience playing in no limit cash games? Have some of them really never played in a game that big in a no limit cash game?
Well, Doyle and I are the only ones who really have, and Daniel's played a couple times in the 4 and 8,000, but he's not a regular participant. And even Daniel, I think most of his no limit experience is in tournaments. And in this, in this day and age, most people's experience is of the older players is playing in tournaments. The younger players, of course, now have played online, so that's where they've gotten their experience.
And who has really impressed you the most in terms of when you have observed their play over the days that you played there in the last 2 seasons?
Well, believe it or not, I haven't watched it on TV. I probably should, so I don't know that much about it. I think for the most part, no one impressed me. I felt, just because of what you said, I felt I was at a table with a bunch of people who didn't know how to play no limit hold'em. I mean, I don't mean to sound that arrogant, but I put in lots of years playing no limit hold'em, as Doyle has, and the rest of these people haven't. So I saw all these bad hands. It took a while for me to adjust to the fact that people just play a lot of garbage, and people will call significant raises with garbage.
I mean, you look at this here, Mike here, calling a raise from Frank Mariani with 5-9 of hearts there on the button. Mike likes to play pretty much any 2, Corporation Mike there in seat 4.
Mm-hmm.
He's almost...
well, that was what I was seeing with high-stakes poker. People calling with these 5-9 of hearts.
Well, look at this now. Ari is actually re-raised with 10s, and Frank is going to call, and we're pretty much going to have a race here. And I want to say it's probably close to a $4,000 race.
Yeah, because Frank looks like he is all in.
He is all in. $4,000 race here. Ari, obviously, a slight favorite, maybe 55-45.
Jack 5-3. That's a good flop here for Ari. If he can survive Frank here, he's going to add a lot to his stack. Oh, the turn is a queen, and Frank outturns him, and the river's a jack, and more of Ari's money gets bled off there.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know Ari, but normally when I'm sitting on the sidelines watching these pots, I'll be rooting for one player over another.
Of course.
And it's always based on what's best for me. That's if Frank's going to go off if he loses that pot, even though Frank's a nice guy, I'll be rooting against him. And so I'll normally be rooting against the guy who's the biggest steamer.
Well, that's the funny thing. Incorrectly, a lot of players will go, no, I want Frank to win, so Frank has more money in front of him. The problem is, though, is if Frank is winning, he's probably playing better.
For sure.
And if he starts losing a little bit and he starts reaching in his pocket and getting more markers out, and he starts losing $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, $25,000, he might actually steam through a lot more.
Right. Well, normally you're waiting for all your opponents to take some hits because you expect they'll be playing a few more pots and their judgment won't be as good.
Right.
And but ultimately, you're rooting for yourself is what it comes down to, whatever is going to make you money in the long run.
And I'm only curious. I mean, obviously, since I'm a professional poker player myself, and I play primarily no limit hold'em, but I play all the games. I'll play stud high low and Omaha, whatever the game, whatever basically the lineup is good. What would you say is the single most important thing to improve your game? I mean, is it watching poker? Is it playing poker? Is it reading poker? I mean,
well, I don't watch a lot of poker. It would probably help if I watched more of particular opponents. I'm not going to, at this stage, I don't expect to learn anything, learn any new play, but I can learn how certain people play.
Right.
One thing that's helped me a lot is there have been some books out recently. It makes a lot of the people play a little more similarly. I noticed at the World Series this year, the field seemed easier. They're reading the same stuff. They're making the same kind of value bets. and it's easy to take them off their hands.
Right.
So you certainly would help to watch certain opponents you're going to face a lot. It probably would help me to watch the high-stakes poker shows just so I can play against particular people. One thing I did this last season is I didn't play the first day, but I heard that the play was real tight.
Look at this move here we got. We had a bet here from Jeff with Jeff with 8-10. Okay, seat 7. Then we had a raise by Jeff C, the World Series Poker Blessed, and now we got a re-raise by Jeff in seat number 7.
Top pair and a gut shot, and I believe that Jeff in seat 7 was the pre-flop. Well, he's actually in the blind. This looks like to be blind versus blind here.
It is. You're right.
Small blind.
You know, these two guys went after each other on the other pot, but remember, the hands didn't get shown. And so neither one of them know. Of course, Jeff, I guess the 8-seat Jeff, knows that he bluffed that pot.
Right.
But the 7-seat with the 8-10, he doesn't know. For all he knows, that the other guy had the goods, and he might have the goods again.
Well, it's funny here. I mean, Jeff kind of put out a little bet. Jeff C in seat number 8 kind of raised, kind of like, let me see where I'm at. And Jeff is certainly showing him where he's at.
Right.
Did you ever think that no limit hold'em cash games would have the popularity that they've had now? I mean, really, it is a new game in terms of you've got the older class of players like a you and a Doyle from 10, 20 years ago, and then it really
Don't
just
put him.
started.
Wait. You're going to put him in the same class with Doyle? Come on, Doyle's like 93 years old.
Well, the same class, the same
we
generation of
we played a lot.
the same
Yeah.
generation of players.
No, I played No Limit Hold'em for so many years, and eventually the weak players gave up is really what came down to it, and the game died.
Well,
and
you have
I
Darwin's
remember
theory of attrition, right?
For years I was saying I'll never play limit poker, and then finally I had to. I had no choice. I had to make a living. And it took me a while to get acclimated to it. And Doyle, Dewey, Tomko, a lot of the old No Limit players went through the same thing I did. Some of the older players never adjusted, like Johnny Moss was a terrible limit player. He just never got limit poker because what you notice happens is the guys who have to adjust to limit when they're over about 50 years old generally don't make it. The funny thing is Doyle was terrible at limit also, and he got much better when he wrote his book, just editing what people wrote. It really improved his game. And Chip tells me that he thinks Doyle's as good at limit now as he's ever been.
Wow.
Mainly because he had room to improve. That's part of it also. Whereas guys like Chip came on as limit players and had to adjust to the no limit and have to continue to adjust now that no limit has gotten back into the mainstream. So for me, it's great, that no limit came back because that was my best game for a number of years. But I forgot a lot, and what I also found is my poker sense and my instincts for knowing what people are doing were hurt by playing limit poker all these years. And to just get some of that back isn't easy, especially because I'm playing tournaments where I'm short stacked, and it's not true no limit deep stack, a deep stack type of game.
Well, it's funny because just the mentality, I think Dave, you'll agree with me too, is that we were for primarily limit players for the first portion of the time we played poker full time, and now since we've been doing the show, we pretty much only play no limit hold'em cash games. And when I hop back into a limit game, it sometimes isn't quite just like riding a bicycle. You're a little
Not
bit
at all.
off.
There's such different games. As a matter of fact, when I was young, I really had trouble when I was going up and back between the no limit and the limit club playing both games. They were so different. Now I don't seem to have that trouble, but I think I notice it when Joe, my son, plays no limit and limit. He has trouble. It takes a while to get used to playing different games.
Yeah.
It's probably helped that I play in a game where we generally play 8 to 10 different games. Oh, I noticed one question there. I see it on the internet. Is it true that Barry is on a massive losing streak in the big game, close to 10 million? I never had 10 million in cash. I've had 10 million in assets. But what happens is that I notice this.
Rumors. This is how gossip starts.
In our game, there's always potential for losing $1 million, and none of us keep that much money around. I mean, I've had maybe, like during the World Series 1 year, I had maybe 5 or 6 million in my box because I'd been on a big winning streak. But I rarely keep more than $1 million around, and none of the other players do. What we do is we invest in different things. Some of the money's gone to investing in websites and other poker things, and just in stocks and things like that, or property. I own 3 houses. A lot of the other people own a lot of things. And what happens for almost every single one of us if we lose a couple million, we're out of cash. And so we have to decide, do we want to sell some stock? What do we want to do to liquidate?
I mean, I'm assuming you guys are also credit with each other.
And we have credit, and that's exactly what goes on. So anytime someone loses, I read all the time, like David Benjamin won all this money or Gus lost all this money. And invariably, when I read about it on the Internet, they're way behind the times. And it may have even been a one-night loss, and then it was won back the next time. Because they're getting this stuff third hand from some dealer who told someone. So, I haven't done as well, and I haven't played as much, but, I won, I think I won $1 million during the World Series, which, not a big deal one way or the other. I mean, it's nice to have won. But I lost last year's World Series. So my loss that I had at the end of last year's World Series, so this is like a year old. But I haven't had the opportunity to make all that money back. That's actually true because I just haven't gotten to play. But no, I lost about $2 to $3 million.
Jonas is going to take down what amounts to about a $7,000 pot there. Jeff bluffed at it twice.
Yeah,
Jonas called him, and Jeff does shut down on the river, and Jonas is going to take it down with Jack 10. I was wondering what Jonas would do if Jeff fired big on the river. Didn't happen. It's funny. We're going to get a chip count here, and I'll get to the question. Wow, over 100,000 on the table. Jeff has got the table covered at 28,000. Jeff C with 20,000. Jonas with 14. Ari bringing up their rear with 4,500. Let's see how they're doing. Oh, wow. Jeff C up 5,000. Nobody is really up that much considering how big the game is. Farhad is down 10K pretty quickly, though. Back to you. It's funny. You were talking about watching tapes and watching video. I had the pleasure of interviewing Negrano for about 2 hours while I was at the World Series. And he actually said that not only does he watch all the TV and everything, he keeps tape on every single player that he can. And he kind of studies it as if he was like a football coach, studying film. And he'll try to pick up on things.
Well, what I do is I'm always aware of myself, and I intentionally mix it up. As a matter of fact, I'm not even 100% sure I'm going to play the high-stakes poker. I probably will, but they have a lot of players. But I was definitely aware that I didn't want to show all my stuff. A lot of people want the TV exposure and they want to be at the televised final tables. I'm not interested in it because I don't want people being able to do exactly what Daniel's doing.
Right.
And so there were certain times that I might have wanted to even make a play on high-stakes poker, and I said, well, I feel I can beat these guys just playing pretty ABC poker for the most part. I'd throw in some bluffs, and still I can't help myself. If I see someone's weak at a no-limit table and I think they can make I can make them lay a hand down, I'm going to go after them. That's just my nature, if you will.
Of course. I mean, hey, you're instinctual.
Yeah, so I'll do that. But still, a lot of times I won't gamble with them maybe as much as I should. We see at the high-stakes poker, and I'm sure you see here also, people playing loose. The play shouldn't be as loose here. At high stakes, there's a reason it's looser than it should be here because we have antes. So there is something to steal.
Right.
Here you don't have antes, so really people should be playing more ABC poker, at least pre-flop.
Now, I'm curious here. Now, you see Corporation Mike. Now, Corporation Mike will normally straddle, and he's straddling. Now, in this case, the blinds are 50, 100. He straddles up to 200, live straddle. What are your views on that, and how might you play against somebody who straddles often? Or, and do you straddle ever?
I don't straddle that often because, there probably isn't an edge to it. So, short-handed, when it gets to like 6-5 or 4-handed, straddling's probably about a break-even proposition. If you're playing against people who are afraid, you may even have an edge doing it where you have last action.
Right.
Playing in a full game, I don't see any benefit to it, so I normally don't do it.
I'm a big believer in straddling three-handed, always on the button.
Well,
obviously you get to act last pre-flop.
Normally, I think you have an advantage. I'm used to playing where that's not allowed. Because
okay.
I think it gives the button an advantage if you can straddle on the button.
Right.
3 or 4-handed if you can do what they call the Mississippi straddle. Also.
Pretty much.
Right. We talked about that.
They allow it here. They allow you to straddle 3 and 4-handed. And to me, if you're playing 3 or 4-handed, and you're not straddling. It's kind
of. You're giving up some. Yeah, certainly if they allow you to, you're almost forced into it because. They shouldn't allow it, frankly.
Yeah, now, Yosh obviously was on the steal there. He raised on the button. Mike
look
called
at
him.
Look at the look on Yosh's face. I mean, when he steals, he can't control himself. He's so happy. He's got that smirk. Normally, when I play with Yosh after the hand's over, I might not know it during the hand. But when the hand's over, I know what happened. And Yosh always wants you to think he's robbed you anyway. So.
Now, what I wanted to ask you also was, now that there are bigger and bigger no-limit hold'em games that go on a regular basis, I'm sure they're not quite at the level as a 4,000, 8,000 limit. But I mean, there have been some 200, 400 no limit and 1-2 at the Bellagio. Have you ever had the urge to hop in? How does the money relate?
Well, really, I have hopped in, but the problem is the game. The game, frankly, is a little bit tough. That's the first thing. They have Brad Booth, who's a good player. Kenny the Kid plays. I think sometimes he plays in that or plays here. I'm trying to think who the other players are, but normally when I look, Chow sometimes is Chow.
Which stakes are we talking about here?
Like a 1-2 or a 2-4 at Bellagio.
200 no limit.
Okay.
Usually the game, I still game select. People don't realize that because they see I play in the 4,000 and 8,000 game. But if I'm going to play in that game, I'm still going to play to try to make money. I've come into the Bellagio when the bigger game wasn't there, so I've sat down a couple times. And usually they do have, I don't want to name names, but they've had 1 or 2 weak players in the game. So it's made it lucrative. But it's still tough because it's adjusting. It is lower than my normal stake. But the real hard part of the adjustment is playing that game where there are no antes also. I'm used to playing with antes. So I want to come in with hands that I shouldn't come in on.
And look at this. Yoshi's actually bet with 10-4 in the cutoff seat.
And he hit trips on the turn.
He hits trips. Frank actually called him with a gut shot and 1 overcard. And Frank's going to throw it away.
Yep.
Now, have you ever played with, I used to play with a guy, Gabe Thaler.
Yeah, and Gabe.
Who's a very good no-limit player.
Yeah, I have played with Gabe, but only in a tournament.
Okay, so you never actually played with him in the cash games. I know he was playing in the 100, 200 game down at the Bellagio during the World Series. I don't know if he plays up as 200, 400 or not.
I'm not sure, but a lot of those guys, just because I might think I'm a good poker player or an overall better player than a lot of those guys, the fact that they're playing that same game every day, they're more in tune with it. There are a lot of things that happen in a poker game where it's a 3-handed pot and you're playing off of someone else's play. It gives the more experienced players in that game an advantage over me that they know what's going on with someone else. I often will be in a situation where I've got to guess, well, why did he make that play? And I don't totally understand the reason because I don't know what he thinks of the other guy's play.
Right. I understand. Obviously, if I was in a game with Bart and with, say, like seat number 9, Alan, or seat number 4, Mike, I could clearly, obviously, I know what they probably have. I know them a lot better than you do. You know them.
Right. I know I had a situation at the World Series in a tournament where Amir opened and some guy raised him. And I had a hand where I had to decide what to do. And I said, I hope this guy knows that Amir plays a lot of hands, because if he doesn't, if I re-raise here, I'm in trouble. And so I said, so I moved him in. And then after the hand, I said, Amir, right?
Now look at this here. Wow. Jonas had Frank dominated, but who cares about that? Because Frank has outflopped him.
Yep.
And Frank's all in here.
And Jonas needs a queen or an ace, and it doesn't come.
By the way, sitting in the booth, I always root for Frank because he's a friend of mine. He's a nice guy. I root for the nice guys. And in the game, I mean, he'd hate to hear that there are times I'd root against him, but it's just poker. It's business really, and sometimes I'll root for him to lose a hand so he's ready to gamble.
Well, I mean, I know when you played in the World Poker Tour media event, the $200,000 free roll, I know you were actually played at the same table with Bart, and you were rooting against him, weren't you?
Well, yeah, and I told Bart that Bart played well, and again, just business. We had several weak players at the table, and taking myself, I guess the word is recusing myself from rating myself against anyone. I don't know. I don't necessarily always rate myself the best because sometimes people are playing better than I am. But of the other players, Bart may have been the best player, and so I kind of enjoyed seeing him get all those bad beats. So he kept talking to me for sympathy, and I'm thinking, hey, Bart, actually, I was rooting against you. But that's just the way it is. If you're going to play poker seriously, it's it's cutthroat.
So let me get this straight. So Bart was probably the second best player at the table, so it was a really weak table.
Well, Bart Bart might have felt he was the best player at the table. He was playing well. He might have been playing better than I was. I don't know. But he certainly didn't have the luck that I had.
It looks like we got 5-way action here. And this pot has quickly ballooned up to about $1,500. Jeff C., the World Series of Poker bracelet holder, raised it with 10s, and he's got the overpair.
Yeah, he's way ahead here.
Yep.
Nobody else has got much of anything.
It's so funny from what we've seen, Barry, of this guy in seat 8, and again, it's only been a couple of hours. it seems to me like he's played really solid, and I always find it interesting that a guy can be successful in no-limit tournaments and also be a good cash game player as well. I mean, we see some of the top players.
I don't even know who he is.
He won the $5,000 no-limit World Series of Poker event on July 4th against Helmuth when they got heads up.
Okay.
We just see a lot of times these guys who are tournament players, especially now at this time during Legends, come into these cash games and play it like a tournament, like there are invisible antes when there really aren't, and come in with a lot of hands and play almost overly aggressive.
Well, it's hard to make generalizations on people in this day and age in poker, and that's because of the internet. That's the wild card. You get some of these guys who really are experienced. Not only have they played a lot of no-limit side games and tournaments on the internet, but even, I was watching my son Joe the other day playing one of these sit-and-goes. And you realize pretty quickly that a sit-and-go is like a final table because, of course, you're getting down to fewer and fewer players. So a lot of these guys, in some sense, have more final table experience than I do just by playing a bunch of sit-and-goes. And so just because you don't know their names doesn't mean they haven't put in a lot of hours and aren't decent players.
Well, that's the funny thing. I mean, obviously, you've been around poker for quite a while. When you used to go to the World Series, or let's say you walked into a casino and you were playing a big game, if you didn't know the players at your table, you probably felt pretty comfortable. Now you really don't know.
Well, I still feel pretty comfortable, but the comfort comes from my ability to adjust. People always ask me, what do you think of these young players? I still haven't seen anyone that I say, boy, this guy's an incredible player. But the fact that they're experienced means that they're dangerous. And it means that in a tournament situation especially, I may misread them, misjudge them, and I might be out of the tournament. So, I'll have trouble there. But in a cash game situation where you get to play with someone over a longer period of time, and you get to play with them on consecutive days, usually you'll get wired into what they do if you're the more experienced player. And that's the big difference between, let's say, the big players in our game versus the younger players. It isn't that they're technically better, it's just the adjustments they make are better to the other players. We'll now start playing differently, and they won't be able to figure out what's going on, and they'll be more predictable. We can get a line on what they're doing and how to exploit that.
Now, once again, I do not understand what Mike's doing here. Alan, I mean, this is a guy, Alan, I'm not sure if you're familiar with this play. Alan will almost never bet unless he has something pretty good.
No, I don't know anything about his play.
Now, Mike continues to try to take one off, I guess, to make a move on Alan or something. But, I mean, you can see Alan just going to move all in here, and now Mike is Mike backed himself into a corner where he thinks he has the best hand.
Yeah, he's hit top pair. Sometimes he seems like he just talks himself into it. I don't know why. And I think he thought he had a read, and he made the call. And he's in horrible shape. He needs a 7. A 5 isn't good with that paired board with the deuces here.
Yeah,
this is unbelievable stuff.
I got to tell you, I just, and this is only because we're so familiar with these players. I mean, Alan and Mike have probably been on the show a combined 1,000 hours, okay? Mm-hmm. And Alan is one of those players where he'll never really raise in the come. He will rarely put money. He only raises pre-flop if he has aces or kings. Once in a while, queens. And he will almost never bluff unless on the river if he misses his draw. I mean, that's pretty much the read on Alan. So if he's betting the flop, he's got an overpair.
But you guys, first of all, you guys have a lot better read on these people just watching the hole cards all the time.
Right, but Mike actually has played about 1,000 hours with Alan. That's the thing. It's the one player table, I'll give you an example. Let's say seat 5, Ari had made that mistake, or Jeff had made that mistake in town. I'd understand it. But Mike has actually played about 1,000 hours with this guy. I mean, it would almost be like you making a mistake against Joe.
Well, I make lots of mistakes against everyone I play with. Again, I think you guys are colored a little bit by seeing the hole cards.
Of course.
And many times a session I make mistakes because I don't get to see the hole cards. And again, you guys probably have a much better line on everyone's play than anyone else. Just sitting here all these hours, seeing what people play. But apparently, Mike thought he saw weakness in the way Ari bet. I don't like to second guess someone just because they were wrong. I mean, of course, when you seeing the whole card looks like a real donk play. What the heck's he doing? Drawing dead against against an overpair. But it's not like I haven't done it myself. So I'm not gonna
Yeah, we try to point that out.
Case. One thing that I learned when I was young is if I have a read on someone and a feel for what they're doing, I'm going to go with it. Because if you see people who say, I know he's weak, but I'm going to wait for another time, and they don't go with their poker sense and their instincts. And I always felt that if I didn't go with my read, I'd get worse and worse. Or what would be the point of even reading people if you're not going to go with it? So I go with it, and in the long run, I'd be right more often than I wasn't. But of course, I'd end up looking stupid. But if you're right a majority of the time, or let's say 3/4 of the time, you're going to make money on these things.
Right.
So yeah, once in a while you end up looking real stupid. It's not like I haven't gotten in. I've gotten my money all in with 7 high myself before, so I can sympathize.
Right. I mean, we always point out there's a fine line here, and Jeff has flopped trip kings. Mike's got an ace, so you wonder if Mike's going to get involved here. He's got a weak ace. We always point out that, yes, obviously it's easy for us. We can see the cards. At the same time, obviously, we try not to paint a vanilla show, and we try to put some sort of opinion out there in the sense of like whether we thought it was a good play or not. Obviously, hey, I make more mistakes than probably most players.
Wow, Mike is 10,000 behind. Jeff thought for a second that might all been all of what Mike had in front of him, but he's got 10,000 behind. And Jeff is bet right in with his trips. And let's see. And I was going to ask you this question, Barry. And it's interesting how we have a hand right now. When you're playing a deep stack no limit game, how important is it to build up pots with a deep stacked opponent with hands that are better than one pair? Trips, full houses, sets, and flushes.
Well, of course, it's more important in pot limit because there's a reason you want to get the stock built, the pot built up. But here the main reason that he was betting out were there were 2 diamonds on the board. He just didn't want to give any free cards. And the other thing that you have to be worried about is letting a guy come in with 2 8s or something, and where he's not going to give you any more money, and let him spike an 8.
Mm-hmm.
So this was pretty straightforward and pretty reasonable to do. Just bet the hand because there are too many bad things that can happen by checking.
Yeah, I've seen so many times where somebody will flop trip kings like that. Figure, okay, I'm going to give this guy a free card. Maybe something will happen. A 4 comes off. The guy now is 4s full because he had a set of 4s, and suddenly the guy goes broke with his trip kings.
Yeah, I always try to make sure that if someone beat me in those kind of hands, they at least had to pay the price. So again, I can justify in the long run, I'm making money with that play.
Now, what about the other thing that we go into the show a lot is the concept of fast playing your hand in order to be more deceiving than slow playing your hand. Like everybody would check flop trips on a non-scary board. Why not come out and bet and get somebody with the top pair to call you, thinking you would never bet the trip straight out?
Well, it's a ploy that you'll use if you're also going to bluff sometimes.
Right.
And so again, as an attentive opponent of that person, you definitely have to know who will bet with trips in these situations. Like Frankie will bet with trips and will bet with garbage. And that's an example of what makes Frank Mariani dangerous when he's on his game is he's hard to put on a hand when those paired boards come. And he's definitely fooled me a number of times.
I remember a player that we had on the whale game last summer, and I think you commented on him too. He was a real trapper, Kenny Berg.
Right.
All the time.
That's right.
Yeah.
Kenny betting out is safe. Kenny checking is dangerous. And so that's an example. And that's what poker is about, is knowing what your opponents are doing, making adjustments, those types of things, not just what my cards are and what the board is. So there are some people that you will know if they bet into that board, you can take the pot away from them. Of course, the most popular example of that on the internet nowadays is Phil Ivey at the Monaco tournament, where he told me this guy would never bet aggressively if a pair came on the board, and he knew that, so he was able to keep raising and eventually go all in.
Because he knew the guy wouldn't have bet right out.
He said, I play with, he told me, he said, I play with the guy all day. There's just no way he would have played the hand fast if he had trips.
Right.
We are here. We're live at the bike. We've got about 2 hours left in the show. I'm Bart Hansen with Dave Tuckman and our special guest tonight, Barry Greenstein. We're playing 5,100 no limit hold'em. Pinks are 50s. Whites are hundreds. It's an uncapped buy-in. We've got over 100,000 on the table, and Barry's in here, and it's such a pleasure. He's been on the show a couple times before. We got to see him play a couple rounds here tonight, and this game is starting to pick up a little bit.
It really
now,
is. Now,
Dave.
well, Jeff raised it up. He made it 400 to go on the button with ace-7 of diamonds. Got called in 3 spots. This pot is quickly about $2,000, $1,800.
And he's hit top pair, but Allen has the overpair with 9s here. And the pre-flop raiser bets 1,000 out on the button. And again here for Allen, looks like a check call.
And again, what you're telling me is Allen is a solid player.
Well, that's debatable. He's just very predictable, is what I'm trying to say.
he's kind of like he's a little bit of a calling station, and he's very, very predictable in what he does.
Like, he just rarely will show aggression unless he has something big. That's pretty much the label on Allen.
And it goes.
I mean, Allen will try to check this down very easily, and you obviously really can't fault him.
Wow, and the river's a spade here, and it does just get checked down here, and 9s are good.
And there's a situation where, again, I'm not sure saying if it worked or not, but when I have the betting lead and I bet on the flop with my normal continuation bet, and overcards come, I'm very likely to keep firing bullets. As long as the cards keep getting bigger and bigger like that, I'm going to put the other guy to the test. So I would have probably bet Jeff's hand through, which it might not have worked because Allen probably would have still called on the turn, is my guess. And then when the king of spades comes on the river, now I'm faced with the final guess. Was Allen just on a draw and made a flush draw? Made his flush. And again, that's
really puts you to the test. Obviously, was he calling you with a spade draw, or did he have a made hand already?
Right. So then I'm going to have to make that decision, and those are decisions that one of the things again that you do out of experience. Those are decisions that you usually make before that river card comes. What a lot of players do is they haven't really thought it through, and now the river card comes, and then they start thinking. It makes them pretty transparent. And then usually they say, I've taken too long, and I'm afraid the guy knows what I'm doing. I try to have that prepared ahead of time where I'm saying if a spade comes on the river, I'm firing because I think that's what he's put me on. And and it ends up giving me the ability to make my plays in tempo because I'm already ready to do it. And a lot of times it fools people because I'm so ready for the card that came on the river.
It brings up, I brought up chess before, and I always bring it up. I'm a big chess player. I love playing it. And, and I was teaching my nephew how to play. I was kind of telling him, I was like, okay, well, now you're thinking 1 step ahead. Now try to think 2 steps ahead. Think 3 steps ahead. And I kind of relate that to poker in the same sense. If you bet here, have an answer for if your opponent does this, this, or this. And then what are you going to do on the next street, and so forth and so on.
Well, the nice thing in poker, as opposed to chess, is usually you only have to think about 1 street ahead as the most. But most people don't even do that. As a matter of fact, you see an agonizing number of people who won't even think till it's their turn. Some guy goes in the tank for 5 minutes, and now it's their turn, and now they act like that time went away in some sort of time warp, and they never were allowed, like it was against the rules for them to think.
Like, what would I do if this guy actually called?
Yeah, right. Yeah, so that shows you right away they're not. In my way of thinking, they're not a real poker player. If the guy before them takes 5 minutes and they still have to go in the tank.
One of the things we saw in high stakes poker that you didn't do, and you commented on it last year when you were in here, was that you didn't run the cards multiple times. I think one time you had aces and Sammy Farrow had kings, and he spiked a king out on you.
And I always thought it was that time.
I always thought it was a little interesting. Tell us a little bit about why.
Right, and I think that's pretty well documented, and that's because it actually goes back to when I used to play in Houston in the late 1970s. In those days, people would give insurance, and a lot of times the drawing hand would get slightly the best of the insurance. And if the guy you were going against didn't give it to you, someone at the table would. And what happened as a result of that is the drawing hands would always move all in. Somebody would bet and they'd move all in. If you had top pair bad kicker, it'd make it difficult. You'd always have to say, does the guy have a drawing hand or does he have an overpair?
Right.
And it'd make it really tough. And it was at that time that I said, I'm never going to make it easy for drawing hands to push on me because I want to make sure that they know against me they're going to be playing for all their money. They're not getting anything back. And that's what happens. We're running it twice. You see these drawing hands easily being able to make the aggressive, tough move. We saw earlier that pot with the Queen Jack of Diamonds where the guy bluffed the other guy out.
Look at this play, by the way. Now, Jeff C. raised it up pre-flop in the cutoff seat with ace-queen, and Frank has re-raised it out of the big blind with ace-king, really putting Jeff C. to the test here.
And it doesn't look like, and there's Kenneth James, it does not look like Frank Mariani is all that deep. Looks like he only has about 3,000, and it looks like Jeff C. is going to, looks maybe even 2,000 there. And it looks like he might get away from it here.
Yeah, you're right. He's showing a pose like a guy who's going to fold. And again, how much does he know about Frank Mariani? He said he's kind of a new guy to the table. Does he know usually ace-queen suited is a monster against Frank?
Well, in this case, though, it was a nice laydown.
Right. So probably him not knowing that helped him.
So back to running the cards more than once. I was going to say, obviously, now if I have a drawing hand and I know, well, I'm going to run it 3 times, I'm going to get a little bit of the best of it. If let's say somebody's offering me insurance, plus I get the added fold equity when I push.
Well, that's the whole thing. It's when you throw the fold equity in, and knowing you're going to get back some money. And the other thing that's really important for me is when you see these games where people run it 2 and 3 times and they split pots, both people end up kind of happy. They didn't lose a big pot. I like playing in the games where people get hurt, because where people lose a big pot, they're stuck and steaming and they're ready to go. So, just the way I think about myself as a player, I always say, and even on the Sammy Farha hand, yeah, I lost it, but I can take it better than he can. If we'd have had to play on or even play the next day and Sammy had lost that hand, he already was playing a lot of garbage. He'd have, nothing against Sammy personally, but you'd expect him to be doing everything he could to catch up. Instead, Sammy played more conservative. He tried locking up the win. He wanted to try to be the biggest winner for the show, that type of stuff. Whereas for myself, if I had won, the dynamics would have been totally different.
Right.
And again, if I had lost, I came back, 2 days later, I had a commitment that next day, but you didn't see me going crazy trying to get the money back I'd lost on that hand. And so that's, again, a big part having nothing to do with the cards of winning at poker.
Well, I got a big hand here. Yeah. Mike has raised it up. Farhad's called.
Farhad raised. Mike re-raised out of the straddle.
He did, okay.
And this pot is quickly $3,500 here. And Farhad doesn't have much, and all the money's going in here, folks.
Yeah, Farhad's going to lose this one. He's going to be quickly down $15,000.
Right, and another reason, again, here's a play. Yeah, for the amount he had, there's no way to get away from it, really. Yeah. And he's already seen Mike go off for a lot of money. So if I were in Farhad's position, I'd say I'm not folding any hands to Mike at this point.
He can catch a 6 to chop it up, by the way. Not going to come. No, it's difficult, obviously. Mike is one of those players that he could be in there with deuce 4.
Right.
You never really know.
Mike's shown me enough, and I'm sure he's shown these other guys that you got no repair to the board. You really can't get away from it, especially for just a few thousand.
Yeah, if you're short stacked, it's really difficult.
What do you think about the line of a player, even though there aren't antes in this game, and a game that maybe you've hopped into Bellagio where there aren't antes? What do you think about that lag type of player, loose, aggressive play, basically raising a lot in position and making continuation bets, but doing it effectively and being intelligent about it, being able to read boards, putting somebody to a test where you bet big on your bluffs and you bet big on your made hands in terms of a style?
Well, I like playing against loose, aggressive players because not only do they create action, but they jerk everyone else's chain, so they usually make for a better game. So even if that guy is capable of outplaying me, I know he's going to make me money from what he's going to do to other people.
And why do we say we always like to play in the game with Mike?
Exactly the point. I mean, I usually I'll play whatever game Mike is playing. If Mike is playing in 20-40, I'll play 20-40. If he's playing 10-20, I'll play with him. Not necessarily because I want to mix it up with Mike, although I don't mind doing that, but he makes everybody else crazy.
And one thing, you do have to once in a while send that guy a message. I'll come over the top of those kind of guys and send them some messages that they're not going to get free flops. If you give those guys free flops, they can kill you.
Yeah.
Let them have the lead all the time and cheap flops. So you have to play back at them, and sometimes you're going to guess wrong.
Well, that's the biggest problem. A lot of players actually end up thinking Mike gets really lucky because what they do is they check to him thinking that he's going to bluff. Mm-hmm. And then he'll smartly, once in a while, take that free card when he needs it. And when he does get lucky and hits his straight or his flush or his 2-pair, he makes you pay for it.
Well, it takes a lot of experience. And one of the things I said in my book when I talk about the different levels of play, at the highest stakes, one of the skills that the players have is the ability to play with fast players. The lower, what you find often, you'll hear the lower stakes players say, I don't want to play with these live players. I never seem to beat them. Well, the real reason is because they're getting outplayed. They're giving the people free cards. They're letting the other person dictate the action. And so, really, they're the live ones in a different way. They're the weak, passive ones against the guy who's pushing them around, and they don't know how to handle it.
Well, we got Kenneth James.
Here comes the cowboy hat over here to seat 6, and he really loves to mix it up with Mike. These guys have a long, checkered history.
Yeah. How much experience do you have with Kenneth James?
I only played with him once or twice in a tournament, and it seems to, from what I saw, he seemed to be a good tournament player, a dangerous player, willing to get in with any 2 cards. And Kenna is one of those kind of guys that I raise him a lot. He comes in, I've got to try to take him off his hand because I don't want to let him sit there with 8-6 and have the betting lead on me and get the fire out and I've got nothing. So I play back at a guy like Ken, and by what you're saying about against Mike, I would play back against these guys a lot, just to put it back on them. If they're going to play garbage against me, they're going to have to play it for a lot of money.
But the funny thing is, I think part of the reason why Mike is very successful, at least in our game at Live at the Bike.
You might want to see, well,
Ooh, wow.
here right now, Frank flopped a set.
Wow, and he's going to bet right out here.
And like I said, Frank is tricky that way. And I've certainly made the mistake at times where Frank bets out of trying to take him off his hand. And I've learned, and one of the things you have to learn is who can do this stuff, who will just bet out, and so the result is sometimes he'll bluff me. I have to give up.
Now, the question I wanted to ask you there was, the way that hand went down is Yosh was the pre-flop raiser with pocket nines. Now, you have a lot of experience playing those two guys. If Yosh had ace-king there, would he have lost a good portion of money if Frank maybe had popped him right away?
I'm sure he would have. Either way,
Yeah.
A lot of times ace-king, where an ace or a king flops against a small set, for the amount of chips they have on the table in this game, if they have less than 10,000 on the table, the money's just going in.
Yeah.
Even the hand where I had the ace-king and I flopped top pair, I don't know if you noticed, but Mike looked like he almost folded before he called me, and I was worried it was a fake almost fold. And if he had a fake almost fold, like he flopped a flush or flopped two pair or a set, I might have looked stupid putting all my chips in there. Fortunately I was short stacked, but it still looked like there's no way I'm getting away from the hand. So some hands you just don't get away from, especially relatively short stacked to the blinds.
Now this is Jonas versus Mike here. Now Jonas is way in the lead. Mike has missed. It goes check though.
Well, this is a pot where you can't really say until that card came up. No one was in the lead because the pot was there to be taken.
Right, exactly. Well, Jonas was the pre-flop raiser. Mike called him, and Jonas decided not to make the continuation bet. But Jonas is going to win this down, obviously. With
just looks like it's just going to get checked down.
Well, he probably should check against Mike.
Oh, why not? Like induce the bluff.
Yeah, to induce the bluff. I mean, obviously that was his only way of making more money. So. Might have looked stupid that he didn't bet his hand, but there were no outs against him.
Well, obviously, it's funny. I was pointing out to Bart.
By the way, I would have still bet anyway, just because, like I said, I bet usually, and I wouldn't want it to four come up for a split.
Right.
Or maybe Mike has a six and makes a higher or makes a straight as a result.
I was pointing out to Bart. Obviously, it's funny. Obviously, we've been doing this show for about, I want to say, 17 or 18 months now. And the one thing that I've realized about my poker game, and obviously I was propping for 2 years before that. The one thing I realized is how bad I was. And every single day I watch the show and every single day I play, I realize how bad I was then and how much better I am now.
Well, that's one thing I certainly agree with. No, just no. Well, yeah, the more you're into poker and the more you watch, certainly it's going to help you. The only thing I'm still wondering is how it may screw you up in some cases where, you get lazy watching the hands. It's just so easy to say, I knew what the guy had where you already see his hand.
Right, of course.
I'd be worried that it might hurt me some. The way it helps you the most is learning what different players do. If you got to watch players that you're going to play against on, where you see all their hole cards, I would expect you'd really be able to tear them up when you play with them in a live game if they haven't seen your hole cards.
Well, Frank has flopped aces up here, ace jack 3, and he just looks like he smooth called he bet and Farhad called, and Frank is going to bet out again here. So he's really been betting out with his big hands. And, like you said, sometimes when, he's been having fun, having a lot of wine, he might bet out with a lot of garbage hands, and it really can put you to the test.
Well,
right?
we saw him on the show last Wednesday. He was really, really gambling it up, had a few glasses of wine, and was having a lot of fun. He actually had a huge swing. I want to say he was quickly up 11,000 and then ended the night down 20.
Well, and one thing you have to watch for also is people don't play the same every day. There are things outside their poker life that's going to affect them. And, of course, as we know, as all of us know, in a session, people generally play drastically different when they're ahead versus when they're behind. So you have to take that into consideration heavily. Frank's ahead right now. Remember, he doubled up on that race.
Right.
So it's right to give him more respect, and a player who is giving him respect because he was up is probably has been making the right decisions. As we've seen Frank betting out his hands. If Frank does get stuck, now he's the type of guy I'm forced to call him down with second pair. If he's going to continue betting out, he's probably going to nail me. Betting out with good hands.
Right. Now, Jonas is going to raise it up here with a suited one-gapper, 8-10 of hearts. Gets called by Farhad with 7-9 offsuit.
again, those aren't the kind of hands I play. One thing, and again, this was one of the reasons why I was wondering how much I was going to play on high-stakes poker. One of the things I think that they do wrong a lot, in my way of thinking, is they call with a lot of garbage. And they may see me playing garbage, but normally when you see me with garbage, I'm betting with it. Right. I'm raising with it. I'm trying to take someone off a hand. So I bet with garbage a lot, but I don't call with garbage a lot. I either fold it or raise with it.
I guess it's the old adage of, you can raise with any 2 cards, but if you're calling, you got to have a real hand.
Well, because I don't want to be in a position where I'm at the mercy of the other person who's normally in a decent game going to bet into me on the flop.
Right.
I don't want to have to make my hand, and if I have garbage, I'm just not going to make it with a high enough frequency to warrant it. Now, if the stacks are real deep... You're
oh, wow, look at this. This is the friggin' gin card on the turn. Farhad makes 2 pair, and Jonas has got the nuts.
And again, as I said, that's
and
one
Farhad
of the
is going to go broke again.
Well,
oh, my God.
And, of course, that's one unless he spikes a 9 or a 7, that's...
Oh, this is
it's almost like if I had played his hand, I'd be saying, well, you deserve it. You call with that type of stuff. The problem is it's hard to make the joint with a 9-7 offsuit unless you make a straight.
Right, exactly. You make 2 pair, you've got to realize there are straight possibilities for somebody.
Or even someone's got an overpair and the board pairs, or someone makes 2 higher pair. There are lots of bad things can happen to you.
And Farhad, he got up, and as quickly as he got up, he got another $5,000. It's gone in like 2 hands. Unbelievable, and you kind of know it. We're pretty familiar with Farhad, and he's just one of those players that, he's here to gamble, he's here to have a good time, and you wonder if he's, it's gotten past the good time now for him.
Well, and I would guess, I haven't watched him in the past, but that call with the 7-9 was influenced by the fact that he was stuck.
Yeah, probably.
And if he was ahead, that hand would have gone in the muck.
One of the things we always talk about in the show, and I kind of picked it up from you when you were here last year, was that, because remember you said last year on the show that, a very, very large amount of money is made, like 80-90% of money in poker, made by and lost through steaming, even with some of the best players in the world, right?
With everyone. We're all human. We all play bad. On my website, the one I rate the best in steaming is Chip Reese. But don't worry, I've seen him, play badly because he's stuck also. He's just probably better than anyone else we play with. And so a lot of times people will talk about there's no game selection in the big game. But there is, because you can decide to quit early and not play when the game isn't good, and you can continue on when you're ahead and other people are stuck. The last session I played, I was ahead, and even though I was tired, I lost back $100,000 before I quit. I played. The time before that I went off, where I was stuck, I probably should have quit. I wasn't playing as well, I was stuck, and my opponents were playing their A games because they were ahead.
Looks like we got a $300 raise here and a couple of callers. Again, we're playing 50, 100, no limit hold'em, pinks are 50s.
The funniest thing, Barry, is being a prop, obviously. The funny thing is I see a lot of fellow props that I used to work with, and I would notice that anytime they put in overtime, after their 8 hours,
they were stuck. Of course.
And anytime they were up, they would immediately leave after 8 hours. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, going, well, that's kind of ass backwards, isn't it?
For sure. And that's probably the reason they're props, frankly, because normally you can make better money if you're a good player not being a prop, not having to play when you don't want to.
Right, exactly.
Just selecting your games and playing in good games and jumping around. So, even a guy who's got a lot of people's respect, especially around here, Bobby Hoff, when he was a prop, he was one of the few guys who did just put in his 8 hours and quit. And there were several times when I was in a good game with Bobby and midnight came and Bobby said he thought he was showing great control by quitting. And I remember saying to myself, thank you, Bobby, for quitting. You're leaving me with a great game and a bunch of stuck players. And, frankly, I thought he managed, I don't mean to criticize Bobby. He's a really good player and he's a friend of mine. But I thought he was doing a bad job managing because too many times he quit good games.
Now look at this here. Frank Mariani is going to get involved here. He's got top pair, but Farhad's got top 2.
Farhad bet the flop with top 2 in position, and Frank is check raising, and it looks like he is pretty much all in.
And this is going to be another about $11,000 pot. We're just getting $11,000, $12,000 pot after pot.
And now, if a 7 comes off, there's going to be someone at home saying, well, I knew it. Farhad's running so bad. I knew he was going to get beat on this hand.
Right.
That's what they'll say. Boom.
Turns of 5.
But, if you're that smart that you can predict the future of cards, you can beat everyone.
How about a full house for Farhad?
And, of course, those same people, when it doesn't happen, have nothing to say because there's nothing to comment.
Right. He's
People
running
always
so well.
know what. No, there's nothing to say. But if it would have happened, some guy had said, "Well, I knew it. I knew he was going to." The next time it happens, when Firehot does lose the pot, the guy says, "I knew it was going to happen."
Now, what do you think about the variential difference between no limit and limit? Meaning, can you run bad or have more of a run of cards in a limit poker? Or how about, actually, it's not necessarily the run of cards, but can you lose more over a long period of time in limit poker than in no limit? Do you think there's a little bit less variance in no limit?
Well, I don't think you can just say the game, limit or no limit, because it's really dependent on what your edge is. It's a mathematical thing. If you have, just throwing a number out like I do at times, a 3% edge over your opponents, that's a real big edge, and you're not going to have that many losses. But if you're really cutting it close and you barely have an advantage over your opponents, then that's a little different. A lot of people, and I don't know the answer, but a lot of times people just say, well, in no limit, or let's say in limit, I don't hold any cards, so I go through these long losing streaks, whereas in no limit, I can win without cards, so I don't. Well, it may be they're just better no-limit players than they are limit players, or more importantly, they're better relative to the opponents they're playing against. So those aren't easy questions to answer, and in some sense, they're not even important questions to answer, because what's really important is how big an edge can you generate over your opponents. And if you can get a big enough edge because they don't play that well compared to you, you don't have to worry about long losing streaks anymore, because you've got a big enough edge that it just isn't going to happen.
Well, and if you do have an edge in no limit, you can make a guy pay a lot more than, say, in limit, right? In a short-term case, if you're deep.
Well, I guess so. If you have a big edge in either game, limit's a nice game to play when you have a big edge, because, again, you can't get that one unlucky big hand. One of the things that happens occasionally in no limit, even if you have a big edge, is some live player beats you some big pot, first, early hand of the night, he chops out and quits, and you have no game. So I've certainly seen that happen in no limit. It can be really frustrating when the game breaks up early because the wrong guy got ahead.
Now, Jeff C. raised it with Big Slick on the button. He's hit top pair, but Jonas is open-ended with a rainbow board, and he has backdoor spades. This one could get interesting here.
Yeah, well, this is the question. Barry, you look at a flop like this. Now, you've got ace-king. Now, you've got to realize, obviously, if you're getting any heat from somebody and it's a raised pot, how much heat can you take with a hand like ace-king? Obviously, you can't beat two-pair. You can't beat king-queen here. You can't beat a set. And would you really get heat from somebody who had, say, king-jack or king-10?
Well, I faced that with my ace-king I played earlier. Fortunately, I didn't have a lot of chips. But if I'd had a deep stack and he'd have played back at me, I don't know what I would have done, because I didn't know. Now I know enough about Mike from what you guys have said that it probably would have been right to call him.
Now, Jonas called.
But right, obviously, if you're 30 or 40,000 deep, it's a lot different than if you're 5,000 deep.
Right, but even here, if Jonas puts the pressure on, usually with ace king, you flop a king. If you're not too deep, you got to go with it.
And now, Jeff checked the turn here, and the river's a 9, and Jonas gets there.
And look what happened. See, like I said, I don't give free cards. I'd rather bet and have someone take me off my hand and have to make the decision there.
Yeah, Bart and I always talk about that. Because we always talk about controlling pot size, obviously, controlling pot size being very important in no limit hold'em. But we always talk about in the sense of don't give the free card. If you're really not comfortable with your hand, you can bet it. You can always check it down in the river and get a free showdown.
Right. Well, as I told you, controlling pot size is something that some people would say I'm weak about. When I lose a big pot, it's a weak part of my game. But I win a lot of pots before someone draws out on me also. So, I don't know.
Wow, and look at this. Jonas has checked the river, and Jeff is going to bet, and Jonas kind of played the river defensively. I think he was scared of a full house. He just check-called the river there from up front. He did not bet. He check-called.
Well, just pretty lucky. He gave a free card that maybe, maybe he could have bet enough to price Jonas out, and he's lucky that Jonas was afraid of the full house. Obviously, the board pairing, it was probably reasonable for Jeff to think that Jonas might have had second pair. But the way I normally play that hand is I bet it now, since I'm going to probably pay the guy off anyway. I just bet it, and if the guy raises me, normally I'll make the read. Okay, the guy made 3 queens, and I'll fold. And I'm not that concerned that I took away my chance to hit my 2-out king to redraw back on him.
Right, and obviously if you have a redraw, and let's say you had the ace of spades, and there was 3 spades out there.
That might color it some amount where now I don't want to get raised off my draw.
Right. It puts you in a spot where you want to get that free draw. Now, it's funny, you wonder, I'm curious, do you think maybe, now Jeff C. decided to check the turn, do you think maybe that kind of scared Jonas into thinking, wait a second, is this guy full already? Does he have a full house?
Well, apparently we see that's what he was thinking. Well, the other thing he was thinking And even when we see that where he just check called there, the other thing that you have to consider from Jonas's position is, if I raise, what am I going to get called with? And, if he raises there, Jeff will think, oh, I guess he did have 3 queens. Because remember, Jeff played it slow, he checked behind him. Now Jonas, so from Jonas's point of view, he's going to send a message more likely they had 3 queens, and Jeff's going to fold ace-king or fold any king. So there isn't as much reason to raise as you might initially think if you really think the whole thing through. Because he may only get played with when Jeff did have a full house and trapped on the turn. So really the check call probably wasn't even that bad a play against a guy who's not a calling station anyway.
Well, the other thing, too, that you might think of is that if Jeff is as good as what we've seen him play, how he's played tonight, is if Jonas throws a big bet out there on the river, is he going to call? I always, Jonas runs the risk if he checks the river that the guy checks right behind him and he doesn't win any money there.
Right.
Jeff thought he was making a value bet there on the river with ace-king. Probably thought Jonas had a weak king, right?
You got to assume so, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming, obviously, it was a value bet. You're not looking to get a better hand off. Obviously, you're not looking to get 3 queens out. You're not going to get a straight out.
Right.
So clearly, it is a value bet.
Well, and it's reasonable for I'm sure I would have bet if I had played the ace-king that slowly, I would have bet on the river also, because again, I would have anticipated that 3 queens or a straight would have fired at me on the river. His value bet was certainly a reasonable bet. The other thing that you often see, as a matter of fact, since we talked about high-stakes poker, a hand people have talked about a lot lately is the hand where Daniel flopped set over set and Gus made quads on him, and people are saying, at the table, Gus said to me, I can't believe Daniel called me, and a lot of people have even criticized Daniel. But I was there, and I was watching Daniel, and Daniel really did a good job of selling that he had a big pair, like aces or kings or something like that. Just his mannerisms, things like that. I'll tell you the truth, Daniel fooled me, because I've played enough with Daniel lately that I've watched him pretty intently, and I would have bet that he had a big pair. And Daniel did such a good job of selling that at the table that once he sells that and he bets and gets raised, now what happens when you sell weakness to someone else? You're now afraid that you sold it. And then you say to yourself, well, did I really fool this guy into thinking that? Now, of course, we now see Gus had a no-brainer, but Gus probably didn't care what Daniel was selling. He was just trying to get the most money off the hand. So this is another situation with the ace-king where he would have called if he was bet into, because he knows he played his hand weakly and he doesn't know what he told the opponent. So very often you end up trapping yourself when you undersell your hand. I have, it's more my style to not undersell my hands, because it makes my opponents more readable in what they're doing. If I bet more accurately or overbet them a little, I can, I think I can get better reads on my opponents that way.
I really, really want to ask you about what you just said, because it was interesting. We analyzed that hand. This hand is played out interesting. Mike was the pre-flop raiser. He bet the flop. He got raised by Jeff. It went check, check on the turn, and Mike has value betted his queen, and he's going to get a $1,500 call there by Jeff on the end. You were talking about how Daniel, and the only thing that confused me about that hand, Barry, of course we're talking about the quads versus sixes full hand, was that if Daniel was selling, trying to represent that he had an overpair, and I'm Gus Hansen and I make quads, and the fourth card comes as a one-liner to a straight at the river, and I think it was a one-liner to a straight if anyone had a 7. Mm-hmm. Is it a dangerous check, and Daniel would check behind with an overpair?
I think Gus still thought that he could get Daniel to make some sort of value bet with a big pair.
Oh, okay.
Again, to make one of these bets where he'd try to find out where Gus was. Remember, Gus check raised the flop. He played his set fast. Mm-hmm. He could have played the set slow, so Gus was mixing it up too. There was so much going on psychologically there. Normally, you don't expect Gus to check raise immediately with a set. So Gus was selling top pair to Daniel, like, if I recall, it was the board 8-9 high. Gus was selling like ace-9 suited to Daniel. Daniel selling overpair to Gus. So they both were doing things to fool the other guy. Gus now felt he could check on the river, pretending he was afraid of a straight, but he still only has like one pair. Daniel now bets. Now everything totally changed when Daniel bet. Daniel made a good size bet, which still looked like a bet that might not be called anymore by one pair. And now Gus moves in, and now, of course, the whole dynamics. Now they both have to go through. Well, Gus didn't have to rethink, but Daniel had to spend some time thinking this whole thing through. And ultimately, he came up with a reasonable decision that Gus just can't know what I have. And Gus probably didn't know what he had, because when you get in these situations where you have the absolute nuts, sometimes you get lazy and you don't even care what the guy had anymore. You're just saying, I've got to get some money. And, of course, moving all in at that point, on the ultimate decision was the normal thing to do.
Do you think that Daniel would have bet a pair of kings there on the river?
I think he very easily would have, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Gus thought when he checked. I don't think there's any way on earth Gus thought that Daniel had sixes full at that point. Yeah, well, how can you put a guy re-raising on 2 sixes or a small pair? It's not a normal hand for him to re-raise with. No, Gus didn't know it, but he got the super bonus. Gus just thought he was going to get the value bet on the end, where betting out maybe Daniel would have given up. And again, it's not clear what Gus should have bet.
Look at this hand here.
It's not even clear to me checking was the right play by Gus.
Frank and Farhad both flop top pair, and it was probably going to be chopped up at the end of it all, but Frank has hit his gin card here. He hits his 5 on the turn, and Farhad is in terrible shape. Actually,
how come Frank's doesn't have that much in front of him? It seems to me every time I look up, Frank's flopped a set or done something. Is he going south?
Okay, I'm trying to figure something out here. Why is Farhad still? How can Farhad still win this?
7%, it says.
I don't understand it.
That is a good question.
Obviously, a little flaw in our...
no, they're counting the ties in. And then
no, that's what I'm saying. They don't normally count ties. It would be that's 7% to win.
It's a 10. No, because it adds up to 100%, so ties are being counted in. So if a 10 comes, they split it.
That's not normally our software. It's weird.
Well, anytime it adds to 100%, then the software must be counting ties.
Right.
And Farhad here.
Oh, wow. Farhad is really pushing here with Jack 4 here. And
well, he bet out, and I think that Frank moved him in, and Farhad has called.
Yeah, and unless a 10 falls off here, and it's not a 10, it's a king,
yep.
Frank is going to double through.
There it is.
I'm starting to feel sorry for Farhad. It looks like he's been on the wrong end of almost.
Oh, I remember he did double up.
He did,
Frank did double up Farhad with the 10-9.
Oh, that was Frank?
Yeah,
Frank had the 10-8?
10-8.
Oh, okay. See, I didn't know it was Frank. So that's where Frank's chips went.
There we go.
How often at the level that you play at do you have any guys who are recreational players, rich, ungodly rich businessmen, come in and say, I just want to play the best, so I'm going to just sit in this game? Is it rare at that level?
It's real rare. We've had a couple drop-ins.
Yeah.
And we've had some. It doesn't happen that often. But what we have, which isn't a bad thing, nowadays is guys who've made money on the internet deciding that they're the best player, one of the best players in the world because they've won on the internet.
Right.
And internet and live games are very different. And also, normally, if they're the best player on the internet, it's playing. It's a specialized thing. Either limit hold'em, no limit hold'em. They don't play all the games, so they're at a big disadvantage playing all the games we play. As a matter of fact, normally we'll cut it down for them if we like the action we're getting. So, except for maybe Larry Flint, we don't get that many known business people. But getting tournament winners or internet players is for us the second best thing.
Now, Larry Flint. He hosts the big stud high game, right, at Hustler. He sometimes will go in those mixed games as well?
No. Larry only plays stud.
Okay.
And the fact is Larry's good at stud. People just lifetime he's lost, but he's playing against the best stud players in the world. And I've said this before, where if he dropped down, which of course he would, or for a while they were promotionally having the lower games play at Larry was the best player in the game. Against 75, 150 players, he destroyed them. Because he knows all the plays from playing with us.
Alan here has flopped a set, and Yoshi's going to call with an open-ended straight draw here in between. It's an $1,100 bet into an $1,100 pot, and this pot is quickly $3,300.
Right, and Yoshi's probably lucky there are 2 clubs on the board because he may have decided to play it faster with a semi-bluff if there wasn't a flush draw out against him. Normally when you have a straight draw and there's a flush draw also against you, you're kind of leery about playing it fast. You figure you'll take your shot at the 6 cleanouts. The straight cards that that won't also make someone a flush. This particular time he has 8 outs because the flush cards don't hurt him, but they actually do hurt him anyway because I'm sure you know the way that the 10 of clubs would hurt is it looks like he's made a flush, so he can't get as much action.
Right, it's an action killer. And look, Allen, he bet the flop and he's played it cagey on the turn. He's made it look like he's scared maybe of the nut flush draw. An ace comes on the turn. He checks the turn, and I assume that he's going to check raise here. Bets the flop, checks the turn, and there it is. He got Yosh to commit an extra 2,000 here on the turn, and Allen is going to check raise them all in.
Right, but I might have. Sometimes, especially in a tournament when I've got a lot more chips than my opponents, I don't raise there. What I do is I try to put on my best act like I'm the one who's got the draw. And I, 1 year after, about the year Moneymaker won the World Series, I was the chip leader after the first day. And the way I got the chip lead is I flopped a couple sets, and I had good chips, and I just tried to give these hesitant calls. I gave some hesitant calls on people, and they tried to move me off my flush draw on the turn, and they fired the last bullet on the river. And twice I got people not only drawing dead, which isn't surprising when I flopped a set, but with no pair trying to move me off my set. So I like making that play when I have good chips. Now in a cash game, it's not the same dynamic because each hand's more independent. You can pull more money out. So you want to try to make whatever money you can at that time, and your play isn't as much affected by how deep you are relative to the other person.
Now, in these really bigger buy-in tournaments, and maybe specifically the WPT Championship I'm talking about, where say you get 25,000 in chips and the blinds start at 25.50 or 50.100, does the first day kind of play like a cash game?
In that particular tournament, you get the 50,000 chips. It really does, but I think that's about the only turn. There are only 2 tournaments that I can remember playing where it felt like a cash game. That and the horse. The horse, of course, did because we had deep stacks. It was hard to go broke the first day. I actually almost managed it, but I didn't. And, again, playing limit poker with deep stacks, you feel like you are in a cash game.
Right. Mike here has come out and bet on a 5 that was limped around. And Farhad is called with a gut shot wheel draw with the ace of clubs.
Now you wonder if can Farhad use that ace of clubs to represent if a club were to fall and take it away?
Well, Allen's called in between, and maybe you'd get scared that someone else is really on a draw, though,
right.
now.
Well, and of course, usually that what we call the stiff ace play, it's a play that pot limit Omaha players make. Because in pot limit Omaha, you're more afraid of the nuts. The problem making that play and hold them if a club comes off is someone with a lower flush isn't going to fold like they would in pot limit Omaha, assuming you have the better flush. They'll just pay you off.
It's just we've seen sometimes like a Mike or some pretty savvy players will use that kind of stiff ace play, I guess. And part of the reason they do it is, well, they know you're not on the nut flush draw at least.
Of course.
They know that much, so they can give you a real hand. Maybe they can give you top pair.
Right. It's a play I've certainly used, but like I said, if the flush does get there, in Omaha you can still win the pot after the flush gets there.
Right.
Whereas in Hold'em, generally you can't. Let's face it, the guy's just going to pay it off.
Right. If somebody's got an 8-high flush, hey, they're going to pay.
So in other words, there are 2 ways to win in Omaha. One is as the bluff when the draw's there, and 2, even when it gets there, you can still bluff through.
Right.
In Hold'em, once it gets there, if you guess wrong, you can't bluff it through.
Well, one of the things, though, I have noticed in Hold'em is especially on the river, though, if you have that kind of stiff ace, and I like that term because we've never used that before on the show. Say you have a guy that bets into you with a 3 clubs out there, and you have the ace of clubs, and you raise him. And now he re-raises you. Is it more apt that he is bluffing with a hand, knowing that he probably shouldn't re-raise you without the nut clubs,
well,
right?
It depends on the person. I've made plays against people where I knew they were weak and I knew they shouldn't call, and they did, and they made what someone else may determine as a bad call, but they had me beat.
Yeah.
And so, if the guy does do that with the queen or jack or king high flush, you might say, well, he shouldn't have done it. You have to know your players are really what it comes down to, and you have to know the guys who, if they make any kind of flush, are going to move in. So, again, it's one of those things that I don't think you can generalize.
Right. I mean, there are some players, I guess, that Bart and I guess if you're really familiar with a player and you know that they'll bet their flush but not re-raise unless they have the nuts, and yet they re-raise you anyway, well, then you can start thinking, wait a second, I know they wouldn't do it unless they have the nuts, and I have the ace high, I have the ace in my hand, so maybe there's a bigger possibility that they actually are bluffing.
Right. Of course, you better double check to make sure there's no straight flush draw out there.
Right, yeah, for sure. Actually, we had a big hand last night, about a $30,000 pot, where Mike had a straight flush and beat somebody who had a king-high flush.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, we're live at the bike. I'm David Tuckman here at Bart Hansen and special guest Barry Greenstein. And we are playing 50, 100 blinds, no limit hold'em. And we are actually going to go an extra hour tonight. We'll be here till 11 p.m. Pacific time.
Another interesting hand. Now Farhad's on the good end of the turn, making 3 5s. Jeff, on the other hand, he's got an ace, but it's a bad kicker, so he really shouldn't get too married to it.
Right. I mean, it's one of those things where you can't beat much, can you, with ace 3?
Well, not unless a deuce comes, and of course, a 3 won't help him anymore with the 5 out there. It's counterfeited that draw.
I think if you guys know what actual color this is,
And from what I've seen so far, Farhad, at least when he's been betting or raising, he's had something. And
right.
So, but again, how much of these guys played with him and how many of his hands has gotten turned over. I'm always worried that I know it because I've seen his whole cards, but they don't.
Right. Well, then that's Farhad's weakness in the sense that he does bet his hand strong and he does move in and he understands poker and he's a smart guy. His biggest weakness is that he does call pre-flop. He'll call pre-flop raises with 9-7 and then lose his whole stack. Right. Or he'll be in there with, here in this case, 9-5. And he'll take one off.
How did he get it? Well, did he?
He was in a small blind, and then he took one off when there's a bet on the flop.
Right. Well, it worked this time. And, I assume that he didn't call any type of raise before the flop with the 9-5 offsuit.
Right.
That's getting a little...
And the river would have actually been a 9 as well. He would have filled up. If you have any questions for Barry Greenstein, you can email us at live@thebike.com.
And again, there you might say Farhad might have been better off slow playing that further. But Jeff wasn't going to give him any more money on that hand because he would assume that Farhad had at least a better ace.
Right, exactly.
Once he got called on the turn. So I would have expected that hand would have got checked down on the river.
Right. One thing that's kind of interesting is I watch a lot of the players that come into our games now. One of the reasons I've kind of gravitated toward No Limit Hold'em is most of the new money that is coming in the casino is kind of they're influenced by TV, so they immediately go to No Limit Hold'em. So obviously you have more inexperienced players playing in that game. I've noticed that a lot of players, they just either assume you're bluffing more or they like to bluff a lot. And I guess it's the TV influence. And it's funny, I mean, when I'm playing in these games, bluffing is part of my arsenal, and I do it when it makes sense and it can add up and I can make a play on somebody who I know is paying attention, who's a good enough player to lay down a hand. But I've noticed that you actually don't have to bluff that much to be very successful in these games.
Well, probably for most of the people, the less they bluff, the better, and the more solid they played. We all know that. This is pretty interesting here, where there's an overpair and a nut flush draw. And you pretty much assume, if these guys play it fast, the money's going to go in.
And we're going to get a check call here from Jeff C.
Actually, Jeff hasn't played.
And he's going to check blinds. Jeff is going to, and he hits it there. He's got the absolute nuts.
And now we see why Jeff won a tournament. No, I'm just kidding. But
and it checks.
It's nice to catch cards like that.
Jonas checks it, and a 3 on the river now. And, now it's just a question of how much money is Jeff.
I'm sure it's going to be Jeff's going to make a value bet, and Jonas is going to have to decide whether to pay him off or not.
Right.
And, certainly reasonable the way the betting went. Again, it went so slow, it's certainly reasonable for Jonas to pay him off with the 2 jacks.
Now, let me ask you this. Now, when Jeff C checks blind to you and the king of clubs comes off, how do you play your 2 jacks there? I mean, do you bet to find out where you're at? Or are you pretty much done with it? Because now the club comes up.
I probably, just the way I play, I would have probably bet the turn, and if I got raised off or called, then would have, checked it down or folded.
Right. You're pretty much done with it if you get called.
That's just my style. And the reason I like to have that style of betting my decent hands as well as betting my bluffs is I also like to put my opponents on their heels. They know when they're playing against me, they're often going to get bet at. When you play against people who don't bet a lot, it's a much more comfortable position to be in. Nobody likes playing this guy who's always firing, where sometimes he's there and sometimes he's not, and you always have to guess.
Man, I got to tell you, I love having you in the booth. It's just, Bart and I are always saying that in the sense of, bet your hands, be the better. I was actually helping somebody out and giving him actually a little bit of a poker lesson. Believe it or not, somebody actually paid me for a poker lesson. I don't know why, but anyway.
Did you get a percentage of his wins or something? They always promise me that.
I know I should. But my first lesson actually was to myself. I said, listen, if you're going to call, let's be real basic here. If you're going to call, be the better. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously, there are different levels to it, and it's not as simple as that. But I just tried to give him my first basic lesson. He's playing a smaller game, and I said, listen, be the better, don't be the caller.
Well, part of it is stylistic also, and because I bluff a reasonable amount also, I can't be one of these guys who just bets when he's not there, because then it makes it easy to play against me. So I've got to bet both ways.
Right.
Let's take a look at another chip count here. Wow, $123,000.
We have 3 players with over 20. Alan and Mike have over 15. Alan with 18,000. He is up. I mean, phenomenal number today. Let's see how they're doing. And here we are. And look at that. Jonas is our big winner. He's up 15K. Alan is up 13,000. It's unbelievable. Alan is on absolute fire. And, wow, Farhad is down $22,000.
Well, for the most part, we've seen Alan just play pretty solid, right? Pretty much down the middle. And
pretty much. And gets paid. And gets paid. And gets paid. I mean, I got to tell you, it's one of the guys when I'm playing against Alan, I just don't pay him. You know, it's one of those things, okay, I'm not going to pay him off. I mean, if I'm going to lose a big pot, and I lose a big pot to Mike or somebody like that, okay, you know, at least he bluffs enough where I feel, okay, well, I was probably right in calling you down. But if I feel like if I pay off like somebody like Alan, I smack myself up the head.
Yeah, you know, there's some people that I say they can bluff me 10 times in a row, and I'm still not calling the 11th time. I mean, I'm not saying he's that guy, but, you know, you do get to where you play people that much differently. And the nice thing about playing people differently, where some people you do pay off all the time and some people you don't, is they often get confused. They'll see you playing against the other guy, and they'll extrapolate that that's how you play against them also. I see people make that mistake all the time where they just watch how you play against other players and think that's how you play against them.
Now look at this. Jeff C is making the overcall. He's taking one off with a gut shot to the 7. It is a total rainbow board, so he doesn't have to worry about flushes out there if he hits his 4-outer here.
And at least it is a gut shot to the nuts. We always talk about it. If you're going to go for that gut shot, make sure it's the nuts.
Right, and also in this case, it would look like it'd probably not be a good play if there were a 2-suited board.
Right.
Because someone may make the flush against you, or the flush card. The flush 7 may hit, and you won't get the action.
Checked around here on the turn. Frank bluffed at it, and Jonas called him. And the river's a 4, and Jonas is backed into 2-pair. And now is Jeff going to come out and bluff here? It looks like he is on a misdraw. Doesn't think anyone's strong.
He backed into 2-pair, but the 5s were good all along, right? He actually did have the best hand.
Yep. And Jeff is going to bet 1,200 here.
By the way, we've seen Jeff show a good mix of different plays. So, you know, I think we can say that winning that tournament probably wasn't all luck. It looked like Jeff wasn't luck. It looks like Jeff's been playing some poker in his life.
Right. I mean, I imagine if you can actually get through a field that big, obviously you've got to get lucky. But at the same time, you've got to have some skill there to get through that many players.
Well, you'd think so, but when the blinds go up, you know, you do see some awfully bad players. And one of the things I've noticed the times I've gotten deep in the World Series the last few years with the bigger fields is the final tables and the final 2 and 3 tables are much, much weaker than they've been in previous years.
Right.
Because the guys who've made it through, yeah, they probably have been getting luckier, and they also have, you know, they've probably been more dead on their decisions. So they're probably playing, on average, better than the rest of the field. But they still have gotten luckier. That's been the predominant theme for them to get that far. So you will have some players who really aren't that good of players and just happen to get there.
Now, that last hand there, I'm just curious of your opinion. Was there any value, just in your opinion, of raising if you're Jonas there with the 4-5 when you back into 2-pair?
Again, it's a judgment thing. You know, when you decide to raise with a hand that you think is the best hand, but isn't anywhere near the nuts, you know, you have to say to yourself, will this guy pay me off? And often that comes, you know, where that comes in is, what does the guy think of me? You've got to get in his seat. Does he think I'm someone capable of raising him on the river on a bluff? And which is why you have to raise on the river on a bluff sometimes, so you can sell, so you can get paid off in those kind of situations. So again, it's one of those poker questions. It's not that simple.
Big flop here, Ari with top pair and an open-ended straight draw.
But Allen's flop bottom 2-pair here with the 2 flush out there. We sometimes talk about, do you want to play this flop that hard with bottom 2? Maybe you wait and see a safe card here on the turn before you commit a lot of chips. Let's see how Allen's going to play it.
Well, this is kind of interesting here.
And I'll tell you myself, in No Limit Hold'em, when I flop any 2-pair, I normally play it fast. Well, if it wasn't a straight draw, for sure. I mean, there's another problem here with the straight.
And he does check raise here,
straight
Barry.
showing
The
up.
funny thing is,
Not a straight
Ari
play.
actually bet it. Frank actually called at a turn, and that even made it more important for Alan to raise to get Frank off of
That's
that.
the kind of hand that a lot of times I just move in. I don't know what's going on, and especially when I'm not too deep, I just move in, get it over with. If I'm beat, I'm beat. When I flop 2 pair, I like to just get it in, get it over with, and put the guess on other people.
I mean, I guess if you're short stacked, it makes it real easy, obviously.
And again, that's one of the reasons I do play short stack, because it makes these hands easy to play.
And Ari's going to push here with 7-8.
Well, and this is pretty much a coin flip here. Ari is not in bad shape at all here.
And both of those are reasonable hands to be pushing with.
Turns to 3. Ari still needs some help here. He needs a 7-8. And the river's a jack. And Alan's going to win it there. And
and Alan continues his dominance. It's unbelievable.
Now, the other thing I wanted to ask you about, because you said, and it was very interesting, that you like to bet a lot of turns. And if we say goodbye to Ari, I think Kenneth James is going to come in seat 5. What happens, though, if you pick up, say you've got an overpair like kings or aces, and it's a ragged board with 2 clubs. You have the ace or the king of clubs. You bet the guy calls. Now the turn is the 3rd club. He checks to you again. There might you take the card.
I'm just telling you, my style is to normally bet again. And again, I'm always concerned when you just talk about a play in isolation, because sometimes the way you discuss poker, you say, what do you do on this hand and this play? You have to realize how I play other hands is the biggest factor. And because I do fire sometimes 3 bullets at a pot bluffing, and my opponents know that, it makes it so for my style, it's right to bet these types of situations, because I get paid off where the guy just had top pair, or even top pair and a worse flush draw there. It might. So I don't want to say it's the right play. That's not a way you talk about poker. For you, that might be the wrong play. If you don't bluff enough, then it's probably more right for you to be taking off cards in these situations than it is for me.
Pocket 6s here against Jack 8 of spades. We got about 55 minutes left. Barry, I'd love if you could stick around for the rest of the show. That would be great.
Did you guys say? I mean, it's fine with me, but I thought you guys were talking about getting Pat back in or something. I don't want to.
We'll get him another day.
I always knock someone out of the box. I mean, here the one time I didn't knock Dave out, Joe came in and took his seat.
No, I think Pat. Yeah, I think we could definitely get Pat in another day.
Yeah. I'm under unwritten contract to do live at the bike at least once a season, I think.
Well, there you go. That's good. We'd love to have you. It's funny you say that, because a lot of times we always try to point out, we go, well, this is probably in our opinion, the correct play for this player, while it might be completely different for a different player because of how they're playing, and also who they're playing against, and is that player stuck? Is he winning? Is he playing well? Is he not playing well? And all those factors, obviously. Half the time, I'd say 90% of the time when we get a specific question, it's usually, it depends. Give me more information.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow.
If it's a good question, it almost has to be. It depends.
Looks like Jeff C. had a good read on Frank, because he made a call there on the river without a second thought with a pair of 8s.
Well, it went check on the flop, and then Frank tried to bet on the turn.
Yeah.
And, Jeff C. just didn't buy it.
Right. Second pair gets bigger when no one bet to start.
Now, do you ever, obviously, the way you play is, I assume, obviously, you're pretty much betting your bluffs, you're betting your semi-bluffs, you're betting your big hands. Is there ever a time where, to deceive somebody else, and obviously I'm kind of a broad general question, might you, let's say you had ace-king or, top pair, something like that, would you check it one time to kind of deceive somebody so you might get paid off by second pair or an underpair?
Well, it's dangerous because, again, if it's a guy who's going to fire out on a bluff on the end, I might. But, I think I told you guys this before. The normal way I deceive people is by betting the same with many different kinds of hands. That's the better deception than taking that same hand and playing it all sorts of different ways. That's what so many people do, and a lot of times it's a mistake. And even reading some of the recent poker books that came out the last few years, they more are of the vein where play these hands different ways and even use your watch to tell you when to bluff and when to this and when to that. They come up with all sorts of ways. And the fact is, it sounds more scientific and it's probably more fun to mix it up, especially if it works. But I actually don't think it's as good a poker as what I'm used to doing, which is just bulldoze. Just bet your good hands, bet your bad hands, put pressure on people. If you watch our game, we're always betting against the other guy. We're putting pressure on him. And it's not that we're mixing up the same hand so many ways. We're just betting a variety of kind of hands in the same fashion.
Yeah, that bluffing thing, it reminds me, we got an email a long time ago, and it was actually a serious email, And the guy actually asked us, what is what is your favorite hand to bluff with?
Yeah.
And it just, you kind of laugh at it, and, we always try to point out, I'm not looking pre-flop to go, okay, I'm looking to bluff this hand. I look for situations, and obviously, what kind of situations do you look for? Obviously, you look for your opponents to be weak. What other situations might you look for to steal something?
When I'm playing No Limit Hold'em, I know before the cards are dealt that this guy's just ready to go and ready to bet. This guy's going to call a hand down. I've already made those assessments even before the hand started. And sometimes, especially a guy who's an extreme steamer, I say, he's coming in this pot, he's raising this pot no matter what, he's going off for 100,000, whatever it is. Once in a while, that steamer picks up 2 aces and beats me. But I still know in my heart that I was making the right decision because he was going to play so many hands that even though I just had King Jack offsuit, it was right to go with him.
Right, he would have made that move with Jack 5.
Right, so I end up looking stupid a lot of times, but my experience has told me that more often than not I was right with that decision.
Looks like we got a little raise here by Jeff, who's been kind of quiet recently over there. He made it with 4-5 of diamonds, a little pot sweetener. And it looks like we're going to see 4-way action here. It's about a $1,200 pot. Again, we're playing 5,100 No Limit Hold'em. Uncapped buy-in. King 10 here. It looks like Mike is in the lead here with pocket threes.
Yeah, Ari's picked up the nut flush draw, but with a paired board there, does he want to get involved?
And Jeff is going to make that continuation bet.
Well, he's certainly going to get involved, but
how much involved?
Right, the paired board often stops you from betting it aggressively. In tournaments, I like to play the nut flush draw real strong. But, I got a couple of rude awakenings when there was a pair on the board and the guy flopped a full house, and here I was moving in on him. So
there you go.
Well, the funny thing here is it's gone check. Ace high is good. Can Jeff fire at it here at the end? Ari has missed.
By the way, the 2 threes that, of course, had no way to stay in would have just made a full house.
Ari has totally missed. Can Jeff fire here?
Well,
and it's definitely conceivable. And Jeff's not going to bet here. I'm surprised. I got to tell you, and obviously, it's easy for us. We see the cards. We always try to point that out. But I'm surprised. You look at that board there, and it's a real draw-heavy board. Now, obviously, Ari could have a king. He could be sandbagging king.
But why can't someone have a 10? It's
right.
It's you're right.
Could he have Queen Jack, though?
It's
could he have
really
hearts?
easy to say, but a lot of times the guy checks the turn. You figure you can take it away, that there's some weakness there.
Thank you.
But it's a judgment call. I like, especially in tournaments, I always say if I can just play where nobody ever makes anything, I'm going to do well. And so, and normally in our game, when no one makes anything, you don't see it go check. Among good players, somebody does take a stab.
Right. Would you say that's probably, the underlying? Would you say all successful players are aggressive?
No. There's no way you're going to get me to make a generalization like that.
Okay.
Because sometimes, you can just be solid, and that's the right way to win. As a matter of fact, in the high-stakes poker in the Season 2, once I got to where I was relatively short, overall I would say I'm an aggressive player, but my opponents playing a lot of garbage made me be more of a passive, weak, tight player because I saw that was going to be the adjustment I could make. As a matter of fact, I remember when I was young, whenever I go through any kind of losing streak, and I was the wildest player. You talk about some of these new players coming into the game, they bluff a lot. I was pretty much a wild man when I was young. It's just fun to play against people. What you learn when you're a young player, and as you're growing as a poker player, some people just can't pull the trigger, and some people just can't make the marginal call. And when you're playing against those people, you try to run over them, and that's what I did, certainly when I was younger. But what I would do once I went on any kind of losing streak, I would now change tactics. I'd say I'm just going to play solid out. And here's an interesting hand. I was
going to ask you. You see if Frank Mariani, he's got a weak ace here, and he's in bad shape because I believe Alan has ace 9. Yeah, he does, and it's heads up here. Is Frank do you think he'll lose all his chips with ace 6? Will he go to the war with this hand?
I think he's just going to make a bunch of quick calls. I haven't played with Frank. He's just going to keep calling. He's got an ace. He's got a bad kicker. He knows what its value is.
He picked up a spade draw, and he made it.
And he's got there. Wow, Frank has got the best hand here. A 6 or a spade would have done it.
Wow, and Frank is going to bet the 6 of spades there.
Well, he got checked too, right? He's in last position, so he's betting it for value. And
put your opponent on maybe ace queen or ace king without a spade.
And the nice thing is if you put your opponent on an ace, that's already one spade that's not in his hand.
Exactly.
And so it's just one more card to go. And the fact that he got checked to, presuming that Alan had a big kicker, he would have probably bet the king or queen of spades. So, Frank, has reason to believe he has the best hand.
We had an email here from Mark Hanna, and his question was, what do you think about the World Series of Poker payout structure? But what I want to ask you more about, what do you think about the state of the World Series of Poker now? How do you think it's run now by Harrah's? Has it turned into just a giant kind of circus? What do you think they're doing?
Well, first of all, I don't like to have to be politically correct, but I do to some degree because I am a public figure now in poker. And the people at Harrah's, Jeff Pollack among them, who seems like a real nice guy and has talked to me, do ask my opinion. So I think one of the main problems that they've had the last few years is turnover. They've been, they've had new staff each of the last 3 years, so they haven't learned from their previous mistakes. There were definitely some mistakes that were made this year and each of the previous years. If they can keep some of the same good people, keep their good people, I think that'll help a lot. And I'm also concerned, can they keep their good dealers? I know there are a lot of problems with the dealers who felt they weren't being paid enough. And so if you want to have good people, I learned this in business, you have to pay.
Or the dealers just end up, if they stay along, they end up becoming foremen, right? Or something like that, they move up.
Well, I hate to interrupt you here. We got an interesting hand here because I'm curious how to lay out. Yosh has got top pair, top kicker, and Alan has got actually the nut flush draw here. Alan's not going to go anywhere. Interesting to see how this will play out. Now, Yosh's bet, about a pot-sized bet. He bet $500. Pot's now $1,000, $500 to call. And this is pretty much Alan. Alan will rarely raise on the come. I'm pretty sure he's just going to call, and sure enough, he does.
Wow, and Alan picks up the pair now. 8 checks. Doesn't look like Yosh has a lot of money.
Yeah, so the problem here from Alan's point of view, if the stacks were deeper, it might be a semi-bluff situation where he could move in, try to knock a weak ace off his hand. But it's pretty clear Yosh is pot stuck, so probably the better play by Alan is just call, take your draw. He may be forced to pay off on the river if he thinks Yosh is bluffing, but probably it's right. I mean, obviously we see it's right to just fold on the river, expecting that Yosh won't bluff for the short amount he has left.
Now, it's interesting. You're ace-king. You realize that you probably should just move in. I mean, do you think Yosh there, having that little left, why not? Oh, actually, he's
got a 5,000 chip
Sorry.
there.
Oh, okay.
He's actually got a lot more money.
Yeah. And I think he thinks Alan might have a weak ace here. He's going to bet for value. Let's see how much he bet. He just bet $1,500
so he's trying to milk him.
river.
And again, it's kind of a difficult decision for Alan, getting the odds he's getting, but again, it's a situation where you have to know your players.
Right.
Does Yosh bluff for small amounts? I don't even know the answer because I don't play with Yosh that much anymore. It's easy looking here and say, no, Yosh, he's value betting. It's obvious. Well, yeah, it's obvious. We see his hand.
But, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, it's very easy for Yosh to have 9, 10 of hearts. It's very easy for Yosh to have had, say.
But I would expect with 9, 10 of hearts, Yosh would just check it down there and hope that somehow his opponent had a king high flush draw without a queen.
Good point.
Anyway, to answer the other question, I didn't like the payout structure in the World Series main event at all. I thought it was terrible. In that event, when you make it in the money, you should have gotten something back. And we saw people, especially in the middle range, like in the few hundreds range, down to let's say 100th place, that are getting like 40 and 50,000. Were playing for several days. I mean, that was real play. They really had successful tournaments, and you almost feel like you got cheated when you play that well and you had several 100,000 chips at the end of the whole thing, and everyone's congratulating you. And what'd you make? You made $30,000 for all that supposed success you had. I thought that was terrible. First place didn't need to be more than 10,000. That $2 million could have easily been spread out. I think the last place, I've played it and I've seen all the different structures. And again, I think this is from them having turnover, not having good people who've seen past World Series making good judgments. Last payoff place, in my estimation, should always get 20,000.
Double them.
Yeah, it should double the amount they got in. They should make an extra 10,000. You get maybe the last 100 people get 20,000. The next 100 get 30. instead of using some computer program that has a certain percentage going out like you do in the other things, I think you do the final event by hand. And so 30, 40, whatever, you cut it off at different amounts, and then you make it pretty smooth up to where the top would have gotten 10 million. If I was running the World Series, the top place would have gotten 10 million, and it would stay at 10 million for a number of years, just like they did before, where they kept it at 12 million, or sorry, they kept it at 1 million for several years. I would have continued that kind of trend. There's another reason that I would have done it, and it's kind of the integrity of people fighting to have the most money, the most tournament money all time at the World Series and in tournaments all time. Here you had Daniel, who had it for a while, got eclipsed by Joe Hatcham. He actually caught him, and now you have a guy who's pretty much uncatchable unless someone else finishes in the first few at the main event or maybe wins the World Poker Tour Championship. So it ruins that whole race when you make it so the winner of the main event of the World Series always wins.
Right.
I don't like that at all. I think they should, and it's even the type of thing that the internet. Some people don't like it, but the internet sites I think have made the right call when they have people playing in their in their tournament. Their big tournament, whether it's a WPT or their own, they really flatten the structure because they want to make sure all their customers have money to play with. And I think the tournament people have to think about that too. All these people are customers. We want them having money that they can come back with and spend in future tournaments. And if you make it too top-heavy, you bust out the people who've never gotten to the top.
I thought it was interesting that, say, you finished 90th last year when there was only, 5,600? It was the same money if you finished 90th this year when there was 8,700. That was basically the same thing.
Right. I think it's going to even they'll lose customers, and like I say, they'll put a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths. I wrote about how the first year I cashed, I didn't even get my 10,000 back.
Oh, really?
And so, I just didn't think that was right. I had what a lot of people thought was an incredible first World Series where I came in 22nd. I didn't get my money back.
I think we might see the end of Farhad here again, Barry, because he's got an overpair. And we've got a set for Allen. Now, Allen checked it from up front.
And Yosh has got the nut flush draw.
Wow.
This could get big.
I didn't see how the betting is going, and Farhad's in trouble, like you say here, with the overpair. But is he been the caller in some of these pots, too?
He actually raised this one.
Okay, at least this one he had the lead. And a lot of times also, what did someone raise? You see people price their opponents in some of these things. I'm not saying that happened here. I'm talking in generalities. But a lot of times these guys were always getting beat and complaining about getting beat. They don't bet enough, and they price their opponents in, and they play too passively.
Now look at this. Now Jonas actually bet 1,300.
Dave, Jonas was the pre-flop raiser.
He was.
Farhad
Okay.
just called with Jack's pre-flop, and here comes the check raise by Allen.
Right.
When you have a deep stack, calling with Jacks is a more reasonable play, but when you're not that deep, you just go with it. And if the guy has ace, kings, or queens, or you lose a race against ace, king, so be it. But you don't want to keep just calling. And what do you do when an overcard comes, even if no one has it?
And look at this pot. I can't believe it. We've got a $1,300 bet from Jonas, a call from Farhad, a raise up to, I think, 4,000 from Allen.
Wow.
And now it's over to Yosh, and he has the nut flush draw. Does he think that he has to be involved there? Is there enough money in the pot already where he can't go anywhere?
It's 8,000 in the pot right now, 4,000 for Yosh to call.
Well, in No Limit Hold'em, I don't get away from the nut flush very often. And even if he happens to be up against two monsters set over set, the good news is the board is paired by both of them, so you end up being priced in that way.
And he's going to move all in here. Now, he's got to realize, obviously, that his ace is probably no good, though, right? At this point.
I don't think that's necessarily true. What if someone's got Jack 10 or Jack 10 of hearts even? The ace may... Well, you can't have Jack 10 of hearts. Yoshi has the 10 of hearts.
Well, let's say somebody's got kings, somebody's got queens. You never know.
Right, yeah. We already saw Farhad has an overpair and didn't raise, so yeah, there could have been two overpairs out against him.
This pot is $12,000. Now, a guy that's a little more tight, a little more conservative would probably easily fold jacks in this spot, but I still don't think Farhad's going anywhere. It doesn't look like... Well, he's got about 3,000 left.
Well, and again, with the money in the pot, of course we know it's money-wise right for him to fold. He's actually only got one out, if I'm not mistaken, one direct out.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you've got to realize, you've got to realize that you're probably behind with jacks. Maybe somebody's got enough flush draw, maybe somebody got two pair, but you're probably pretty far behind.
Well, I'm still wondering how much we're colored by seeing the hands.
100%. 100%.
I've folded jacks in these kind of situations, then seen one guy's ace 9 and the other guy has two 10s too.
Okay.
So maybe those are the only hands, and maybe I was just unlucky when that happened. But when you see the hands, you just get so influenced.
Right.
I think that it's so obvious the betting was strong. But maybe someone's just got Jack 10, someone's got ace 9.
I mean, part of the fact is that Allen is raising. And when Alan raises, rarely will he have. I mean, I suppose he could have 10s here, but usually he's going to have better than that.
I just did the math out. Before that all in, it was 13,000. Farhad puts another, say, call it 4. This is the biggest pot of the night. $17,000 pot, and Alan needs to call here.
So we're talking about over a $21,000 pot.
What I want to know is how do you keep getting this excited about poker after doing 18 months?
And he's going to put it in, and we're going to see a $22,000 pot, one of the biggest pots in the history of Live at the Bike here.
You see the Jack of Diamonds come off? He's going to lose his, lose his shirt.
Farhad, like Barry said, he basically has one out here. Yosha's got hearts.
I want to see Farhad. I don't know, for some reason I've been rooting for Farhad because he's lost so many pots. I want to see like a 10, an offsuit 10, an offsuit queen, backdoor straight or something.
There's definitely the chance there. You can see the percentages there. Alan he's going to win this 2 out of 3 times. Yosh is going to win this 1 out of 4 times pretty much, and Farhad's got the last 6%.
Wow, Farhad, it's another 1,350 there for Farhad, and Alan is in there. And again, this is going to be about a $22,000 pot. How much more was it from Yosh? Wait a minute, Dave. He's got a 5,000 chip there. It's 7,000 more that Yosh raised.
Oh my!
This is over a $30,000 pot here.
This actually might be the second biggest pot in the history of Live at the Bike.
$30,000. Oh, this is unbelievable. I got to tell you, I'm rooting for Alan. We'll take sides in here. Barry's got Farhad. I got Alan.
I got to root for Alan as well. Alan has been a Live at the Bike favorite for quite a while.
I figured it's just you guys are front runners.
No. But Alan's got to dodge a lot of cards. Remember, he's got to dodge all the hearts, and he's got to dodge a Jack of Diamonds. He's got at least 10 cards to dodge.
7,000 more.
Jack of Diamonds is not that much to dodge.
Yeah.
Just one more.
And the funny thing here is I think it's actually more like 35,000 because it's 14 from Yosh and from Alan plus the 4. It's 22 from them two on the street. Just them two, it's 22 plus the dead money in there.
Yeah, we are literally looking at about a $37,000 pot, and Bart is out of his seat.
Here we go.
Here it is.
Here to go the turn. The turn's a deuce. Alan's good so far. And the river is a queen. And I think they're running it more than once on the side, Dave.
They are. And there's a queen. Wow, and he can catch a 10. Not going to come.
Farhad is not probably in this. He's only in the main pot. He's already lost.
And there's a 10.
There's a 10. River's an ace, and Alan wins it all.
Alan wins every single one. Even on the last one, Yosh makes running to pair, but it's no good. No heart comes ever out of all 6 cards, and Alan is absolutely on fuego.
$30,000 pot. And like I said, Farhad was out of that because he was in the main.
Right.
Alan and Yosh ran it on the side. I think they ran it a few times on the side.
And I think that's part of the reason. I mean, Yosh was comfortable pushing in there knowing Alan would run it 3 times. He figured, okay, well, I'll definitely hit it once. Maybe I'll get lucky and hit it twice. Who knows?
Wow. That's Alan. One of the biggest pots in the history, if not the biggest pot in the history of Live at the Bike.
That is absolutely unbelievable. And I got to tell you, if you weren't in the booth, he'd be screaming. I guarantee you.
Really, I'm glad I have these ear things on as it is. Well, but that's good, Bart, that you get that excited.
Again, I mean, we do games of all different ranges. You know, it's rare that we have a game this big and that we see a pot that big, and that's just that's a huge pot for us.
I got to tell you, Alan winning $35,000 bodes well for us because we both play with him on a regular basis, and him winning means that he will be a regular in our games for the next few months. Very good.
Well, for the people at the table, Yosh losing this pot probably bodes well for them.
Yeah,
Yosh is going to come out firing now.
It was funny that Yosh definitely has, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but from what we've seen of him, he's been on the show about 10 or 15 times, definitely has sometimes a tendency to tilt a little bit, doesn't he, when he loses?
As I said before, we all do, first of all, and you're like assigning to Yosh like you don't ever tilt when you play. We've all been there. We all do it, especially no limit hold. At limit, you can say, like limit's more mechanical. I can go through sessions and not tilt even if I'm losing at limit pretty easily because I'm playing hand values more than other things. But it's funny, at no limit, you can come up with reasons to try to raise and try to play certain hands when you're stuck that you might not have come up with when you were ahead.
It's funny, I thought that Yosh was just kind of pushing his money in because he was going to call anyways and he was short, but he had that extra $5,000 chip.
You're right.
He made a big check re-raise there.
And we're going to get a chip count in a little while. I'd like to get the exact total for Alan, but I mean, I'm thinking Alan is well over 40,000 now, right?
Yeah, it's got to be.
I mean, somewhere in that range.
And here comes Kenna James. Here we go. We got about 40 minutes. About 35 minutes left in the show. Whose
seat did he take?
He played over Farhad, and then Farhad is down. Farhad probably dropped about $35,000. It looks like he's done for the night.
Yeah, Farhad finally. He's had enough. He's out.
Oh, look at that! Unbelievable.
Yeah, and look at this. He's going to stack them up, and this
looks
is
like a
unreal.
tournament stack.
I got to tell you, I'm actually Alan is. He is definitely a loser in the long term in this game. We've known him for quite a while, and it's good to see him win. He's actually up about 30 grand last week as well. He's really running hot. So over the last 2 weeks, he's up probably 60 grand now, which for him is really phenomenal. So it's good to see. And we're on about the funny thing is that we're on about a 10-minute delay. So the internet will see that hand in about 7 minutes, and then you'll see the posts. They'll all start going crazy.
Well, they just posted, why wouldn't I check to let a smaller flush draw hit? And, sometimes I drive, obviously if I know someone's got a smaller flush draw, I'm going to let them in, although it gives them 6 other outs that they might hit against me to win the pot when nothing comes. But normally you play the nut flush draws aggressively as a semi-bluff because you knock out people who do have you beat, who do have a pair or top pair with a bad kicker or worse. And, most of the time when you have the nut flush draw and you're wrong, you have 12 good outs, your 3 aces and your 9 suited cards. And that makes you just a very slight dog. So, as we were talking before, the fold equity is what drives you with those types of hands. And the fact that you're betting the draws and also you're betting the good hands too sometimes gets you a surprising call from someone who puts you on a draw where they're just in big, they're down to 3 outs. They have the same pair when you have the pair situation. You're just like I had with the ace king where I moved in. I had top pair that time. It might have looked like a draw.
Barry, it's so interesting to note that even before you came in here for the first, say, half an hour of the show, the game was playing rather small. We got a couple of big pots. Now all of a sudden every single pot is at least $1,500 pre-flop.
This is typical of no limit hold'em for a number of reasons. One, because some people are stuck. They're going to be driving the action. The hands, all of a sudden king 6 of spades, oh no, I guess he took the flop, starts looking like a better hand. No limit, that's actually not that good a hand. And the other reason, of course, is no limit games get bigger over a session. More and more money comes on the table. Relative to the blinds you guys have, 1,500 blinds, 5,000 wasn't really that deep a stack. It was basically, if you flop top pair, you're probably getting it in at some point during the hand. Now people have what you can start really calling deeper stacks, deep stacks. 20,000 starts to be a deep stack, where you do have to decide to play a pot a little slower because you don't want to be in one of these situations where you have to call all your chips.
It's funny that you said also that you like to buy in for a shorter stack, and you did it high stakes. But would you, if you started playing No Limit more and more, would you buy in for a big stack? I know sometimes it's playing harder, but the possibility that you can win more money, or you want to play deep against somebody.
Buying in for a bigger stack forces you to change your style somewhat. It usually means you have to play a little tighter. That's the first thing. The second thing is, when I buy in for a big stack, it definitely means that I'm targeting at least one player at the table, that I'm buying in more than a particular guy that I think's a weak player, and I want to have chips to cover him. In the games I normally play in, nobody is so bad compared to me that I really am just gunning for them. So instead, I'd rather make it easier for myself to play, which is short stack poker starting out. And what happens, as I've explained before, when I win and they lose, I get to where I have a decent-sized stack. And so much in winning at poker is determined by not what you win, really, is what you lose when you're losing. And so I'm more thinking not of how much I'm going to win, which so many people are discussing, why don't I buy in for more? I'm thinking about how am I limiting my loss. And I want to look at the end of the year and see that I had a lot of big wins, but I didn't have losses that were near as big as the wins were. And most people, if you look at their ledger, they've got like 80% wins, and then they've got these big losses stuck in there. They don't control their losses. And their losses often override the wins. They end up being losing players, even though they win much more than 50% of the time.
That's fascinating. It was actually really interesting. Reading your book actually was kind of a turning point in my game. I was actually one of those players where I was propping, and I would win 9 out of 11 sessions, and I'd be up $400. And I'd be like, win 300, win 600, win 600, win 600, lose 3,100. And I'd be like, okay, I got to stop that. I got to fix that. And then when I read your book, it became really, really clear. I mean, I actually noticed that you were saying that you actually lose. You probably win less than 50% of your sessions.
I was winning about 50%, when I was playing against good players. Against bad players, of course, I win a higher percentage of the time. But playing in the games I do, I was winning 50% of the time. But because I was controlling my losses, I still would have these big wins because just the fact that I got ahead meant I'd have a bigger stack.
I mean, I think there are so many players that are out there that do that, though, that literally will win 70-75% of their sessions, but find themselves being big losers because of that one bad day.
A guy we played with in San Jose had 51 wins in a row, but he was stuck after the 52nd play.
I mean, that's obviously a money management problem that you need to help, you need to fix if you want to be a successful poker player.
Yeah, when I get ahead, and the other thing is on the upside, when I get ahead, I will not let myself quit unless I've lost money back. Sometimes a reasonable amount of money. It's just my training is I have to play against people when they're stuck, so I can kind of look at myself as a professional player and say, this is what you do. You take advantage of people when they're stuck and you're ahead.
Do you have like a 20% rule or something like that? Where let's say you're playing in a game, you're up 100,000, you've got somebody on their heels, they're stuck, they're steaming. Do you have a rule or a rule of thumb, or is it just kind of a feel?
No, I don't have any kind of percent rule. But what I do, when I really want to quit, in limit, I'll just say, okay, I'm going to keep playing until I have a losing round. Sometimes I do that. No limit, sometimes that can be disastrous. I'll always lose some money back. It isn't a percent rule. A lot of times it's based on, again, how good the game is, how tired I am, how I think I'm playing. The other night I was up about 400,000, and I really wanted to quit, and I started playing the no-limit games passively and playing with Sammy Farha. I didn't take a flop on one hand where I would have won, and I said, once I play no-limit and I get to the point where I'm not gambling up, I'm not playing some hands against the guy who's gambling, I know I've got to go, because if you're playing against aggressive players and you're not going to meet that aggression, then you probably have to say goodbye. But even still, I won a couple pots, and so I had to keep playing, and I didn't leave till I lost back 100,000.
We got a real interesting hand here. We got now Mike is actually gonna stick in there against Jonas. Now Jonas has been known to bluff, but once again Jonas is playing well today. He's up today, and Jonas is not throwing around a queen on the turn. Is that going to keep Mike in even more?
Well, no. Jonas checks the turn now. He's going to try to probably induce the bluff here by Mike.
And of course, Mike's now going to have to lose some money because, like you say, the queen on the turn makes it less likely his opponent has a queen. And here, you guys have a lot of guys who, we've seen several situations where someone makes a value bet and someone with a hand that they know is almost for sure is good calls and doesn't raise, which maybe for the way they play is reasonable because they weren't going to get paid off on the raise. But what that also tells me is, and this is typical at this level of game, this is what I call kind of a medium stakes game, the people don't bluff enough, they don't bluff raise enough on the river.
Right.
So the reason they're not going to get called is because in this game, we really haven't seen anyone raise on the river with nothing.
Right.
When I play, I do. When someone makes a value bet at me, I raise on the river with nothing. And so that's why it now allows me to also raise on the river with a hand like three queens or like we saw before where the guy had a straight, because they know I'm capable of raising or even check raising with nothing, so I get paid off.
Now let me ask you this though: is there any value? Because I have an argument with Bart once in a while about this, and I like to say there is value to this. What about even if I know I'm not going to get called? Is there value to not showing my hand?
I do that sometimes, because I don't want them to. Where it's exactly what you're saying. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to get paid off. But I'm so convinced that I've got the best hand that I do raise anyway not to show it. I've definitely done that. So yeah, I think you're right that there certainly is a legitimate reason to do that sometimes.
Now Alan's picked up a big draw here. He's got a gut shot with the flush draw.
And Ken is going to come out and bet with a lower flush draw here on the turn.
And popular logic would say the way Alan's running, a club will hit, right?
Right. And
Ari calls.
Well,
Ari's got the best hand here with the king.
Of course, there are a lot of clubs that are out there. So, again, that was one of those things. If the club did hit, we just said we knew it, but it didn't.
Well, now Ken is going to represent like he had a weak jack. He checked the flop, bet the turn. Now he's going to bet the river, and I think he's going to win it. I don't know if Ari's going to call him with king 10 here.
Well, it's funny. We haven't seen much of Ari today at all. I mean, he's only really stuck his nose in there a couple of times, and he's not going to call. He's going to throw it away.
Yeah, you're right. Ari has been really, really passive.
It's interesting that you said that because I can count the number of times on my hand that we have seen on the show or that I have seen when playing in a game like a 5-10, 10-20 no-limit game when someone has check-raised the river as a bluff. I mean, it is so rare at this level.
And I make that play frequently. If somebody, this is the reason why you see some of these guys, I don't want to name names, who you see them do well in tournaments but not in cash games. They're often the type of guy who milks people. and they milk the bad players successfully. And I love these tournament players playing in my game because, or even I like them being in a tournament with me, because if they try to milk me, they're going to have to call a raise. And sometimes they're going to make the right guess, but especially if I got them out chips, they're going to have to learn against me. They better just show the hand down. Because
as opposed to value betting the
That's
river,
right. I'm going to put pressure on that. I am going to check raise them.
Right. Well, I mean, that's one of the things. I mean, I'm a big fan. I always talk about value bet, because we so rarely get check raise bluffed
it is
on the
right.
river.
As a matter of fact, that was one of the main adjustments I had to make in my tournament play, playing against the weaker fields. I had to learn that you can value bet these guys. You can, when they bet and you have top pair, weak kicker, you can make your immediate raise, which kind of gives away your hand, because you're playing against a weaker caliber of player who's not going to take you off of that. They're going to give you the respect. They're going to fold. You're going to get the desired result.
Right.
And so those plays work against weaker players. But against strong players, it's often dangerous to let them know the strength of your hand in that fashion and no limit hold them, because they're going to know that you can't call the subsequent barrels they're going to throw at you.
Barry, one of the other things we've realized at the level of play that we play in the no-limit games is rarely, unless it's a really good player, will a guy value bet in position a marginal hand on the river, so that when he's betting, you know he either has a monster hand or he's bluffing, which sometimes makes it easier to make a decision with a river call.
Well, if it's one of those two things, it doesn't necessarily make it that much easier. You still have to figure out which one it is.
Right.
But what happens is a lot of players just aren't that good at all. They either have it or they don't. With instead of being 50 or 50-50 or whatever pot odds you're getting, usually not. You assume they're going to bet it more often than not, just so pot odds wise, it's a guess whether to call or not. But when you get people who bluff more than 50% of the time in those situations, now easy to just call them down.
Now that's just very interesting, Dave, because look at this. You get a raise by Ari, who hasn't played a hand all night, and Jeff. What is he going to do with Ace King? We've actually seen people fold this before.
Well, it can be a tough hand to play out of position when you're very deep.
And he calls.
Well, of course, it's not only when you're deep; it's who is your target.
Exactly, obviously, and your opponents are deep as well. They've got you covered.
And again, if you're playing a lot of tournaments, we know Jeff, like I said, just came off a tournament. You get used to just playing Ace King aggressively, just putting the chips in, because normally your stack isn't deep enough to just play this as a drawing hand. So you play it as a hand where you can get the fold equity, take someone off their hand.
Well, this is one of those cases where Ari's got the betting lead here, and if Jeff checks to him, Ari puts a continuation bet out there.
But we've seen such passiveness out of Ari.
And he goes check.
He's done a lot of checking. And, from this short thing I've seen about Ari, short time I've seen him playing, he just doesn't bet aggressively enough.
And he didn't bet on the spades here either.
Well, but if he would have bet and got it taken off it, you would have said he shouldn't have allowed himself to get taken off his draw.
Right. You want to get check.
I think you're playing real results, and of course he got lucky. And
well, in that one case, once he picks up the draw, maybe it is the best move to take the free card.
Right. I'm not even evaluating whether it is or isn't, but I don't think you should jump at him just because he did take the free card. When you were telling me I should be taking free cards in some of these situations.
Although the funny thing
is
on the flop, though, I got to tell you, if I haven't played a hand and I have an image, obviously one of the most important things when you sit at a table is you have to know how your opponents see you. And I think if you're Ari, you've got to look at this table and go, okay, I haven't played a hand all night. They have to see me as really tight. I've raised maybe for the second time all evening. I can probably take this down with this board.
Of course, he should have taken it down. He ended up essentially winning the pot that, the way I think about poker, was rightfully his anyway.
Right,
that could have been won with no sweat. Instead, he had to draw out.
And the thing that was interesting,
it wasn't even a dangerous board. Sorry to cut you off. With it being a paired board, also,
no, of course,
not a very dangerous board.
The likelihood of hitting your opponent is very slim. Right. And the one thing I'll say there is, there actually, in that case, there probably was a lot of value for Ari not showing down 4 or 5 spades there, because any image that he did have as a really tight player is kind of a little bit like, whoa, okay.
Well, no, because we also saw he's a passive player. So what he has now shown is he's not going to bet his draw. He's not going to make his continuation bet. He's not going to bet his draw, and it's going to make it so if I were playing against him, if he bet, I'd give him credit. Frankly, at this point, Ari, I'm sure, could bluff me out of a pot, and so if he's a decent player, he should start bluffing.
Jeff has raised it with kings. Allen's called with that kind of trap hand out of position, ace-queen. And Frank's in there with 8-4.
And you wonder if a queen comes off, will Allen get involved?
Well, Frank's flopped an open-ended straight draw here.
Yeah, I don't think Frank's going anywhere.
Too bad his hand wasn't a little better connected, like 8-5.
Yeah.
He would have had the whole thing.
8-5, 10-8.
And Jeff is going to get check 2, and looks like he is going to bet with his overpair here on the button.
Now, we talk about, obviously, what attributes make a successful poker player. Obviously, a player has to be somewhat aggressive. Now, we always talk about the ability to adapt to your surroundings, to your opponents. Obviously, that's very important.
Right. And one other thing, when you were making the generalization about being aggressive, yeah, I think most of the top players have certainly a pretty high level of aggression. But there are some forms of poker that lead more to aggressiveness also. So
of course.
That's another reason why you might want to knock down that generalization. But definitely a no-limit hold'em, being aggressive is certainly something. You have to have that tool in your arsenal.
Right. Well, I guess that's what I meant.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never met a successful poker player that doesn't have the ability to be aggressive. At least.
Right.
I mean, they might change it up, obviously.
Again, it's relative. I have seen people in their home games in Louisiana who are just real solid players, but the other people are goofballs, and so being a solid player against certain group of opponents is the way to go.
Right.
I mean, you even find these situations where you see these guys who are solid, they finally raise, and the guy's still in there calling with garbage. Some people just don't respect the type players raise. So against that type of opponent, well, why not play good hands? I've certainly played in games where I became a solid player because my opponent's weak play made me that way.
And Jeff has bet 3,000 here on the turn.
Well, pretty much that'll put Frank all in here, and it's just a question of does Frank want to gamble or not.
The pot is about 7,000. It's 3,000 for Frank to
Well,
call.
what are those chips in his hand? Aren't those big chips?
Yeah, those are three. That's 3,000 he
those
has
are
there.
$1,000
Yeah, those
chips.
are thousands.
Okay.
Yeah. And he's just kind of chasing a open-ended straight draw here.
Well, again, Frankie, he's capable. He's had enough drinks and he's stuck. He actually becomes capable of making that call, but I think he's still a couple drinks shy.
Yeah, the river was a 3 of clubs. He would not have gotten there.
We have only about 10 or 15 minutes left. The night has just absolutely flown by.
Yeah, I tell you, 4 hours. This has been one of the best shows. I got to tell you, so grateful for you coming in here. It's absolutely fabulous.
Well, it's fun for me to do it once in a while. I don't think I could do it like you guys do every night. I certainly couldn't keep up Bart's enthusiasm. That's sure.
Well, that's always our case, Barry. We want somebody to pick us up because of we try to add a little charge up to the game because sometimes, and I don't know, you said you don't want a lot of TV poker, but it almost seems like a lot of these guys on TV just kind of go through the motions and maybe don't add some of the excitement that poker deserves.
Yeah, well, I think if you play a lot, like for myself, I've gotten pretty jaded. This is a little different. I get to see people's hole cards, but watching poker is not a really interesting thing for me. Playing poker is, for the most part, a job. So watching it, I can't even understand, that people do it. But some people want to sweat our game, obviously, because it's the money aspect. The money's so big, and of course for you, it's more exciting than it is for me, just because 20,000, is bigger than is a real big pot. Obviously to me, 20,000 is
probably small potatoes.
That's
right?
a blind.
Isn't as big, so it doesn't get me that excited.
Now, we had a raise here by, I believe it was by Jeff in seat 7. Jeff C has called with ace-jack on the button, and Allen's in there with king-8.
Well, hey, if you're going to raise at 7-8 offsuit, it's not a bad flop for him. He's got an open-ended straight draw.
7 of spades.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's also got a flush draw that's no good.
Right.
Which he might factor that in to think he's got an extra way to win.
But the funny thing is,
well, actually, it will
bets,
be good against the king and not against the ace-jack.
Right.
So
The funny thing is, if he bets this, though, can Allen or Jeff C really continue? Jeff C's calling here, not really knowing where he's at. Doesn't even know if a spade is good.
Well, part of it is how much he bets, too.
Yeah, of course.
And he
bet 1,200, which is about a pot-sized bet.
Okay. Jeff being in the middle, this is, usually people use the word squeeze incorrectly. They talk about a pre-flop situation as being a squeeze where the guy who called the opening raiser isn't squeezed. Because he's obviously not going to call the raise. This is a legitimate squeeze. Jeff is between the bettor and a player behind him who could actually have something. So it made it really hard for him to call. And even Allen, part of it, Allen folded top pair there. But one of the reasons, of course, is Allen's got so much in front of him right now.
Well, he's playing well. Again, he's winning a lot.
No, but I don't call that playing well. See, that's at this level, that's what they call playing well, is not taking any chances. For me, it's just the opposite. I've trained myself when you're ahead to take more chances because your opponents are gambling more. So I'm more likely to make that call when I'm ahead and behind than behind, whereas your typical player at this level, it's just the opposite. He's gonna make the fold more often when he's ahead.
And we say the same thing too about when a lot of people write us in and say, when do you bluff a guy? We don't, at this level, at the levels that we play at, usually don't try to bluff a guy that's stuck. Because he'd be more apt to put it in, whereas you might be able to bluff a guy that's won a lot because he wants to keep his winnings.
Of course, and that's exactly what happened here. And it even is, another factor, frankly, is it being televised. No one, I mean, Alan's sitting pretty right now. He's feeling really good. He's big winner. And his, I'm sure he's thinking, why jeopardize it?
Right.
It's almost like a kind of a tournament. Alan's won the tournament today.
Right. Now, you were talking about people sweating that mix game that you guys have. Would anyone ever be able to offer a deal where they could ever get that game televised, or would you guys just, it's not that important to you guys?
We get asked about that all the time. I really don't want to show my whole cards in that thing, and have people see us. But it's one of these things that there's a right price.
Yeah.
But the right price is high. And we've been approached by the World Poker Tour. We've been approached by other entities about televising our cash game, showing whole cards and everything like that. And as a matter of fact, it will happen because I know I've been approached so many times. And most likely when it does happen, it'll be a pay-per-view event.
Oh. Well, I would assume, you think about it, in a game where you can win or lose $1 million, to show your whole cards and give away some of your secrets on a daily basis, man, they've got to pay you exorbitant number of money.
Well, even in the high-stakes poker, it's the reason why I didn't play, I'm not that enthralled with continuing playing. With a lot of us, if you go back a couple years, exposure was a big thing. We wanted to become named players. And so playing in these different things, Superstars, high-stakes poker, all these televised events, heads-up championship, these were all nice things. At this point, for a lot of us, between 20 and 50 players, we've now got the name recognition. The networks have made us into stars. I'm probably one of the people on that list. So I don't have to think about exposure, although I guess if I sat out of those for a couple of years, people would forget about me. But at this point, I've got to choose the ones that pay well or lucrative, will enhance, my marketability. And I do have to take into consideration how much of my stuff do I want to show.
Now, Jeff C. Smooth called Jeff's bet, and there's a history tonight between these two people, and now it got checked to Jeff C., and now he's bet with the best hand on the turn. Jeff was the pre-flop raiser in seat 7, made the continuation bet, got called, checked the turn, and now Jeff C. has bet, and you wonder again...
Well, I got to tell you, if he checks to me and I got top pair, I'm probably going to put a little bet in there, not let him draw it on free for me.
You wonder also, we haven't really seen many of Jeff C.'s hands shown down, have we?
No, we haven't.
We saw the ace-king hand, but again, looked like he's been playing pretty solid.
Yeah.
We don't know that he bluffed that one big pot. I mean, we do, but the rest of the people don't. So, again, the other Jeff, seats number 7, Jeff.
Can we leave that flop on for 1 second? I was going to ask you one thing, Barry, really quick. Now, if I have 6-7, right, and I bet I've raised pre-flop and I bet into a flop like that, and I get a pretty solid player who hasn't shown down any garbage, call me and I look at a flop like that, which is, obviously there's no draw whatsoever. There's no real, I guess there's a gut shot straight draw you could invent. You've got to really put this guy on a hand that's probably better than 6-7, right?
Right, but that's not what I think totally different about that.
Go ahead.
What I do is, of course, I assume I'm beat. But what I'm saying is, but can I take it away? So I frequently bet there, and if the guy makes a bet that convinces me that it's more like a value bet, and he didn't raise me pre-flop, he didn't have ace-queen, he didn't raise me on the flop, what I'm thinking about all along is not what my 6s are worth. I don't think they're worth anything. Is what's a check raise worth?
Okay.
So I'm not thinking about 6-7 at all. I'm thinking, can I check raise this guy out of the pot?
Right. Maybe he's got queen jack, and can he really?
And check raise there looks pretty strong.
Yeah.
And so again, it's I hate to say too much about it because people will be playing against me and might pick me off as a result. But that's what the thought is.
How'd you do, Joe?
I'm back. We're on break.
Oh, you're on break? Still in it? How's Liz Lou doing? Ah, man.
I know. Damn. The table got less attractive.
Oh, you're still in the tournament?
I'm still in the tournament. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
How did that happen? That doesn't mean after this is over I got to hang out and wait for you, does it?
Well, is there gas in the car?
I'll fill it up with gas. But
I'm sorry. No. Gas boy. Is there gas in the car? I'm sorry.
By the way, did you notice people commenting on how badly you treat your father?
Well, if people actually saw the way that you spoke to me in private, they would wonder why I treated you so well. So the truth is, they don't have the whole story, so it's very, very hard to go on the public's perception.
Right, because I'm a better poker player than you, so I bluff, or I secretly do things, and you make yourself so obvious.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
It's all a game. It's all a game.
I think that Jeff C. pulled the limp re-raise, because this pot on the flop was $2,500. He's bet $1,500 on the flop, and Frank is called with middle pair.
By the way, notice that the guy who lost the last pot pulled the limpery raise. Again,
Yeah.
it's one thing when you have your vector, or using math terms, your matrix of the different things that go into how frequently someone bluffs, how they play. Always one of the most important components there is what did he do on the last hand he played, and so that always is a big factor in what I'm going to do against this guy.
Absolutely.
He did something like this. Of course, this hand now, it doesn't matter. Frank's got aces up. He now doesn't care. He's got a hand he's married to for what he has.
But Jeff is going to try to represent the ace here. He's going to bet another, looks like $1,800. This pot is $6,000.
And he put Frank all in, drawn dead.
Is this, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is Jeff Cabanillas, the kid who just won the bracelet, correct?
Yes, it is. He was on the circuit a while back, wasn't he?
No, we never had him on.
No?
We got Jamie Gold on, actually, in the middle of his run, so that might be who you're thinking of, but we didn't actually get Jeff on at any point.
Well, Jeff has really seemed to play it pretty solidly all night. I was talking to your dad about how a lot of times these tournament guys come in and play it real loose aggressive, trying to pick up lines and stuff, but he looks like a guy that can play it. Obviously, he won the tournament. He looks like a pretty solid game cash game
And he's mixed it up. We've seen a little bit of each. That time, he gets strong on what to do, and I think he probably factored in that it's Frank, and Frank plays garbage, but also Frank's stuck and is more likely to call. So, maybe from what we know of Frank, it might have. Obviously, it wasn't the right time to take his shot at the pot, but maybe in another situation, Frank wouldn't have had the ace. The ace did come on the turn, and certainly reasonable. A lot of times, reasonable players, when overcard comes, as I told you, fire when that overcard comes. Unfortunately, this time Frank had it.
And boy, we haven't heard from Yosh in a while. He makes it 300 to go. Mike calls and Ari calls with ace 8
But again,
offsuit.
we did, King 9 offsuit. Not one of my favorite no-limit holding hands.
Well, Ari called in the blind with ace 8. You wonder how hard he can play it. He's going to check. Yosh makes a continuation bet. And is Ari going to continue on with this hand?
Well,
he does.
What we've seen from Ari so far is Ari's been a check caller.
Yeah. Turns of 5. Is Yosh going to shut down now?
Usually Yosh doesn't fire too many barrels. And I'm expecting Yosh to check, but again, Yosh is stuck.
Yeah, check, and the river's a 6.
When I called the 5, I was going with my ass.
I was going to say, because usually Yosh plays a lot tighter than this, doesn't he? I'm surprised to see him play a hand like King 9 offsuit.
Well, he lost a big pot, the biggest pot of the night. So he's stuck, and especially on a show like this, I know it happened on high-stakes poker. As it gets toward the end of the session, people are keeping track of who won and who lost.
Right.
And you hate to be on the wrong side of that ledger.
But then, of course, you all often put yourself deeper in the hole, in that last hour.
I would say
so
it's the right thing to do.
No, of course.
But sometimes
you're
playing against opponents who won't make you pay for it. They shut down also.
Right, they're not going to attack you even more.
So you can get away with it.
Right.
Speaking of that, we're going to do a couple more hands, but we are going to probably look at a last chip count of the night because we want to see how big Alan won. And Joe, thanks very, very much for stopping by.
Absolutely,
again. Good
boys.
luck for you the rest of the.
I'm going to get back in. I think there's about 40 players left.
Okay. How many you guys started with?
42. 120.
42.
It's amazing. The only two people that busted were my dad and Liz Lou. So it speaks volumes about the donkeys in that room.
It was a small field. It was a limit hold'em tournament, so not many people showed up. I really showed up, as I said, to just buy into the main event.
Right. And to get gas for the car. On that note, boys.
All right. Thanks a lot, Joe.
Okay.
We'll be seeing more of you. Looks like Jeff raced it with ace-king, and Kenna was in there with 7-10, and Kenna has missed this flop, but he's just going to bet anyways. He is just going to come out and bet here with 7-10.
Well, you act like you're surprised.
Not at all.
That's what you expect, the normal bet, but...
well, Kenna's got a lot of draws, doesn't he?
Okay. Kenna had the lead, right? He just got called? Or
no, Jeff was the pre-flop raiser.
Yeah, and again, that's one of the things Kenna does. I'm sorry.
Little stop
Kenna
and go.
does some of those tricky things.
Right. And Jeff has called here with overs. Turns a king.
Pretty lucky. Again, I'm more likely to raise with Jeff's hand when people bet out into me than call.
It's one of the reasons why we always talk about we love to bet our hands. Get somebody to raise you because they don't really give you credit for a real hand sometimes.
Exactly. And against me, I've got to quickly learn who will bet their sets and their good hands. And those people sometimes nail me. I mean, I've gotten beat by set against no pair, where I've had the no pair and been playing the guy's hand. I've got to figure out who will bet their hand so I don't make that play against them.
Right. Button moves here to seat number 5.
But that's still another hand that I may have won from either. Actually, I probably would have just check folded Kenna's hand to the continuation of it.
It's kind of cool seeing you and your son hanging out now. Obviously, you guys have a really great relationship now that he's jumped into poker. How was your...
What son? Ever since he lost that bet. People kept coming up, did you see your son? I said, I don't know who you're talking about. Joe who?
Now, when Joe wanted to get into poker, and obviously now he's doing the circuit as well with Scott Huff. We're really good friends with Scott. We've been on the show a couple times. What are your views? I mean, were you really excited about the fact that he was getting into poker, or were you like, no, stay away.
It's worked out well. I like it. My family didn't like it because Joe was actually going to go back to school and get an MBA.
Okay.
And he told me, I'm going to still do it, but I'll play poker for a couple months, and then I'll go and enroll in the MBA program. And he because my family's saying, you know how it is, once someone gets into poker, all those other things go by the wayside. And I said, yeah, but Joe's so level-headed, he'll be fine. He'll just play poker a few months, and it won't affect it. Well, he is level-headed, and in this case, he probably made the right decision. Poker just got big, and it's swept a lot of us up. And the good thing about Joe is he's gotten into the multimedia aspect of it with the television stuff, the radio stuff, the news, the magazine stuff, writing articles. He's gotten into so many facets that he's so much more than just a poker player.
Right.
So that's what I'm proud of about Joe, that he just isn't some guy who's hanging out in a poker room like his father did for so many years.
I think that we are going to see the last chip count of the night, and then we're going to do one more hand, and we're going to wrap it up.
Oh, man, I tell you, we've done 1 extra hour tonight, and this is one of those nights where I feel like I could do 3 extra hours.
Final standings here. Allen's got 36,000. Jonas has 34,000. 155,000 on the table. Let's see how everybody did. Let's take a look at the differences.
That is insane. Allen is up 31K. Jonas is up 27,000, and this is unreal. Our biggest loser is actually not even up there. Farhad is down about 30,000. Yosh down 14. Jeff down 10.
Hey,
Ari down 9.
You know, I won 2,000. That puts me in 4th place.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, there's only 3 winners. You're the 4th, okay?
Right.
Not bad. And what'd you play? 9 hands?
I think I played around.
You played 1 orbit.
That's $2,000 in orbit's pretty good.
That's right.
That's a great rep.
That's a good average.
I mean, if you were to play the entire night, you'd probably be up about 180 grand. At that rate.
Yeah, well, at that rate, yeah. I have a feeling things would have changed.
Now, Kenna raised it from the button here, and Jeff called with Queen 9 of clubs. 5-3-4, all hearts on board here.
Yeah, pretty ugly flop for Queen 9 of clubs, huh?
Yeah.
And Kenna bets a lot of kinds of hands. Of course, that was normal for him to bet, but Kenna likes to bet, and it's made him an effective player, especially in tournaments. A lot of people don't like to call unless they've really got it.
Right.
And is that going to do it for us tonight? Or are we going to do one more? We'll do one more. One more hand.
I can go. Joe's still in the tournament. I got to fill the car up with gas. I've got nothing to do.
Button moves over here to seat 7 and Jeff. And again, Barry, we really appreciate you coming on. It just adds so much to our show.
Well, I don't know. It seems like you guys were doing okay without me. It sounded, like I said, you guys sounded like you've upgraded your poker knowledge from the last time I was here. And
maybe a little bit. Oh, I got a big hand here. Allen with jacks, Frank with 10s.
Seems like you guys do it. Not that you guys weren't good before, but before you were just enthusiastic. Now it seems like you're pretty well informed, too.
Well, now we got 9s as well.
Jacks, 10s,
number 6 for
9s.
Kenna.
Yep. And Kenna is just going to call.
Well, it's funny, when we first started doing this webcast, we were primarily limit players, different games. And, obviously having played the game makes us that much more knowledgeable.
Yeah, that makes sense. I can definitely see the difference.
$2,100 here to the flop, and it looks like Jeff has got the best hand here with King 10 of diamonds, King 8-4 with a couple of hearts. But Frank was the pre-flop raiser, and he's going to continue with the lead, but he's only going to bet $400 into a $2,100 pot here.
Right.
And Jonas has got a flush draw and a gut shot to the 5.
And I'm
calls.
surprised, in Allen's position, this is one thing I'm saying. Frank, if I'm not mistaken, didn't have all that much in chips. He was short enough that Allen probably should have taken a shot at the pot with the 2 jacks start, especially if it's Frank.
But Jonas has got a huge hand here. Now, Jeff is going to push this, and is Jonas's hand big enough to push back? I mean, he's got a gut shot plus the flush draw. I mean, how do you play that hand like 6-7 hearts?
The problem is with so many people in the pot, this isn't as fun to play as it normally would be because you're really afraid when you have this kind of hand that someone's got a bigger flush draw.
Well, I think that
and
what
then you're
might
just dead to the gut shot.
But what might happen here, Barry, is with that raise, I think it's going to get back heads up. So if it's just Jonas in there against the guy that raised the flop.
I know, but the fact that many people took the flop.
Right.
It now gets selectively down to the guy who's got the bigger flush draw on you.
Right. Could Jeff be raising here?
Of course, when you call with this 6-7, you're not thinking heart, you're thinking 5.
Right. Because obviously Jeff could have been raising with the ace-high flush draw.
Right, exactly.
And Jonas has turned a pair here, and the pot right now is about $4,000.
See, now this is the more likely time with the smaller flush draw. What I like to do with the small flush draw, I don't make the play at the flop, but on the turn is when the semi-bluff is more successful. Now it prevents me from getting really nailed when the guy had the bigger flush. If I just take a card here like he did, or like I expect him to do, because at this level they normally do, now when the heart hits, I'm committed, and the guy with the bigger flush is going to get a big pot off me.
Right.
So by raising on the turn,
there it is.
See, because now you can't feel all that comfortable. Mainly what's going to happen, he's going to win small money at this point.
Wow, and Jonas checked it down. It's so funny. Jonas is a very aggressive player. Normally, he's playing it very passive.
But you see what I was talking about? That was the whole problem, is he was still worried up against the bigger flush draw, which is why I would have actually tried to, if I was going to play that pot, I'd have played it on the turn. Because just think what happens on the turn. That's the nice semi-bluff situation where you knock out the big flush draw when you put in the big raise, because now he's not priced in to call you anymore.
And he also has a lot more. He had a lot of other things going besides the flush. He had a pair and a gut shot as well.
Lots of.
I'm only curious now. Would you have, with the 6-7 hearts down the turn, do you lead out into your opponent, or do you do a big check raise?
I check raise.
Check raise
because
big.
I normally expect the guys, the people I'm playing against, normally I'm expecting they're going to bet. So I do check raise, and if it goes check, okay, I got my free card.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Well, that is going to do it for us tonight. The Barry Greenstein, thank you again very much for joining us. Again, it was a great night. We did 4 hours of amazing 50 no limit work. We'll be back here tomorrow with at least a 10-20 game, probably a 20-40.
Who's the we? Oh, you guys.
You're not going to be here? What are you talking? I thought you signed up.
I thought we had a year contract with you.
No, see, I don't know if you guys know from something I did. I have this community service thing. I got to do live at the bike once a year to fulfill it. Otherwise, I got to go to jail.
I really thought it was the rest of the month.
Well, for everybody here in the booth, Barry Greenstein, Dave Teichman, I'm Bart Hansen. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody, from Live at the Bike.
Hey, thank you so much. You're great.